Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the best futures trading show in the world, the flow of the markets. This is timeless. Thanks for coming out today. You could be anywhere in the world, but you are here with us, and we appreciate that. This is TopstepTV opening call. I am Coach Jay, joined by John Doherty and John Hoagland. JD, Hoag, how are we feeling today?
Go ahead,
Doing well,
Hoag. Why don't
doing
you
well.
start?
I'm doing all right. Doing all right. It's great to be here as always with you guys and with everybody. Wouldn't want to be anywhere else.
Exactly. Well said. Well said. Well, guys, it's inflation day. It's CPI day. So we're gonna hold off on taking that opening range trade in gold. That number's coming out at 7:30 a.m. Central Time, just about 10 minutes from now. Typically, we would look at that 1 minute opening bar, 1 minute opening range bar in gold, and take a trade based off of that. The opening range breakout off the 1 minute. We're going to hold off, though, because we've got a pretty decent-sized number coming out at the bottom of the hour. Don't want to get too mixed up in it. Plus, we were just talking in the green room. Gold's kind of having an inside day right now, trading inside range, inside value from yesterday. So consensus between the three of us was to hold off on the trade until possibly after CPI. We'll wait for that knee-jerk reaction, let the market absorb that information, and then maybe if the trade's still available to us, jump in and do so. Coach Jay, Coach Hoag, good morning to everybody else. Happy Tuesday. Happy Turnaround Tuesday. Hoag, is Turnaround Tuesday still a thing? Does anybody even say that anymore?
Only when it means something.
Only when it means something.
Yeah.
Yep.
Got a pretty big opening
Hey.
range in gold. Just kind of keeping an eye on it here to see what would happen. 31 tick opening range in gold right now. And it is right in the middle of value, right in the middle of the range from yesterday and right at settlement. So I don't see any reason to really to take this trade today just because CPI is coming out, just because of the location of the open. I think this is going to be a good no take. Just broke above the opening range. Opening range high was 33.60.70. 33.60.70. Now we just wait for that CPI number to come out and see what it does to these markets.
Wait for the number to come out. It's the start of the week with big numbers. We have CPI tomorrow, CPI today, PPI tomorrow, jobless claims on Thursday, and Michigan sentiment on Friday. So a ton of data coming out for the rest of the week. JD, outside of that CPI number today, is there anything that we need to look forward to on the economic calendar?
We've got a couple of talking feds. Oh, we've got the Empire State Manufacturing Index also out at 7:30. Not quite as significant as CPI, but it could help to move the markets just a little bit. Couple of talking feds. Michelle Bowman's out at 8:15 Central Time. Michael Barr at 11:45 Central Time. Thomas Barkin is barking at noon Central Time. Susan Collins at 1:45, and then later on this evening, Lori Logan. 5.
We
So a couple
did
talking
have the
feds. Go ahead, Hoag.
we have the front end of earnings season this morning as well. J.P. Morgan, Wells Fargo, BlackRock, Citigroup, and Bank of Mellon all beating expectations on earnings per share and revenues.
Nice. Good start to earnings.
Excellent start to earnings season. Equities actually popped up to new all-time highs overnight with some NVIDIA, due to some NVIDIA headlines coming out. We'll talk about that in a few minutes also. But new all-time highs in equities overnight. We got a lot to talk about today. Look at this opening range.
It's looking good.
To a 1 minute chart. It is looking good. This trade is paying right now. If you played the 1 minute breakout, sound off in the chat. Did you take this 1 minute opening range breakout in gold? We held off for CPI. Anybody trading it? It looks like a banger trade right now.
It's got to be somebody trading it, JD, I'm sure. They're up 3 points right now if they took it from the high. Janine says no. I think that's good discipline, right? Is that a position that you want to hold into that number, biggest number of the week? It's kind of hard to tell how the market's going to respond to it. And usually what we'll see is that we'll get an opportunity to take a trade in whatever market you want. after that number prints. But growth driven says you're in the trade. Nice trade. You do have an
Nice.
opportunity
Okay.
to secure some profits before that number, which would be pretty nice.
Yeah, lock a few in. This number is going to be mover. CPI is always a big mover, big market mover now. I'm going to switch over to the equities. Get prepared for that. I'm going to look at the ES. What are you guys going to watch when the number comes out? I'll have the ES up. What you guys want to take? Or should I stick
Take
with
Nasdaq.
gold?
What do you take, Hoag?
You know me and Nasdaq. I'll be watching the S&Ps. But I will be keeping an eye on the domes for our main 4 markets here, at least our main 3 markets: gold, Nasdaq, and E-mini S&Ps, to see how thin these domes get. They're thinning out already, although we are seeing some liquidity in the S&Ps. Basically we're looking at 2-digit bids and offers on the dome here, up and down, but there's some pretty decent offers above 63.38 even. There's 275 on the offer. There's 183 at 63.36 and a quarter. We've got a decent bid here of 200 on the bid here in the ES. 63.25 half, just below where we are now. Seeing bids stacked up down at 63.14 even as well. So there are some kind of interesting levels that see some larger orders in the dome on in the S&Ps prior to the number here. I'm kind of expecting those to evaporate prior to the number, but who knows? We'll see. I'll be keeping an eye to see if these actually trade out or if they get pulled before the number comes out.
Gotcha. No one was eager to jump in and take the 30-year bonds there, but I'll keep it up on a side chart.
They're
See if
moving,
they,
huh?
see if
Bonds
they
are
move.
moving.
They've been selling
Troop
off.
in the chat. All right, so Hoag's going to look at ES. Coach J's got the Nasdaq up, and I'll stick with gold. I'll keep the gold chart up for the number. As far as expectations for the CPI number, this is really the first reading where we're going to get a taste of sort of that tariff fallout. There's some good content out this morning. CNBC put out a nice article. But first, let's take a look at consensus range for this month over month. Prior, up 0.1%. Consensus is for another boost, up 0.3%. So they're looking for a little rise in inflation. Year over year, prior 2.4%, looking for 2.6% today. Excluding food and energies, month over month, same. Consensus is for 0.3% boost, and year over year, 2.9%. Small increase in the core and the excluding food and energy. But like I was saying, there's an economist, Chris Hodge, just came from a CNBC article. He's an economist at the Texas CIB America, says June is the first reading when these tariffs are really going to start to bite in a very noticeable way. I can't disagree with that. So we're sort of still outside of that Fed range. The Fed's always looking for that 2% inflation. It's part of their part of Jerome Powell's mantra every time he takes the podium. What's he going to say first? Dual mandate or 2% inflation? What will he say first? We're going to get a very good measure of how these tariffs are impacting the economy, the U.S. economy, in just a few minutes here. All right, guys, buckle up. What's up?
Speaking of the Fed, we have a Fed rate decision in 2 weeks. The next FOMC meeting. Between CPI and PPI, do you guys think there's one number that the Fed pays more attention to?
CPI.
Is there one they pay more attention? To CPI?
I think I think it should be reversed. I feel like they should put out PPI first because it's sort of a leading indicator, but they turn it into a lagging indicator because CPI comes out first. So consumer prices are directly affected by producer prices. It costs a producer more to make provide a good or service, that trickles down to the consumer. So putting that number out first will give us better insight into consumer prices the next day, right? But it's kind of reversed. We see the impact on consumers before producers when they numbers out. But they both have similar impact on the economy. When producers are paying more, that trickles down to the consumer. So the higher producer rates are, the higher consumer costs are. Make sense?
Absolutely. Thank you, JD.
100%.
Thank you, JD. Nasdaq book's definitely clearing out here. It's about a 2-tick spread, ones and twos on the book. And shout out to our guy Eddie Horn. 1 minute remaining before the number. So make sure if you have any positions on, it's a position that you want to have on. Hit that flat and all button a couple times before.
5 minutes remaining.
There's
There we
a nice.
There it
we go.
is.
And you guys in the chat are right. You know, PCE, personal consumption expenditures, formerly known as personal income and outlays, is the Fed's preferred inflation gauge.
Mhm.
And that's a better look at how much Americans are earning and how much they're spending. More of a more accurate gauge.
Yeah, smart everybody is in the
Prices.
chat.
Yeah.
That's great.
If
Love
you,
our
you
chat.
need a question answered, ask the chat. 10 seconds here.
Absolutely.
Chat. Here we go.
10
I'll be
seconds
watching
here.
gold again.
All right. Liquidity in the ES is gone.
Ooh. Yep.
Big
Same
pop
with
here.
gold. Gold just spiked. The number is out.
Nasdaq made a new high, 23,200s, all-time highs. Hit the air horns. And
Gold is ripping.
what do we get on that number?
My financial juice just froze up on me. Does anybody have it up?
Here.
Yeah, I've got it here. So CPI year over year in June was expected at 2.6%, came out at 2.7%. CPI month over month for June came out as expected at 0.3%. Core CPI expected at 0.3% month over month came out at 0.2%. And core CPI year over year for June was expected at 3%, came out at 2.9%.
Wow,
Good
so that's a
numbers, I
little
think,
better.
overall.
Very, very good numbers. They were expecting
Mhm.
worse numbers than that. So,
Yeah,
CPI
the only
coming
one
in
that came out
clean so
higher than
far.
expected was the CPI year over year for June. I mean, they're all a little bit of a raise from the previous number, but not as bad as expected.
Yep. That is a hit for CPI. Dive into this a little.
Market's responding favorably to that. Nasdaq made a new high there, 23,204 half. Where are we at on the S&Ps here? Did we make a new high as well? Yeah, we did.
Yes, we did.
63.43. Gold popped as
43,
well,
yep.
selling off a little bit here.
Gold is right back to where we started. We could get in on this opening range trade in gold right now. It's still valid. We haven't taken out the low of that opening range, and we're trading right inside it. We could get in at a better price if you guys want. We're about to bounce off settlement
I
right
don't
now.
like it. I don't like it.
Nope.
If the equities are going to react positively to this number, gold might be in a little bit of trouble.
I think I'm with you there, Hoag.
Fair enough. Oh, we just ripped off settlement price.
That said,
33.59.10 settlement price. All right, we are through CPI number.
market loves to make a liar out of you, you know?
Ain't it the truth?
Yes, it does, Hoag. All right. Let's see. We're through CPI. We have PPI tomorrow. A lot more data coming out through the rest of the week. JD, any other news or anything you want to talk about, or should we get into the charts here?
Yeah, we got a whole lot to talk about today. First, our boy Powell, we've been talking about him already this morning. He is back in the hot seat. They're coming after him for misappropriation of funds on some some improvements that he made to the Fed building. Here's a quote from Yahoo Finance. President Trump and his administration officials escalated their public campaign to oust Fed Chair Jerome Powell this week, focusing on what they describe as mismanagement of Fed's renovation project in Washington. This happened late yesterday. They are going after the Fed chair. They want this guy out of there in the next couple months. And there's a short list. We talked about that short list of possible replacements last week. I think it might have changed up just a little bit, but the Cent's on there and Hassett. asset, I believe. We'll keep you posted on that, but they're going to do everything they can, I think, to force Powell to resign. Going after him for misappropriation of renovation funds at the Fed building.
What
Washington.
And of
renovations
course,
do we
it's
think he made? Did he change the moldings? Put in some recessed lighting?
I
What
don't
did he
know.
do?
I hope he uh, built himself his own in-suite bathroom in his office or something like that. But who knows what he actually did? I'll dig more into it. They didn't give any details. I
Yeah.
tried to find some details on what these renovations actually were, but they were pretty vague. But the Trump administration is going after Fed chairman for creation.
and of course it's
But
the
with
two guys
that,
that are after his job.
absolutely. Way she goes, right? All right, guys. Dig into some charts. I'll be back in a minute. Some more news for you.
All right, let's
Hey,
get into it. Hoag,
thanks.
do we want to start with gold?
Yes, we are. I've got the daily up here right now. Since gold is already open, we're changing the order of operations here a little bit today. So, um, what do you say about the daily chart here? It's in balance, right? We looked above last week's high yesterday and rejected, so that the range bound rules would say, there may be a rotation back to the low end of the area of balance. We were unable to reach the weekly kickoff high. This 50 SMA, this blue line right here, that's the 50 SMA on the daily chart, did find a degree of support last night or yesterday, and maybe a little bit in that area last night. Is there anything notable that you want to talk about here, Jay, in the daily in gold? It's very range bound. I can't even really put an auction grade on it because it is that range bound.
I would agree with you, Hoag. Yeah, pretty much stuck in this range, in balance. The 20 and 50 moving average are, you know, they're that the distance between them is tightening even more. I think it's about 3 points now. Um, Potentially, we see those cross in the next couple of days. It's range bound. I think the opportunity in gold is to find the extremes of that range and fade it. That spike on the CPI number may have given us an opportunity at the upper extreme of that range to short. You had to be quick on the trigger there if you were going to take that. But yeah, pretty much in a range, a decent one. We saw that the house take that opening range trade yesterday and hold it all day. So it is still providing opportunity, but just not a directional market right now.
Well, let's take a look at the 30 and see if there's anything we can glean from this information. And there is some interesting information here. As far as overnight inventory, we don't really have any. Let's see here. All right, so opening there, currently trading here. Is it long? Not really. Nothing that I would write home about or take a trade around. The market, opened in range and in value from yesterday's session, which was a normal variation trading day. No big deal here. The things that stick out to me are the fact that we were unable to close the previous session gap, which was from Thursday's regular trading hour session high to Friday's regular trading hour session low. We looked at it, we showed signs of acceptance and then closed back above it. So the inability of price to go back and close that session gap leads me to believe that there may be some sort of degree of bids underneath this market. So if we do get to yesterday's lows, I like that for an execution, for perhaps an execution. But right now, the opening range does remain the dead ass low, but it is hanging right inside of it. Their delta is pretty much flat, so we're not getting really good information. I did not like the pace of that upside move. I don't like the idea of taking the long down here because I think we're likely to go back and test this demand zone here. And if this demand zone fails, then I could see us finally going and reaching the other extreme of the session range down to 33.39. We discussed that yesterday as well. Jay, what are your thoughts?
I'd agree with you, Hoag. That rejection up there, we have on the 30-minute chart, I'm looking at the 20 moving average. On the 30, that is up at 33.68. We rejected right above that. That looks like a resistance. So what I'm looking at downside targets here before I'd think about buying gold at all, looking at the Globex opening range from last night, the high that range 33.53. And then the 200 moving average, which is down at 33.46. If I was short, those would be my targets. And I honestly I think I see a decent short opportunity to maybe take this. We're under VWAP for the day. So far, we see that rejection above there. If we get a little bit of a pull up, maybe up to 33.60s, 33.61, I may take a short into these 33.50s. Because this does look heavy. And like you said, Hoag, after that CPI number, if the equities are going to rally, they're probably selling gold to buy more NASDAQ.
Mm-hmm. Right. And again, the profile yesterday, normal variation day, opening range to dead ass high. Yes, we did take that range, that opening range trade yesterday, and got out of the last couple in pretty good shape there. So a nice opening range trade for gold yesterday. Just took out the low of the opening range from today in gold. So a good no take for that opening range, or even a good no take for the return to the opening range. So glad we did not do that. We're getting pretty close to that demand area down here, and Jay just came up with a couple of good levels there. What was that level you were looking at there, Jay?
Uh,
33,
33.53 and then
53.
33.46, which is the 200 moving average.
Okay. So yeah, we've got the top of the gap here, 33.56 quarter. I mean 33.56.20. We've got the IB low from yesterday, 33.55.40. You got that level from Jay there. There's a little bit of confluence here. This might be an interesting area for an execution. Of course, this is not financial advice, just looking at levels and trying to put things in context for ourselves and for our traders here. So this looks like a pretty good, a lot of confluence down in this level here. Keep an eye on that. We're going to go now to the NASDAQ.
Hey, Hope,
Changing
before
things
we
up
get
again.
into the NASDAQ, before we
Yes,
get into
that's
that,
right.
I think
Go ahead, Ian.
pretty safe to say we would have been stopped out of that gold opening range trade. But speaking of the NASDAQ, before we get into the chart, guess who's back in China, guys?
NVIDIA.
That's right, NVIDIA.
Making my
Here's a quote
making my
from. Here's
90s
a
look
quote
real
from.
good.
Yeah, right. Quote directly from Barron's. NVIDIA said the U.S. government has assured the company it will approve its license applications to sell the HTO AI chip to China. NVIDIA expects to commence deliveries soon. It sent the stock skyrocketing higher this morning, up 4.5% overnight. Took the NASDAQ, took the rest of the index with it for some new all-time highs. Some other big movers this morning. We got Tesla up 0.4%. JP Morgan rose 3% after earnings this morning. Alphabet up 0.2%. Wells Fargo up 1.5%. BlackRock down. I'm sorry, Wells Fargo down 1.5%. BlackRock down 1.7%. Bank of New York Mellon up 1.3%. And Trade Desk surged 14%. Trade Desk, ticker symbol TTD, 14%. Set to join the S&P 500 index very soon. So chip makers and banks leading the charge today, but Nvidia definitely boosting the tech-heavy Nasdaq index up to all-time highs. China announcement. All right, Hoag, rip through that.
Thanks, JD.
Nasdaq chart. You got it.
All right. Let's take a look on the daily. Yes, new all-time highs. Get the air horns out. Bam, bam. So what did we do yesterday? Well, we looked at last week's low and rejected it. A pretty good up day. We added 7,200 in open interest yesterday. That's a pretty good boost in open interest. We've been, Jay, yesterday morning we talked about the fact that we need new business. We need the adults in the room in order to push this market higher. And the adults in the room may have adjusted some inventory to the long side yesterday, judging by that open interest boost. So we're seeing the market continuing to push to the upside. Of course, we've got news, some sort of impetus pushing the market into this. But again, we've got last week's weekly kickoff high, 23,030, and pretty much where we settled. 23,035 half is where we settled, and we're seeing some continuation with that new impetus, with that new news, and with some fresh new longs. Perhaps some longer time frame buyers came into this market yesterday. We didn't see it really necessarily in Delta, although by the end of the day we only had 808 positive Delta. So there may have been some kerfuffleation going on in there, and some accumulation, trapping some shorts and getting some new longs into this market. Jay, how do you feel about all these new all-time highs? Feels pretty good, doesn't it? Especially if you're long.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Hoag, you were talking about those 90s that you bought Nvidia. I didn't get as great of a price as you, but if it keeps going up, just keep on buying. Don't worry about the
Yeah.
price. It just keeps going higher, and equities are kind of meant to go higher. I think we've been talking about that for the past couple of months now, and sometimes it gets a little scary to trade markets that are making all-time highs, right? Am I buying the high? Am I going to be the last buyer before this market sells off? I think my approach to this is looking for any pullbacks and trying to catch on a little bit of the move, right? You don't have to catch the entire thing. But with great news coming out of Nvidia, I think the market kind of shrugging off any tariff headlines right now. This looks very strong, and these are markets that I only want to find opportunities to buy on a shorter time frame for a day trade. Could I take a scalp short? I would, but those are see money, take money trades. If I'm in a long, I want to try to hold on as much as possible.
Right. Yeah. New all-time highs. So when I look at this, all I hear is my little mantra saying, balance to breakout rules apply. Balance, we fade the extremes. We get a breakout above the extreme, which I'm looking at as last week's high, 23,112. We start to see momentum and continuation above there. You don't want to fight it. You want to find a way to go with it. And yes, um, it's hard to pay up. It's hard to buy higher. But, for years and years, and, Tom Hoogert even says it, it's okay to buy high as long as you sell higher. Sometimes buying begets new buying. We're squeezing shorts right now. We're leaving participants that depend on performance behind in this. If those participants decide they're missing out on something, that's just going to bring more buying into the marketplace. And of course, anything can happen. ACH, that Nvidia news. I mean, that's good news. What are we looking at here on the 30-minute chart? Overnight inventory long. Where are we? We opened here. We are now trading here. Yes. We have a session gap. Yes, we do. We have yesterday's high approximately right there, and we're trading approximately right here. So yesterday's high of the session, well, yeah, yesterday's high, let's just look at this, 23,060. We're trading 23,170. So 110 point move to the upside overnight. Probably shorter time frame, weaker hands buyers in this. Are they going to continue to beget new buying coming into this market? That's really the question. We are opening with that gap. With great probability, we're going to be opening with a session gap, and the gap rules apply. If we can't close that gap relatively early, we look for opportunities in the direction of the gap. So when we're looking at balance to breakout rules, we're going to open above last week's high with a gap above yesterday's range. If we can't close that gap relatively early, that means that the market is accepting prices at higher levels, and you want to try and continue to get that push to the upside. Where does that break? To me, that breaks on the reacceptance of the range and value from yesterday. The value high from yesterday, approximately 23,064. We start to show signs of acceptance below that, then we can see a bigger pullback. Don't forget, We now have new all-time highs in these products in the extended trading hours range. In the extended trading hours, these are all-time highs that tend not to be lasting. I'm kind of looking for them to get taken out in the regular trading hours today. So with gap rules, we can't close the gap relatively early. We're looking for opportunities to continue to see this market push to the upside. Again, we're looking at context, we're looking at nuance, and we are looking at at a potential where you could see a lot of adjustment in inventory in longer time frames. This might be enough to push the adults into the room. They may have come into the room yesterday. We had a pretty much a trend day almost throughout the day. Turned out to be a normal variation trading day with a P-shaped profile indicating short covering that is not supported by that increase in open interest. Folks, this was new buying. Jay, we talked about needing new buying for this market to continue to move in the upward direction. And I think we saw a hint of it yesterday. Do they continue today is the question. Jay, very interested in hearing your thoughts about the NASDAQ this morning.
Yeah, I think they do, Hoag. I think they do. And the new buyers, some of them may be shorts, right? They may be shorts that are trying to hold on to this market or continuing to sell it. I'm curious to see what the delta numbers look like for the day as we trade through this, because we know that there's always going to be the contrarian that says, "Oh, these markets are up too high." If we get negative delta as we continue to push, these markets can, in my opinion, rally really strong. I'm looking at a couple of different areas here on that 30-minute chart. The first one is going to be the 30-minute candle from the NVIDIA news. 23,176 is the high of that candle. 23,173.75, we'll call it. So I'm looking at the high of that. How does the market respond to that price? Right, that was a catalyst that moved the markets. Are the buyers that we found in this area convinced about these prices enough to continue pushing it higher and to support that? We can see VWAP from that point is still inside that range. It is kind of tilting to the upside, so I want to see this act as a support for buyers here. And then the second one obviously is going to be the CPI candle. We'll go down to a shorter time frame. I'll look at the 3-minute CPI candle in that range. 23,205 at the highs, which is our all-time high, and 23,150 at the lows. So in this general area, 150 up to 175 is where I'm going to be looking for opportunities to buy this market. We can kind of see we already dipped into that area, and we're bouncing from there.
Mm-hmm.
But I think we found the buyers, Hoag. I think we're going to continue to find the buyers as good news comes out. We got good inflation data. NVIDIA is able to sell to one of the biggest markets out there. All kind of catalysts for us to continue higher. Of course, anything can happen. A headline comes out and changes everything, but I don't know if I see that happening.
All right, thank you, Jay. Back to JD for some more news.
What's up? Before we get into crude oil, we had a little bit of volatility in the crude oil market last night. According to some news sources, Trump yesterday issued a 50-day deadline for Russia to secure a peace deal in Ukraine, threatening secondary sanctions on any country that continues importing Russian oil if Moscow fails to comply. Created some volatility in the crude oil market. First, we got a rip, then we got a dip. Now we're kind of settling right back into range. We're sitting right on top of settlement price right now. Looks like we're going to open inside range, inside value from yesterday, but I'll let Hoag and Jay get more into the charts. Just a little heads up on what is moving the crude oil market, what was moving the crude oil market overnight. All right, back to you guys.
All right, thank you, JD. All right, so this is the daily in crude oil, and remind you, once again, it is in rollover. Crude oil is that one market or one of the markets that has a rollover every month, and the tendency is for the market to remain range bound. And I think that the longer time frame traders have probably been pretty successful in their rollover so far. There's still a lot to roll over. However, they've been able to maintain relative range during the rollover, and I think that is a big helper for those longer time frame traders. Yesterday, we had a pretty good pullback after looking above last week's high adding 15,000 in open interest, that is going to, again, be very blurry because it is rollover. More than likely, folks, we are going to see September contract being traded on TopstepX. It will probably become the front month tomorrow. Just by looking at the open interest and volume from yesterday, I'm looking for the volume in the September contract to usurp the volume in the August contract today, therefore creating the front month for September tomorrow. Okay. Rollover range is intact. You know, we looked above last week's high yesterday. That was rejected. We're rolling and kind of rotating back to near the lows here. We haven't really had any play with the weekly kickoff low 65.70 this week, nor have we seen last week's low 65.40. Jay, is there, even with some news, I mean, we're still range bound. Is there anything remarkable that you're seeing in the daily chart that you want to mention?
Remarkable? Define remarkable. No, Hoag. I don't see much. I don't see much opportunity as far as directional market goes. Again, another market that has been presenting some opportunity. Another great opening range trade we took yesterday. Crude is up one day, down the next. I am looking at this 200 moving average on the daily 65.55. But I just, this market, it seems like it's still until a headline comes out and then it gets pretty crazy. I think for me, the best way to probably trade crude is to hear a headline come out, right? We might hear Andre during fast market say, hey, crude is down 50 ticks in the last 3 minutes. That's when the opportunity comes in. Otherwise, it feels like you're kind of watching paint dry until something comes out. Makes it a little bit harder to trade for my style of trading, looking for momentum. But maybe we're at the lower extreme of the range on the daily.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the 30-minute even, you know, you got the lows here from the 10th and the 11th. You got the lows from the overnight just below that. Weekly kickoff low again for 65.70. Just kind of stuck in this range here a little bit. But then as far as the 30-minute chart is concerned, let's take a look at any overnight inventory that we may have. We started trading here last night at 5 p.m. right there. We're trading there. No real overnight inventory to speak of. Possibility for a small gap. The session low from yesterday was 66.92. We're trading 90 right now. It looks like it's really just going to kind of open right at the lows from yesterday. I do like the fact that there was a double distribution trend day to the downside yesterday. You know, if we do see a gap open and rejection of the range from yesterday, that I like for the opening range trade. There's always the possibility of coming back in to repair the profile from yesterday. Distribution of time and volume between, let's call it 67.50 down to 67.30. We've got another distribution of time and volume between 68 and 68.30. If we start to kind of get up into the middle of that, then I could see us coming back to repair, maybe even to the initial balance low from yesterday, 68.19. But it's all about whether we open with a gap and reject the range from yesterday, or if we open with a gap and reaccept. We open with a gap, open without a gap and reject. I could see us rotating back to the downside. You know, it was a pretty decent trend day yesterday. We were in that crude trade all the way to the end of the day. Again, the opening range was the dead ass high yesterday. Thoughts, Jay? Hoping we open with a little bit of a gap and reject so we can get into this opening range trade and make some money. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm gonna follow your lead on that one, Hoag. Yesterday, I was looking for longs in crude oil. They did not present, and something I heard you say yesterday was we were opening outside of range yesterday, and I think you were kind of eager to take that trade because of that, right? And look at the opportunity that it presented itself, right? We fell all the way back through range and value yesterday, so I'm gonna take your lead on this one. What I'm seeing is we're at the lower extreme of this range, but I've also read it wrong. I'm also not the greatest range trader. So I'm going to take a backseat on this one. I'm going to watch you guys work with this opening range trade, and we'll see what it presents. What I am looking at is on the 30-minute chart, we have the 200 moving average 67.75. We've traded through it the past couple of days. If we are range bound, that would be my first target if I took a long to the first target for longs to the upside 67.75.
Okay. Yeah, we've got all three of the moving averages, 50, 100, and 200 session moving averages inside the range from yesterday. Just took a look at the 50 session moving average right now. So, all right, JD, let's get in this opening range trade here, and what do you think?
Let's do it. We got about 30 seconds. I got the micros still queued up from yesterday. I don't think I'm not going to switch over. We'll see what this range looks like. Pretty wide yesterday. That's why we switched over to micros in the first place. We see a lot of people respecting those old school regular trading hours open. Yesterday, right on the bell, we saw a huge influx of volume and volatility. Looks like we are about to get that again right now. We're seeing some movement right before that 8 o'clock a.m. Central Time opening bell for crude. Let's see what happens.
Opening with a gap.
Here we go. Big spike down. Selling coming in right off the bat. Picking it back up just a little bit. We have got a 14 tick wide opening range so far.
Not big, not huge, right? In the CL, it's only 12.
$66.87 high, 66.87 high, 66.73 low so far. The high and low in the minis.
66.88 high, 73 low.
Okay. Couple seconds
Delta's
left.
Even.
All right, we have our stop to enter above, stop to enter below. Got the micros working. See what happens when we break out of this. Real flat after that first minute.
Yeah. No real momentum. It's sitting right in the middle of the opening range right now.
Mm-hmm. This could turn into a again, Hoag?
Well, momentum and kind of tempo changes a little bit during rollover. It seems as though, even though yesterday we had a trend day to the downside, it seemed like it took forever to play out. And I don't know if that's a function of crude oil or if it's a function of rollover, but it seems to be, like rolling a boulder down a hill from the top. At first, it rolls really slow, and then all of a sudden it's barreling.
Rolling stone gathers no moss. Right, Hoag? Ooh, little
Volatility there.
Little shake and bake. Still no signal, still no entry trigger on this opening range trade. Stop to enter 72 below. 66.72 stop to enter on the downside. This is about to turn into a 3-minute opening range. Just a couple seconds left on this 1-minute bar. And we're in. House account is short right on that next bar opening. 66.71 short 5 micros.
All right.
What's our target on this? What are we looking for?
65.73.
65.73.
Like that.
Like it, Hoag. Not taking a whole lot of risk on this trade. $125 of total risk. So a little bit of a paper cut. If it runs against us, I hope we didn't get microed on that. What's the low in the minis, Hoag?
The session low is 66.70.
670. All right. Low in the micros, 66.69. So we would have been in on the micros if we were trading that also. All right.
Yeah.
All right, guys.
Yes.
I will continue to monitor this trade for the next few minutes. What do you say we go over the S&P charts? We didn't get to that yet, did we?
No. We had a new order of operations here.
Yes, we do.
Let's do it.
Let's take,
Also,
let's
I
take a
just
look at
want to, before we go to the S&P, with the energy charts, shout out to Incognito in the chat. Natural gas, this 1 minute opening range trade is playing out pretty well in natural gas right now as well. If we get a pullback, I may take that long just because that's a market that we see move pretty big percentages. Just keeping that up on the side. But let's talk about the
Nice.
S&P. Hoag.
I don't know how you guys look at 15 different markets all at once. Crazy. All right. So the ES, what happened? Got to get my trusty little notes out here. So new all-time high in the overnight session, just above last week's high. NVIDIA China news, of course. Balance to breakout rules apply today. Last week's high, the upper extreme of the area of balance. Bank earnings today, of course. Those are out. We're still waiting for some of those earnings calls to come out. CPI numbers out, received positively overall by the equities. So now it is, do we bring in new business above this last week's high, the previous weekly kick, the previous all-time high, or do we reject? Do we adjust inventory? Do we get out of some longs up here? Do we attract some new shorts up here? Really is the question, if you ask me. Yesterday we added 5,800 in open interest in the S&P, is less than we did in the Nasdaq. Nasdaq is certainly kind of presenting as a little bit stronger. I think it's holding above that last week's high. S&P is struggling a little bit. Jay, what do you think of the S&P here? Knowing, we added less open interest yesterday in the S&Ps than we did in the Nasdaq, which the S&P has 10 times the open interest.
Interesting. I think with the Nasdaq kind of leading, it has to do with the weighting of Nvidia, right? The Nvidia weighting in the Nasdaq I think is 11%, and it's 7% in the S&P, which is it's still the number one weighted company. But there are a lot of other components in the S&P than there are in the Nasdaq. One of them has to lead. Right now, it looks like the Nasdaq is doing it. But the S&P looks like it's going to follow Hoag, maybe a little bit reluctantly, but it's going in the same direction. Going in the same direction. On a
All right,
daily,
let's take a look.
yeah, just see
No,
higher.
go ahead. Yeah.
So actually, let me add this here. The one thing I would look at on the daily is the daily ATR. We are at the daily ATR right now in the S&P is 61 points. High to low range so far, we have 41 points. If we see a daily ATR move today, that's another 20 points from the high, which would put us at, let's get this here, 63.62.
Mm-hmm.
63.62 would be a full daily ATR move to the upside. With all the good news that we've had today, that would be where I'm looking for a potential target. Maybe we get some exhaustion up there.
Awesome. All right. Thank you, Jay. Let's take a look at the 30 now. As far as overnight inventory is concerned, yes, we should be well aware that we do have some overnight shorts, overnight longs in this market. There's the NVIDIA announcement, and we're continuing to push higher right up against last week's high, which was the previous all-time high. Right now, as in the NASDAQ, we have the all-time high occurring in the overnight session, which tend not to be lasting highs. Opening with a gap, of course, indicates that the market has the opportunity to accept pricing at higher levels. Gap rules apply. opening with a gap higher than the session from the previous day. If we cannot close that gap relatively early, we're looking for opportunities in the direction of the gap. As far as, eventual targets, the only thing I can see with no data, no charts available above where we are right now is the weekly kickoff highs, 64.25. And, other than that 63 area, I think that Jay was talking about as the ATR high. I mean, who knows where this thing can go? It's all about, are we attracting new buyers in this market? Are we attracting new buyers? And what is the quality of those buyers? I think at new all-time highs, you've got to have the adults, you've got to have the funds and the big players in this taking notice and likely adjusting inventories. Now, we know that those bigger players aren't outright long or short anything. They're trading against other products. But if they start to feel as though they are underperforming in the equities, we may see them continue to come in and buy this market again. Yesterday, we saw an increase in open interest in the S&Ps, an even bigger increase in open interest in the NASDAQ. And the S&P isn't 10 times the open interest. It's more like 5 times the open interest. But still, much more open interest in the S&Ps. I find it interesting that the NASDAQ outpaced the increase in open interest yesterday over the S&Ps. Again, Jay, you're probably spot on when it comes to that, in saying it's probably the NVIDIA factor, but
Yep.
who really knows? But
knows?
as long as we can't close this gap, I'm going to be looking for opportunities to BTFD. And if we do become directional to the upside today, please don't start picking tops. You need some sort of structure. You need something to lean on. You need something bigger than, hey, this is an all-time high. It can't go any higher. I'm going to sell it here.
Yeah.
You just can't do that. It's something that I've learned over and over and over again. And finally I'm at the point where I'm not going to fight a directional market. And please do not fight a directional market. That's all I can say about that. Jay, what do you think about this 30-minute chart?
30-minute chart, we'll just call out the levels from NVIDIA candle high, 63.36. 63.36, kind of where we're trading right now. Just looking for,
Mhm.
again, I attach VWAP to that. Just want to see that volume leave that range as well. Just tells us that there are more market participants coming in buying this above these prices. And we'll go down to a shorter time frame and look at the CPI candle. The high of that is the high of the day, 63.43. Low 63.28, we'll call it. So the 63.28 up to 63.35. If we get pullbacks into here, I just want to see buyers stepping in here, maybe see some bids on the order book stepping in and supporting the market to give us some opportunity to push us higher.
And we've got the overnight VWAP coming in at 63.28, which, in the last couple hours has been tested once or twice and has found buyers down at that level. So, all right, Jay, thank you very much as always for your knowledge and thoughts in these markets.
Thank you, Hoag.
We are going to go ahead and step back just for a second and take a look at gold. I've seen a lot of folks in chat wondering what's going on with gold. What's going on with gold? Well, not that much, really. The market opened in range and value. The numbers came out. There was a pretty good push to the upside, but that upside was met by sellers, and we're right back down here near this kind of demand area, which is entering a session gap from Thursday to Friday. If we can't dig out of this, especially if equities continue to push to the upside, the gap close comes in at 33.39 even. The opening range was initially the low of this session, but was taken out shortly after that 7:30 number pop. All it did was come in and recheck those lows there. And so we did not take that opening range trade today. Right now, the market is sitting comfortably inside value from yesterday. So try and stay patient. Is really the only thing that I can say here, is because there's very little change in the perception of value. Keep an eye on the equities. Of course, keep an eye on the bonds and the dollar if you're going to be trading gold today. And we'll see what we have to say here. Uh,
Got some traders that are short in gold right now. Nice trades, short from 33.59.80. I like that. I was talking about a short up near 60s. Didn't get in it, but nice trades. Manage your risk, whatever you do. Take some money home.
mhm.
JD, I think we had maybe a little bit more news here. Let's bring back JD.
Yeah, we'll get to one more piece.
What do
I
we,
want to check in
what do
on
we got,
this
JD?
crude oil opening range trade real quick. We did get dinged on it. Looks like we got trapped on the lows of the session. Ripped right back up and grabbed our stop. Just a paper cut though, $125. We did take a couple of ticks of slippage. Suffer a couple of ticks of slippage on the exit though. So house count down $144 to start the day. Looking at the chat, I see some acronyms flying around. Coach Dakota says BTFD, depending on who you are and where you come from. That could either be buy the flip and dip or bet the farm, dude. So you take your pick, whichever one you want. That is your choice. All right, a little bit of news coming out of the West Coast overnight. The Port of Los Angeles having an excellent month. We got a little clip to share. There's a talk track that came with this clip from CNN. I'll just read through it while we share the video with Port of Los Angeles. Trying to get ahead of tariff deadlines. Rebounded in June for a record-breaking month. Importers raced to get cargo into the port before the reciprocal tariff pause ended on July 9th. That came from Port Executive Gene Soroka, announced yesterday. Trump has since pushed that deadline back to August 1st. So apparently, the Port of Los Angeles gets more goods from China than any other country. Saw an 8% jump in cargo from last June, the best on record, according to the port. 5 extra vessels not normally scheduled to arrive at the port helped boost volume. That all came after a slow start. Also, June's record volume marked a 32% increase from May. Imports slowed down a little bit after after Trump placed those baseline tariffs on nearly every country around the world back in April. So big news coming out of Los Angeles. Huge,
Good stuff, JD.
huge importers trying to get ahead of those tariffs, breaking records at the ports.
Curious what Dakota thinks about that. We have him coming in for fast markets. We know he's our our resident
Supply
tariff guy,
chain guy.
right? But yeah, supply chain guy. So we're gonna ask Dakota about that.
I was thinking of Dakota
Ooh,
when I
there
found
goes
this
gold.
article too. I'm sure you'd have
Thinking of
Short,
an interesting take on this.
sure
those
there we go.
shorts
New
and
lows
gold
in
are looking
gold, right?
really good.
Yeah, they are, Hoag.
Switching back.
Here's that 33.51 area we were talking about. What was there?
Mhm.
What was there?
Well, yesterday's low, overnight low is 33.49.60. Session low from yesterday, 33.48.50. We've got the 100 session moving average coming in at 33.46.70. And to close the gap, price needs to revisit 33.39 even.
Looking good. Nice trade
33.39 even.
for the
Make sure you mark
shorts.
those levels down on your charts too, folks.
Absolutely. Things we need to check off before we before we start the day. Hoag calls out a level. So again, it's not financial advice, but it's probably a good idea to have it on your charts. Speaking of that checklist, Hoag, you want to talk through the trading checklist? What
Of
prepares you
course.
for your day every day?
Yeah. Uh, first thing is you got to take that self-assessment. How are you feeling? How are you physically, mentally, emotionally? I'm a little under the weather this morning. I'm aware of that. So it's something I've got to think about before getting onto the playground and starting to take trades. But you have to have that morning routine. You don't get to play at recess unless you've done your homework. So do that research. Do the things that we just went through in all of these markets. Set up your hypotheses for what you think the market is going to do. Once you do that, you can check off the morning checklist, check off the market research, review your trading plan, and trading plans are they're fluid. They're things that you're going to be adapting and changing over time, of course. But pre-market research, the market, is it in a trend? We talked about that this morning. I can't put an auction grade on the S&P and the Nasdaq until maybe today, because they've been largely in a range. Crude, same story. Are they in a trend? What time frame is that trend? Where does that trend come from? What about settlement, net change? Volume and open interest have always been very important in my assessment of markets. What about the levels? Use the Topstep levels, use your own levels, but make sure you get them on your chart. We were talking about last week's highs and lows all morning this morning, and they can be really helpful and important reference levels. Of course, the moving averages, anything that you're using as a tool, make sure that you have use this checklist. Put together some sort of an outline of your own to make sure that you've got all your I's dotted and your T's crossed before. It's about trade entry. What is it going to take to get you into a trade? What kind of reward over risk are you looking for on those days and on those trades? And at the end of the day, you got to review the trades. You've got to review your emotional journal or any journaling that you're doing. Do your end of the day journal. Update that trading journal. Put your rules on. Don't overtrade. Don't trade impulsively. Don't trade out of FOMO. Don't trade angry. We all have a tendency to do that. We have the tip of the week is control your emotions, manage your emotions. When you start to feel emotional, that's when you're going to end up falling into over trading and impulsive trading and FOMO and all of the other trading uh, things that we kind of all go through, and just understanding that you're emotional can put you on guard to possibly being at risk of doing these things. So step away, get rid of the venom. So my morning checklist, as far as self-assessment, I'm a little under the weather, so I'm going to keep that in mind before I start getting involved. It may change my decision-making process, and at the very least, it may change my emotions that will affect my decision-making process. So always be taking that trader checklist and looking at yourself, looking at the markets, hypotheses as to what's going to happen in the markets. We've been talking about those hypotheses all morning. Hopefully, they're going to help you and help you get things in context. And that's really the whole goal of the opening call. So you get things in context for our traders and for ourselves. So check that
Great
trader
stuff.
checklist, create one of your own, whatever you want to do. This is a business, treat it as such.
Awesome stuff.
Well said,
Oh,
Hoag.
opportunities.
Well said, Hoag. Well said.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of context, JD, why don't you set the context for the day? Who do we have coming up on the schedule? Trade with us through the day today.
We have got an excellent lineup coming at you today. Actually, we've got 2,500 people in there watching the opening call right now. Why don't you show us some love? Hit that like
Love
button.
to see it.
Like, subscribe. Let's start this morning right. Coming up next, fast markets. Coach Jay sticking around. Andre, Dakota, Hoag, Jack. Might get a visit from MP, the trader in chief. He dropped in yesterday. We might see him again today. Hoag will be back for the morning recap at 11 o'clock. Trade with Topstep. I'll be joining Andre in CRV Trades. It'll be an interesting one. Can't wait to get CRV in here for Trade with Topstep. We've been looking at this for a while. Not sure if Hoag's going to stick around for Lunchbox Trading. I might jump in there, though. Anne-Marie and Deanna are going to be joining. So Hoag and I might do a little flip-flop there. Then I'm also going to be back for the Rising Star segment at 1 o'clock. We've got Meccah back and our man Gabe. Closing out the day, Power Hour with Andre, Barron, and Duran. The Rons are taking over. Or the close. I just made that up, too. Was that good or what? The Rons are
It
taking
was
over.
great. That was great, JD. I'm pretty sure I saw on Barron's Instagram he's officially a Florida man now. So we'll see if his trading changed.
I can't wait to start calling him Florida Man. Awesome. All right, folks, we got a stack lineup today, so stick around. Plenty of tradertainment heading your way.
Absolutely. And like Claude just said in the chat, when you hit the like button, you send positive energies to the universe, and maybe that will reflect in your trading. But again, that is not financial advice either. But it doesn't hurt. Can't hurt to hit that like button. Hoag, you got any final thoughts before we go into fast markets?
Yeah. We're right near the lows here in gold, the lows from yesterday and the overnight low. Keep an eye on what's going on there. But, as always, it's all about risk management and context here. Understand the context of the market, understand when, especially when your bias is opposite the context of the market. Market's going to do what it's going to do. We got to do a good job of getting it there. All right.
All right.
So, Jay, as always, want to give you a little bit of a break here before we get into fast markets. There was a question here asking if it's a good day to take the opening range trade in the equities. So typically, opening range trades are low probability trades, but I like to take them when the market opens out of balance from the previous day. And the equities, the NASDAQ and the S&Ps are certainly out of balance from the previous session. We are trading above. We are going to be creating a gap. We are going to be opening pretty much at all-time highs. Does it increase the probability of the opening range trade? Nobody knows. But it does say that there are some good opportunities if the opening range trade plays out. So, looking forward to seeing everybody on fast markets again. I'm going to be in and out a little bit here this morning, a little bit under the weather, but we've got the best of the best coming at you for the fast market segment. And just waiting for the signal here, and we will get going. All right. I think we're ready. All the players are in order. Get excited, folks. It's fast market coming up here. All-time highs. Get the air horns out. And the fast markets begins in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Turn those machines back on! Turn those machines back on! Turn those machines back on! Turn those machines back
Good morning. Get your Vanguard owns 10% of MicroStrategy in your gates.
Oh,
What a market. Let's go.
Oh, what a time to be alive. All-time highs. Welcome everybody to TopstepTV. This is Fast Markets. Who we got in the house today? Upper right-hand corner with that amazing intro. Jack in the house, lower right-hand corner. Coach Jay, some an opening call at the buzzer. Slow markets all over the place. Coach Dakota, lower left-hand corner. See him on Slow Market. You see him on Fast Market. You see him all over as well. Let's get right into it. Mr. Dakota, how you doing? All-time highs. What are we thinking coming into this Tuesday?
Good. I'm watching gold today. Nasdaq's been pushing all-time highs, so I'm going to pay attention to gold. Last night had an amazing gold trade. The day before we got down, we had a pullback down to these 33.50s. I got in long last night during slow markets. I was targeting these 68s. We pounced. We got right up there into those 68s, and now we just broke these lows as we opened up. So where will this gold go? I'm not sure. I'm watching it and looking for opportunities here in gold. NASDAQ is kind of like an afterthought. It's going to be my secondary market today. We're pushing highs. There's not really much to do when we're pushing highs in the NASDAQ other than waiting for pullbacks. So for me, there's probably better opportunity and better probability looking in gold. These are the hourly charts too.
Yeah. All-time highs. Let's talk about CPI. Oh, Jack, come on in. We just got all-time highs in the NASDAQ, in the ES. Talk about CPI, inflation. All systems go, Jack. What do you think?
Yeah, I got some breakdowns of the CPI. We'll show a little bit later. It was fine. A lot of the stuff that's going to be in it, we won't know until we get some of this we'll never get the tariffs sorted out, but at some point we'll see them in the CPI. Every time I'm off for a day, like I was yesterday, I come back and I feel like my head's a little bit spinning, like I've
I'm with
lost
you.
my bearings on the
With you.
ES. I was watching. I can't believe they even formed down gaps anymore on the open on Sunday because there was some of that Euro talk, and it was like everybody in the world knew that that gap was filling, but some people still sold it lower. Yeah, waiting for pullbacks. I have a lot more on all this a little bit later. That's a teaser, Dre.
Ooh, that's what they call in the biz a teaser. Yes, I do believe Paul K, who dorm room trader with us yesterday, Michael Patak, also got long on that reopen with the gap lower, and here we are, all-time highs. Coach Jay, come on in. You've been carving it up quite nicely. Thoughts? Where do we go from here? We got 40 seconds till the opening bell, Jay.
Just looking, like Dakota said, looking for pullbacks to buy in these equities until they give me a reason not to. I don't see a great reason to take a short on a shorter time frame, maybe. But these markets are going up. I asked you the question in the green room, Dre. Can we get much higher? Gold just hit the target that we were looking at to the downside, 33.46. I do like the opportunity that gold is presenting as well, so I'm keeping that up on this side.
All right, here we go. 10 seconds. 10 seconds in the open. You know what, Jack? He hasn't even been beating his chest on the True Social about all-time highs. This one's been a little curious because typically that's the ultimate scoreboard. And we are now open. Let's take a look at some of these prices here. Last trade in the NASDAQ, 23,202, 207s. Again, pushing up for high a day. These are also all-time highs. Get those air horns out. Take a look at the ES, 63.40 overnight high. 63.43. Those are also all-time highs. There you go. New all-time highs. Air horn. Pew, pew, pew. Take a look at gold. 33.49 last trade there. Crude oil. Wow, selling off $66.60. Incredible. We had earnings before the bell as well. Some of the banks, JP, Citi, BlackRock, Wells Fargo. I didn't get a chance to see how those earnings reports came in. I'm guessing they just came in stupendous, as those banks typically do. We'll get a little bit more insight.
They all beat on everything. They all beat on everything.
Oh, get in here for a second. Did they really? Just all of them? Just beat? It's just everything. Yeah.
Yeah, of course, we're still waiting for guidance, but revenues and earnings per share, they all beat on both.
I believe it. Incredible. Absolutely incredible.
Banks are always going to be fine.
Yes. They're too big to fail, Hoag. Too big to fail. We learned that one. All right. Jack, any levels you got your eye on in the ES? And, to your point about maybe your head spinning a little bit when you just miss a day. And we were talking about this yesterday with Hoag. It's kind of like you do go from Monday to Friday, you kind of get in the flow of the story. Yesterday was a bit slow, grind higher. But, Jack, what did you mean by that? Your head spinning, you're watching, but you weren't in the markets, and here you come on a Tuesday.
Well, I saw the most obvious thing ever happen on the Sunday reopen, where it's like the second that it makes its first, bottom and starts going up, it's just buy it and hold it, right? The one interesting level, so I have my chart right now. These are 15-minute bars. We did overnight kind of break out above where a kind of little bit of a double top area here around 63.35. If it accepts below that, maybe, but I can't short anything here.
No.
All of my long levels, I'm gonna have to recalculate because they're a little bit in the dust right now. Like 6,300, 62.88. I would be probably buying a dip before then because that seems to be the play. But I'll see what I can find as we move on today. And oh my God, yes, Nvidia is back in China. It's up gangbusters.
Good.
It's up $8. Once again, that's like $150 billion in market cap.
Oh man. Hoag's gonna be liking the price of the video. All right, Hoag, we're about 3 minutes into the open here. Talk to me about what you're seeing in the opening range in the equities and actually gold as well. Gold, ES, and the NASDAQ.
All right. Well, equities opened with a gap. They opened at their all-time high in the S&P and in the NASDAQ. JD put something in my head earlier, and he said, turn around Tuesday. He said, is that still a thing? Well, right now, the opening ranges are at the dead-ass high in the S&P and in the NASDAQ. Whoever was asking earlier, is this a good day to take a trade, an opening range trade in the equities? It might be. Right now, the opening range is the dead-ass high in the S&Ps. and in the NASDAQ. We did open with a gap. We still have a long way to go to close that gap. So, I keep getting that stuck in my head, turnaround Tuesday. But if we do get a pullback, it might just be overnight inventory. We have a lot of overnight inventory to the long side. Here's pretty much the open last night. We're trading higher, shorter time frame buyers. We saw some pretty decent open interest increase in the S&P and the NASDAQ yesterday, more so in the NASDAQ. Maybe some of the adults came into the room to the long side yesterday. If they are here, they will protect, then they will probably continue to try and push this market higher. But with the opening range of the dead ass high, I'm going to be patient, looking for the pullback to buy, because basically these markets are always BTF.
Yes, it is.
BTFP. There it is. So NASDAQ, here we go. Opening with a gap, opening range the dead ass high on the all-time high. That opening range is the dead ass all-time high and the dead ass high of the session today. Turnaround Tuesday, who knows? Gold. We did not take the opening range trade because it was a good idea not to. We would have had us long. We would have been taken out of our shorts. The market is now below the range from yesterday, below the overnight range. Maybe we're going to see the gap fill all the way down to 33, 39, which we were looking for yesterday. Maybe it happens today. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
I'm sticking to it. Damn right, Hoag. Well, here's your little pullback, if you want to call it. 60 overnight VWAP in the ES, 63.29. We're trading about 2 points off of that, closing in on that. NASDAQ, a little stronger than the ES right now. Trade 23,157. We're down about 70 points off the open here. We do have 76% short. Look at the tilt here on the NASDAQ, and 76% short as we trade 23,160. Gold not done selling off here, 33.42. Dakota's got his eyes on gold. Any levels you're looking for in gold, Dakota?
Not yet. But you know what? You know what, Andre?
What's up?
I have something about all the Bitcoin fans.
Oh,
talking about Bitcoin, hodling Bitcoin. How about NVIDIA? Hoag, I know you were with me when we were buying NVIDIA down in there in the 90s and 100 even.
Me too.
Bitcoin from the low this year, 80,000 to where it's at now, is less of a percentage gain than NVIDIA. Big blue chip stock. NVIDIA went from $90 a share up to 170. That's almost a 100% gain. NVIDIA or Bitcoin still has to get up to like 160,000 to come close to a percentage.
I'm long a one lot in the NASDAQ. Go ahead. Keep going.
No, you're good. I'm just going to be a little bit of a rant because I see everyone so obsessed with Bitcoin. But then you see moves in these big blue chip stocks like in tech, like NVIDIA, who's moving in such a bigger percentage and more consistently than like these coins. So stick with these big NVIDIA. It's proven time and time again. And
let's
pretty well,
Dakota.
I thought I was
overloading.
No, I don't have enough on.
I know.
It's kind of the same price now. You can look at because they kind of both went down to the 80s, right? And now we got NVIDIA at 170. You got Bitcoin at 117 right now.
Damn.
If we go to my chart real quick, I shared this last week, which I think is a really cool chart. This is the weekly Bitcoin chart going back to essentially when Bitcoin started. You see this long-term resistance level. So what I think is an interesting place right here, when I drew this line, I'm going to have to zoom in quite a bit now. 1 second. Go to the days here. We broke out above it, and then this morning we kind of touched it again. So I'm interested to see for a longer-term trade, not train. Trains move things. Kind of how we react to this very long-term resistance trend.
Incredible. Yep. Jay, you took an NQ trade there. You got in, you got out. What price were you in at? And was it a scratch?
I was in at 170s. I got out at about 181.
Oh shoot! All right.
So I got about $180 on that. No, I got it a little bit less. I think I took 8 points on that. So what I was looking for, we got a pullback into the CPI candle at the lows. That 3-minute candle closed. We couldn't test the low. Taking a long, and the reason I took it off is because this red line you see here is VWAP from CPI. Couldn't get above it, so I'm out. For that reason, I'm out. Shout out to
that reason. I'm out. Yep.
That
Shout out
reason.
to Randy and D. We got a little bit of pullback continuing here in the ES, right up against overnight VWAP 63.29. Last trade there. All right, pinned to the top of the chat. Yes, Topstep daily levels. Click on that link, open that up, have a little real estate on the screen for those. Those are updated and refreshed before every single New York Open. Talking to those, referring to those throughout the day, throughout the week. Do you one better? Click on that indicators tab, top of Topstep X, type in Topstep daily levels, boom, have them slapped, overlaid right on top of your charts as we go on. Who said that? Oh, man. Was that you, Jay? What was that? Who's talking to themselves over there?
That was Dakota.
No.
It is me. I just wanted to get that off my chest because it gets thrown in my face daily about how amazing Bitcoin is. And when we see something where it's like Nvidia's doing just so much better percent wise, and we're gonna continue to see it. And I get asked that question all the time. It's like, what should I invest in? I missed Bitcoin. Buy Nvidia. It's like, well, it's already moved. Like, well, guess what? We just
Can I
doubled.
tell you something? And I am bullish. Something in the back of my mind that's making me. I think a pullback would be very healthy to continue this bull market. Nvidia, obviously, Bitcoin does now too. Benefits a lot from these like passive flows. I saw a stat the other day. So Nvidia now is like 8% of the S&P 500. It's basically like 8% of everyone's 401k. So it's taking a ton of passive flows. It's also trading at like 27 times sales. That's not PE. Like 27 times its sales. And stuff like that just makes me a little bit nervous. I'm not saying, believe me, I'm not short Nvidia. That'd be crazy.
What does that mean, Jack? 27 times. What does that mean? 27 times sales.
So a lot of times we talk about price to earnings, which is like your stock price divided by your earnings. Sales is just your revenue,
just top
right?
line.
So it's like, and different companies in different sectors are going to trade at very different price to sales. Like Walmart's is going to be very low because they do a ton of revenue just selling stuff at low margins.
Right.
But Nvidia, they're $4 trillion market cap. I don't have the revenue number in front of me, but it's let's put it this way: 27 times sales is a very, 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 very expensive on that. And price to sales, price to earnings is for the birds, whatever. But we're definitely like in a thing where it's the like AI better deliver, man.
We're gonna find out tonight. We're gonna find out some more news tonight, right, Jay? During slow markets, they have Nvidia's meeting with China.
Meeting with China. Yep.
I thought that was a no-no. I thought the White House said that's a no-no.
Somebody asked for comparisons for like price to sales. So Nvidia, I don't know, was like at 27. The S&P 500 is 3. Google is 6. Apple 8. Microsoft 14.
Okay.
Crazy.
Nvidia is 27. I think Palantir is like 100.
Palantir. I'm not talking shit on Palantir. They know everything. Man, okay. Thank you for putting it that way. That does make a little bit more sense. Man, oh man, what a time to be alive. All right, let's take a look at some of these prices in the ES. 63.24, off about 20 points off that opening bell. Popped up all-time highs. 63.43, down about, pulling back about 20 points off of that. Let's take a look at the schedule, the calendar for the day. Bowman came and went, did not comment on monetary policy. We do have White House crypto czar. How about that? Sachs speaking at 10:45. We got Barr speaking at 11:45. We got Barkin speaking at high noon central. We got Trump speaking at an energy event, 1:30 p.m. central. Collins speaking later on this afternoon. So we got a packed calendar today. Also, upper left-hand corner of the screen, hashtag Fast Markets, hashtag Power Hour. Hit us up at TopstepTV on the X. Also, shout out to everyone watching on X Live right now. Seeing a big pop in our numbers over there. So everyone watching on X, hello, welcome aboard. Let's have some fun today, and let's make some money. And be patient. Be patient. You hear Hoag always saying, and there's who bought that pop. There you go. Bottomed out at 23,125 in the NASDAQ, up about 40 points from there. S&P's bottomed out at 63.21 there. We're up about 6 points from there. I did see some, I saw a heavy short tail in the NASDAQ. And sure enough, we turned around from there. Incredible. It's as deep of a pullback as we'll get.
Very similar open
Perhaps.
to yesterday. Very similar open to yesterday, where we had that spike up initially.
Yeah.
Remember that trade? And we sold off
popped
100
sword.
points. The minute
Yes,
we
they
got
did.
back above that New York session VWAP, which is at 23,173 right now, that's when we had the rally for the rest of the day. So
Nice.
patterns are patterns. It's definitely not the same trading day, right? We had some data come out today, but very similar open here.
So I did miss a
man,
trade
oh,
in
man.
gold here. We
What do
got
you
down
got?
to 33.41 and we bounced. That's kind of where we were bouncing before on July 10th. I mean, a few times in the overnight in London session, we were bouncing off these 41s, 42s. We're up about $5 since. So if we get back down there and consolidate a little bit, I think there could be another long opportunity here in gold. Not seeing
Dakota,
anything.
you're locked in. You're
Go
locked
ahead.
in on gold, yeah. Not even really
Yeah,
taking
yeah.
much of a look at Nasdaq. All right, cool, awesome. So we're
Yeah,
spinning all
I'm
fields
watching
here.
Nasdaq, but I'm more focused on gold. If there's a really good setup on Nasdaq, I'll take it. Now that we've pulled back from those all-time highs, then there's maybe more market structure to go off of. But when you
All-time
consistently hit all-time highs and you're just grinding higher, you don't really have market structure from a technical standpoint. So for me, it's better off focus on the gold.
Incredible. Incredible. Let's take a look at some of the other prices. Crude, 66.64. Hoag, no opening range trade taken. Gold or crude oil. If you mind going over that? What didn't come in? What the setup just didn't come in, or it was too volatile? Because yesterday we did, it was a whole day trade, which was a winner. What changed this time around, Hoag, with you and JD?
Well, this morning we had the CPI numbers coming out.
Oh, yeah.
And the fact that the gold was going to be opening right in the middle of the range and the value from yesterday, we opted not to take it, which was a good thing. It would have taken us to the long side, but it would have been a see money take money opportunity. The market did take out the low of the opening range and is now continuing to push to the downside. So that was a good no take. We did take the opening range trade in crude oil. However, let's take a quick look. The market really hasn't done much. It got us short at 66.71 right here, 66.71, and then took out the stop, put in the session high so far. And it's really just been, this is a 3-minute chart. It's really just been kind of consolidating. So we lost $144 on the opening range trades today after making about 900 yesterday.
I love it. Love to keep the math on your side. One thing you did miss, Jack, yesterday, the president did threaten Trump with tariff. The president threatened Russia with tariffs. May have misspoken with more sanctions.
How much are we trading with Russia right now?
I thought it was zero, but did threaten Russia with tariffs yesterday. Then someone came out and corrected and said meant sanctions. Then I saw a double down on tariffs. So stay tuned to find out how that one plays out. All right, 63.26 last trade in the ES. Nasdaq making new all-time highs off the opening bell of 23,222. And we've got 71% short. We're starting to see some heavy tilts, long and short in the Nasdaq. Currently, 71% long in the Nasdaq. Yeah,
I'm going to zoom in. I'm looking for a gold long here.
Okay. Hit him with those tariffs. Yes. Also, by the way, I'm starting to think the market is just drowning him out, Jack. I think the market's kind of just. I know I'm probably going to put my foot in my mouth on this one, but it just kind of feels like the market's just like ho hum. He's just going to say what he says, and it's whatever. It's just kind of okay. We're going to buy it.
The dynamic that's like a little troubling to me, I've noticed, and this doesn't like apply only to Trump. It's kind of to all news. It's something bad happens, or like there's something that the market perceives as negative, and then it's removed, but nothing changes. There's no additional good news, for instance, like say a real cool inflation print today. That didn't happen, so they removed the news, but then instead of kind of reverting back to where we were, it just rockets through it.
Yep,
it's kind of like this cyclical, perpetual motion, like motion machine that just keeps on sending us higher, even though a lot of things haven't changed fundamentally.
I agree with that. We got a 500 lot sitting on the offer, 63.23 filled, 500 times on the offer in the ES. We did see that 1100 lot coming in on the close last, what was it, 5 minutes, 4 minutes into the close? I forgot the price, but there was 1100 lot on the offer. Obviously beneath this as we're trading all-time highs. We did start seeing some size coming in there on the close. We'll keep an eye on that. Continue to sell off just a bit here in the ES 63.22 last trade there.
Cody, did you get in there?
Dakota locked in. What are you thinking?
I'm trying to get in long gold. No, I
thought I
didn't
heard you
get
say
in
you
there,
bought
but
Yeah.
I just did. I now just clicked buy. I'm in one contract, one micro at 33.47, and I'm gonna get into a few of them actually. Let me get into a few of them.
What'd you see? What are you seeing there? 33.47 Hoag.
Yeah. Well,
Right.
I mean, I seen us hit these 42s again, bounced right off of it, and we broke through these 46, this pivot right here. So I want to see us continue back up into those 50s.
Hoag, what's your read on gold so far? About 20 minutes into the on the open right here in the New York. What are you seeing in gold? Bottom, we got a low of 33.41. How are you reading gold so far? Ooh, did we lose Hoag? Did we lose him?
Oh,
Isn't
no. He's here. Might be muted. He's there in the background.
There's 33.48 last trade in gold. Dakota, you're long 2 from what average price?
47.2.
47.2, 33, 47.
How many now?
2. Yep, looking for a push back up into these 50s.
You got the 3-bar reversal here a little bit, right?
Yeah, yep, we do, Hoag.
All right, sounds
Let's see
good.
if we
Hoag, jump off. We'll feel better, and we'll get back to this trade. Talk to Dakota on this trade. You're long 2 from 33.47.
Correct. Yep, looking for a push into these 50s.
Into the 50s. All right, sounds good. I got you on the tilt. 70 or 69% long in the gold on the tilt there. 50-50 tilt in the NASDAQ. The dip buyers are going to come in here and try to get long off of overnight VWAP in the NASDAQ. That price, 23,144. We're about 18 points higher right now.
I'm liking this gold trade.
Yeah.
I'm going to step away for a little while, folks.
Sounds good, Hoag. Feel better. Come on.
Better, Hoag.
Yep.
Feel better.
Take care,
Later,
Hoag.
Hoag.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
you
Dakota,
guys.
you're long from 33.47.2. You're going to build in this. What are you thinking in terms of size trying to get into it?
That's it. That's basically what I was looking for. I only got into 2. I mean, I was looking for a little bit bigger, but that's okay. That's okay. I'd rather just be right and have little drawdown than to hesitate, because we broke through these 46s. This was resistance, and we broke through it. We came back. We tested these 46s again. Resistance became support, and now we are testing 33.50. This is kind of what I'm wanting to see. If we could break through these, maybe see 52. I mean, we're finding some buyers now stepping in. I'm going to tighten up my stop loss a little bit, and I'd be looking to take profits here shortly if we could push into these 52, 53s.
Love it. Let's trade 33.50. Here we go. Jeffrey Baker, boom, 50K combine pass, locking out, enjoying my day. Good stuff. Jeffrey Baker, make sure you stay tuned to Topstep TV, though. We're going to be here all the day. Good job, Jeffrey. Love seeing that.
I'm going to close out one right there. Take profit on one, right at 51.
Pretty tame in the Mag 7 right now. NVIDIA, the major overperformer. It's come a little bit back to earth, trading a little below 170 right now. Still up 3.5% on the session.
Incredible. 50-50, still 71% long on the tilt in crude oil, coming into the top of the hour in about 8 minutes. Jack, I know you got a little something here in a bit about CPI. We did see Powell speaking after the close yesterday. We're talking about the construction stuff that they were auditing him on at the Fed or something like that. But Trump did come out yesterday and call Jerome Powell a knucklehead. That was not AI.
That's a great insult. I like that.
Trump called him knucklehead and then followed up with stupid. I'm like, oh boy, did you hire this guy? He wants rates at 0.25%. I do believe so. Not sure we're going to get there. But hey, do you remember on Friday, Jack? Was it Director Fannie or Freddie was coming out there and saying Powell's going to resign?
Yeah, that was weird. I don't
No.
think people in government should do that. Uh, side note, we're down to like a 2.5% of a rate cut in July. Something crazy would have to happen. Yeah, as expected, that did, and I thank the director for allowing me to win the reversal challenge. But
Yes.
it would certainly appear that Powell is not doing that, and I think that's good for Trump too, because honestly, there's not a lot of catalysts I can think about that are gonna send this market down right now, or at least things that are kind of on our
Mm-mm.
radar, right? And I think the only one that pops out to me is if Powell were somehow pushed out. I think that would be very bad, um, especially for bonds and the dollar.
I mean,
Probably
yeah.
stocks. It would be a mess. Also, we're at all-time highs.
I
Unemployment's
know.
good.
That's the
Like
thing.
rates seem to be fine.
Why isn't he beating his chest on this? Typically, I mean, this is his ultimate scoreboard and not a peep about all-time highs. I'm perplexed, if you will.
I
Not a
think
peep
I think
about.
it's pretty easy. Both the director and Trump, they're all real estate guys. And I think they are very much have an
Oh,
affinity towards
rates.
low rates.
Ah, yeah, I believe. Okay, I just remember in the first term, it was all about where the stock market was, and but yeah, not a
Well,
peep.
rates were nothing then, right? So
Okay, best of both worlds. I gotcha. Hey, gold's still cooking here to the upside.
Yeah,
Dakota
it
long
is.
from
For
33.47. I didn't
sure.
want to put attention on it. You got one for a profit. Now
Yeah,
you
I
got a
got
runner
one.
on
That's
you.
okay. We got my chart shared. Chat could see it. Chat could see this beautiful gold trade. I had a beautiful one last night too. So gold's been my been golden to
Oh,
me over the past little while. So there we go.
hey,
There's 53s. I am out and flat. Nice little
hey,
awesome.
banger there. And there we
yeah,
go. That was the trade.
nice trade,
Yeah.
Dakota.
I'm gonna go ahead and do this. I'm gonna just lock out. I'm
Oh,
Oh
what
wow.
makes you what? You locking it out?
yeah,
All good. Love it. What? Just not seeing or done for the day. Mission accomplished. Look at that mini blackout. I
accomplished.
love it.
One and done. One and done, baby. That's all you
Good
need.
stuff.
That's I'm not seeing anything else other than that. And like I said, I look at these higher time frames first. Hourly on the left, 5 minute on the right. And that was the only
Mm-hmm.
thing I was seeing going into this morning was possibly long get down to those 42s, 41s. NASDAQ, pretty choppy, back and forth.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to touch that with a 50-foot pull until we get more consistent price action. I mean, we might see that maybe in an hour or two, but I'm not going to force anything. Just one and done.
These you allude to it briefly, maybe in passing, right off the opening bell. These all-time highs. When we're trading all-time highs, it's July, man. No more all-time highs in July. Saw this again in 2024. All-time highs, essentially uncharted territory, Dakota. So you just kind of back off and pause as you see the
Correct.
price action play out. Gotcha.
Yeah, now there's definitely some strategies out there. I mean, Baron probably one guy that could go through statistics or Fibonacci extensions that could say, yeah, once we hit all-time highs, and typically we hit like an RSI or something, and then trade it. But from a pure technical analysis trader, there's nothing to the left when you're hitting all-time
Sure.
highs. So you have little to basically nothing to reference, and so it's usually better off to just sit on my hands, be patient. Since I am a gold trader, gold is not at all-time highs, and we have some nice price structure to reference. Obviously, here's one of them I was talking about. We were finding lots of support here at these 41s, 42s. We hit it once, and I said, dang it, I missed it. We came back. It gave me another opportunity. I took it and made that trade.
Did you ever?
Nice.
I like that. Absolutely.
Andre, I have a chart I would like to tap again because I see some comments in the chat about interest rates. If we go to my screen real quick,
Okay, I love it.
remember,
rates.
markets determine the interest rates. The Fed does not ultimately determine interest rates. I think there's this misconception that's like, oh, if we lowered the Fed rates by 3% right now, everyone's mortgage would go down by 3%.
On market.
I would say the opposite would happen. Here's the 10-year rates, which is usually a good idea of like further out what the mortgage stuff is. What happened in September right here? We cut rates by 50 basis points while inflation was still above the target. What happened? Yields went up. Mortgages got more expensive. We cut again in December. They went up again. As we've held, they've come in. Ultimately, longer term interest rates are decided by people's long run opinions about inflation. And if we cut a bunch of rates right now and act sort of reckless, those rates will go up. So I don't think it helps anyone to cut rates right now.
I don't. I think, yes, just more window dressing. Jack, can the bond market, can fixed income market, can it force the Fed's hand, you believe, into...
Yeah.
It's the markets. It's the markets. The markets is what determines the rates. Fed, it's just a target, like Jack said. It's just a target. Obviously, there is some significant influence on the bond market there, but simply a target. The bond market will determine where the rates are. We're still moving to the upside here in gold. 33.55 last trade there. NASDAQ continue to
close this gap in the ES. That's the first place I'd be interested in buying.
Well, what price, Jack? I love it. Just buy it. We're good. That's what we should do. What price you got for
around
the gap?
6,300. Oh,
ooh, man, we got to get there.
Like the daily difference. Gap would be, I don't know, 9 more points down the ES.
All right, so about 63.10 last trade, 63. Man, we were always trying to get long from 62.50, Jack. I don't know if we're going to see those for a while. But hey, you never know. You never know. Coming into the top of the hour here, we got Jay, you are flat. Dakota is flat.
Yep.
Oh, it's actually long too. You're not long too. You're long. You're flat, correct?
Yeah, I'm flat.
Yeah. Okay. And I know he wants lower rates to refinance the national debt, but the same thing applies, right? People need to buy it, and they buy it at the price the market clears.
Auctions. We had auction. Said something along the line of 1 BIP is about $360 billion, I believe. That's the number he threw out there yesterday. Obviously, got to verify that, but he did throw that out there. All right, it's a little bit more selling here. 63.18, now 63.19 in the ES. Who's going to go first? Who's going to move first? Who's going to get long and say, all right, here's a dip. We're buying gold, not done. Continue to grind higher here. 33.55. Oil, crude oil trading $66.66. What's a BIP? It is a basis point. 1 basis point. Thank you for that question.
100th of 1%.
So 4.25 to 4.24. That's a 1 BIP, 1 basis point difference.
Yes.
Yep. Yeah. The buyer's going to try to dip a toe in the water. Top of that, dip a toe in the water here on the NASDAQ as we are right back to overnight VWAP. 23,146. Again, overall, recent highs, all-time highs. Get your air horn out. All-time highs printed about 30 minutes ago in the NASDAQ. 23,222. All-time highs. Get your air horn out. ES 63.43 printed new all-time. Ooh, got some selling coming in there. Top of the hour just hit. Someone went to market. Bonds continue to sell off, but looks like we did have someone took out the bid.
That was
NASDAQ or ES. Which moved first there?
Look like the NASDAQ.
Short. Yeah, it did look like the NASDAQ. 23,122. Those dip buyers just had to puke there. Take a look at the ES. Anything on the ladder? A couple 200 lots to the downside here.
70 at 315.
Yeah. I have some more.
That was the bottom in gold so far.
Dakota nailed it, man. You got short yesterday the NASDAQ, and you got out pretty much the low, man. In, out. I like it. See money, take money, Dakota.
I'm long one in the NASDAQ again. 23,133 half.
Love it, Jack.
Just risking that low. Risking about 15 points here.
23, you said you're long?
113. 133 half. 133 half.
Okay. I like it.
Yeah, don't hate the long here in the ES.
I don't either.
I was saying.
Jack, you said you were going to wait. Don't let me jump.
No, I am going to wait. But someone was asking in chat, like, this is a defensible level to buy it.
Essentially, fellas,
not financial advice.
We're okay losing money by being long. Essentially, we're going to accept the risk by being long, and totally get that. So yeah. Right here, why are you getting long when it's selling off? Oh, I mean, look at the trend.
Then the converse is, why are you getting long when it's pushing all-time highs?
There you go. They got us. They got us both ways.
Catch 22.
So good, so good.
Yeah.
Yes, essentially, we're just making all-time highs. This is the 3rd time we've made all-time highs in July. I think last July was like 14 times.
Yeah.
And I mean, how about that? So much for summer doldrums, new all-time highs. We're still waiting for bonds continue to sell off here. But when bond prices sell off, that means yields go up. Take a look at that 10-year
those are
yield.
back.
Yeah, they are, Jack. 4.44%. I just saw 4.45.
30-year is a bip and a half away from 5%. Big round number.
Interesting, yeah. More selling coming in here. Cruise saw a bit of a pop. $66.82. Coach J Long. One NASDAQ, 23,133 half. That's trading the ES 63.27. What do we have?
Things have tended to get choppy in the market when the 10-year gets above 4.5 and especially 4.6. We're not there yet. 4.45, but we're closer. Like we're up about 5 or 6 bips today. That's when Bezant starts getting in there and doing his work.
They tried Bezant out there, I believe. Who they want? Hazard? They got.
Good.
Who does he want to replace Powell? Is Hazard? I forget, but definitely throwing names out there who he wants to replace Powell.
I'd be fine with Waller. Just please not Haslett.
Called him a knucklehead. I'm like, I'm a knucklehead. Can't make this up. Anyone see the Club World Cup finals? Anyone see the Club World Cup finals on Sunday, by the way?
I saw that Trump was up there.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It was incredible. The celebration. It was absolutely amazing. 10-year price is still going lower. Gold.
Someone says, how am I locked out already? Well, I made my trade and nothing else is setting up, and I'm not going to sit here and force it. I learned from my mistakes, and I noticed that I was forcing way too many trades over the past 5 or 6 months, where I'm sitting in front of the camera, in front of thousands, and I was a little too tempted to place trades. And so less is more, quality over quantity. And if you want to see real trading, sometimes this is what you guys get to watch. I don't mind talking about the markets and talking about setups, but you're not going to see me in a trade every single time I'm on air.
I like that, Dakota.
Well played.
Did you feel as if you were forcing trades just because you were on camera? That's what I'm sensing.
Yep. During slow markets, during fast markets, it's like, I'm sitting here, we're watching these markets. Okay. Whenever you're sitting here in front of a computer screen watching these markets, we say it all the time. If you're looking for a trade, you're going to find it. And it was good conversation. It was good. I don't know if I should say good TV, but the good banter back and forth. And I get in, and everyone's like, "I fade you." I'm like, "I'm going to be right," and it was fun. But then over the long run, the expectancy was not as great, and I was taking so many bad trade setups that only after the fact, I'm like, I probably shouldn't have taken it. It was great in the moment, but I should have never taken that because of X, Y, or Z. And then I was taking more losses. But over the past month now, I've done exactly this. Yesterday, I took one trade, one and done. It was green on the screen, finish it up. Today, or last night, I took one trade. It was great. Setting up on the 1 hour time frame, this gold long last night from like 33.50 all the way up to these 68s worked out. This nice scalp off these lows, and I'm locked up. Nothing else to me would say anything I could do now in the markets would probably lead to a worse P&L or worse expectancy if the more I touch this account. So locking it up and saying, I'm done. And I'm doing it with small size. I have a lot of traders asking me that. Why are you doing this micros? Well, I need to make sure I'm going to be able to do this consistently good in these micros. And then I'm going to start bumping it up. Because if I could do this in micros, I could do it in minis. It's the same process. So $162 trading micros. Once I feel confident in doing this process for a month, then I just bump it up to minis, and that's $1,600 doing the same exact thing.
I like that, Dakota. Hey, Duncan Harless, Coach Hoop beat you to the punch there with the 500 line in the ES. That 500 line trading at 63.20 on the ass there. I love it. I love seeing the competition, the competitive juices in the chat, throwing in those big size orders on the laterals. Check in with Coach Jay. Jay, you are long from 23,133.
133 half.
What are we trading right now, Jay? What are we trading right now, my man?
163. So we're 30 points up. I moved my stop into profit. I'm taking at least $300 on this trade. I just missed an ad. You guys saw me add to a trade yesterday. I wanted to add a 2 lot there to be long 3. We are kind of testing this New York view up, which is why I move my stop up. If we get a 3-minute candle close above this New York VWAP, I think we go test all-time highs, but that's a big if.
Oh, yeah. Love it. Good stuff. 23,153 last trade there. ES lagging just a bit. 10-year continues to sell off on price. Yields are
I
probably
just
at
added the
4.4.
two. I
Shit,
just
let's
added the
do it.
two. I'm long 3 now from 23,147. Giving back a little bit of the profits that I had. Like I said, I was taking $300.
Love it.
If I get stopped out here, I'm still plus 200 on the day, which counts as a profitable day towards payouts. But want to be a little
Jack.
aggressive with these setups here. Assertive, not aggressive.
Jack, we're at 4.46% now on the 10-year. NASDAQ still catching a bid here. Talk to me. I know you got some goodies. You want to talk about that CPI stuff? What do you got there?
Yeah.
I love it. First of all, did it come in news? It came in line, correct?
Basically. Yeah, it came in like the headline numbers. 1 second.
Okay.
Gotta find my right place here.
Let's trade 165.
Headline numbers, the year over year came in on the money. CPI month over month came in on the money. Yeah, but there is some stuff under the hood. So here's the breakdown. We were up a little bit over last month. As always, I like to take a look at the components next, starting with the month over month. Interestingly enough, non-alcoholic beverages saw the largest month over month increase. I don't know what's been going on. Any sugar traders out there?
Soda pop?
Maybe something to do with that. Fuel oil and gasoline, which will be interesting. We won't go there yet. We'll take a look at this first, but the next one I have the year over year. Biggest decrease
headlines.
was used cars and trucks. Here's the year over year change. You see gasoline is actually the biggest contributor to the downside, minus 8.3% year over year. So if we see energy prices creeping up, that could definitely add some fire to these numbers, a little spice. I know there's headlines, Andre, but I would be remiss if I didn't mention one thing. I don't know if you know this yet. The British Open is this weekend, Andre.
Open Championship. Yes, the Open.
Yes, it is.
Richard Tedder is making history this week as the first ever Estonian to play in the Open Championship.
What's his name?
He was out there on the range, Richard Tedder, which didn't sound like an Estonian name to me.
Find me some odds.
You can see this video. Yeah, we'll put it all down on Tedder. He qualified by making an eagle on his final hole, and you can go online and see him. He had a little drive off with Bryson DeChambeau yesterday. He lost, but he still carried it 363 yards, which is pretty friggin' good.
All right, we're cooking here. Tedder, I gotta hear about this Tedder. We got
back
Trump
down to
hit.
one.
All right, go ahead. No, go please. You're in the trade. Go ahead.
I'm back down to one. Average price 23,154. That chop around VWAP. I heard you say some headlines and things like that. Just taking those ads that I had, taking 10 points from both of those. So back down to one here. If we get a pullback and that VWAP holds, I would add back into this position. But let's just keep going.
Okay. Well, we got the president is spiking the ball on inflation right now, saying consumer prices are low. Bring down the Fed rate now! Exclamation point. The Fed should cut rates by 3 points. I think he means by 300 points. Very low inflation. $1 trillion a year would be saved! Exclamation point. Then we saw a sell-off in crude. Crude sold off about 40 cents. I don't know if it's related to that headline, but crude now trading around the lows, $66.42. NASDAQ cooking to the upside, 23,187. ES lagging behind just a bit. Someone hit the buy button in the equities. Nice trade, Coach Jay.
Jay hit that button and added. That was an amazing ad. I like that.
Thanks, man.
Estonia,
Thanks.
man. You got Tedder. My guy.
Yeah, Richard.
What do we got? 67% long in the tilt on the NASDAQ. ES lagging behind this pop in the NASDAQ. NASDAQ closing in on 23,200, about 12 points to go.
All-time highs.
Let's
go for it.
Your air horn. ES lagging right now. Interesting.
Well, it's like the tech that's leading the way. So like,
okay,
video went super cyan again in the last few minutes.
We got Jay heard that. Look at
you,
all
Jay.
The way. Jay heavy.
Come
on, looks like what do we got coming in about? I think we're gonna make a run for it here. Yeah, Ryan gets it in the chat.
Yeah.
Let's talk to Michael. We got to sponsor this Tether guy.
I would love to. He wouldn't get the joke. He's like, why? Who cares about Estonia? Shout out to Estonia. I agree. There might be some more selling in here in crude. Again, we saw a 40-cent sell off during Jack's news. We were trading 66.82. Someone hit the sell button. Now trading 66.41. 66.41. Tom's got a question in the chat. Jay, what's the thinking behind your take profit?
A great question. So I put it up there, Tom. Up there is right around 1% up on the day in the Nasdaq. It would also put us at a daily ATR. I think it's around 23,266. So I just kind of put it out of the way, just so I'm not, limiting this trade to the upside. And then I'm just going to manage with the trail on the other side. But somewhere up there puts us near 1%.
Somewhere up there.
Somewhere up there. I like that. I like that. Take a look at, okay, well, he has began to start the True Social. Got nothing since the demand to cut rates by 300 points, I believe he means. $1 trillion a year would 300 basis points indeed. I want to see this trade play out with Jay. Then we got this clip we want to bring in about China's economy in regards to U.S. tariff. Oof. I think we're close. I think we're going to make it right. ES lagging. Come on, ES. How much have you left? Here we go. The 190s. 20,189. Man, oh man. What was that? Anything on the ladder here in the NASDAQ? Nope. ES. Nothing really on the ladder. Look at that.
Into those 90s.
They're in the 92s. 23,191. 191. This is a nice trade, Jay. What's your take profit? What's your target up there?
23,250 right now. 23,266 is 1% up on the day.
It could be a 2% day.
Got some size here. 50 lots at 200 here. I'm gonna not be dumb about this. I'm gonna lock in a little bit more of this trade.
All right.
Actually, you know what? No. Leave it there.
Look at you doubting yourself. And then all right, 23,191. 191. You said where'd you move your stop to? And what how much profit are you?
164. I'm gonna move it up just a little bit more actually, because that 173 level, which was the high of the Nvidia candle, if we get back inside that candle, I don't want to be in this trade anymore. So I'm gonna move it up to 176.
Nice.
That locks in another $400, and with this rejection at 200 here, there wasn't a ton of size at that 200 right there, so we should have been able to trade through if buyers were convinced. Not saying that they're not, but on that attempt, I want to see them traded out. So
let's know how that plays out. Nothing coming over the True Social just yet. 4.46% yield on the 10-year. Interesting how that's playing out. Got the bottom of the hour in about 14 minutes. Jack, I'm told you're not done. And you got some goodies for us. Are you ready to present the goodies while we let Jay's trade cook, or you want to?
I don't know if you guys talked about this yesterday. I say let's maybe let us trade cook a little bit when it's a little slower, because this is not directly. Head nod there from Andrea.
Okay, fair
enough. I want to get your guys' opinions.
Oh, I like this. Oh, opinions we have here. Dakota. So, all right, Dakota, you locked out of your live account. Yes, just
correct. Yep,
off.
I'm watching this, and I'm very happy that I made that decision.
All right, I'm out there.
Nice trade.
Nice trade, Jay.
Nice trade.
That trail, if we bounce right here at 173s.
What? You gonna be mad?
I may get right back into this trade.
I like it. Looking for a sell.
Go ahead.
We'll watch this sell off here in the ES. Someone hit the sell button beneath overnight VWAP. We were trading 63.26. Someone sold off about 7 points there. 63.20
and higher.
Yeah, they do.
You have about 4.5. That's when notice is put out.
CPI came in well. Came in line.
All right, I set my trailing profit target on the day to liquidate in black at giving back $300. Damn it, I just missed that entry. Tried to get back into a 2 lot there. That 173 level is holding. That's the high of that Nvidia candle. I'm okay risking a little bit of the profit from the day. Would still be up $1,000 on the day, but if this level, this is what. Give me.
What's your P&L, Jay?
Okay, I'm long. I'm up 1,300. I'm long a 2 lot from 23,179. That 173 holds.
Come on, baby, like this. On 2.
Like I said, I'm only giving back $300 here. If that happens, then I'm okay being done for the day. But I do not think this move is over. With that support there. So.
Love it, man. Click like, click follow, click subscribe, click notify. Watching Jay getting back in, not wanting to. He's just, if he sees the trade, sees the trend, took his profits, got back in, guaranteeing. What's your your profit for the day? What are you gonna lock in no matter what?
Locking in $1,000 on the day.
Love it, man. Absolutely. So you have how much to risk?
You got $300. $300 here.
$2. So this is shows it right there, right at the top. It shows your trailing daily loss limit. Okay, that's nice.
Yep, shows it right there.
Very awesome. This is awesome. I went back there. ES just will not budge. We saw this yesterday in the morning during fast markets. First, ES was the leader. Then NASDAQ was lagging. Then NASDAQ was the leader, and ES was lagging. So that can change minute to minute, hour to hour, day by day. We just got to see how that plays out here. It looks like the buyers are going to give it a shot again in the ES 63.23 half. I mean, Jack, if we got our pullback to 63, how are we going to get that pullback to 6,300s? I just don't know how we're going to get there.
Well, I don't think this is the last time 6,300 ever trades in the ES.
Oh, I don't think so either, but I'm talking just today. Oh, I want to get there today.
I do
we
too.
Don't forget, we have Crypto Zara. We have U.S. Energy Secretary Wright speaking in about 50 minutes or so. Saw the sell-off in crude. Buyers are stepping back in.
I'm out there, locked out for the day, plus 1019. And we'll call it a day from there.
Jay, well done. Watch this thing turn around.
Thanks,
Good
man.
job, Jay. Went right back to the well, went right back. Rinse and repeat. All right, great stuff. Jack, I got to hear what you got. Markets are seeming to consolidate for the time being. So this might be the best time for this A+
Okay, so
content, I'm told.
Let's do it.
I
This is going to be a little
this.
free form. Okay, let's go with this.
All right, here we go.
Grand living in a place where nothing
Now,
ever goes
in the
wrong.
background, I'm playing footage of the new Smurfs movie that's coming out, which we could turn down the audio on this a little bit. The reason I'm showing this is because they did not have a news package. Hello, John Goodman. They didn't have a news package on the story of Elmo's Twitter account being hacked this weekend. Dre, did we talk about this yesterday?
No, this one missed. This did not show up on the radar.
Okay.
No.
Cool. Well, if you didn't know, Elmo has 660,000 followers on Twitter. Their account got hacked this weekend. The reason I'm not showing it is because Elmo said some of the most vile shit imaginable, such that I can't even really show blanked out versions of the tweets. These hacks of the Twitter accounts are getting really weird. It's really a symptom, I feel like, of how weird things have gotten. If you have a strong stomach, I'm sure you can find these on the X. But I don't know, man. It feels like this is just the world falling apart when you have Elmo going online and saying some rather anti-Semitic things, and then calling Trump some very not nice things. This is your reminder. Please get the two-factor authentication on your Twitter account, or you too could say what Elmo did, which would be bad. That's all. And go see the Smurfs movie, which probably comes out next week.
Incredible.
Rihanna playing Smurfette.
What was about that, chat? Didn't see that coming. I didn't see that coming. Absolutely. Elmo.
Have you seen these tweets, Trey?
I
saw them.
I caught wind of them.
Dude, I'm
trying to find them.
Well, they took them down, but you can see screenshots. I saw them pop up live. I just happened to be scrolling Twitter, and Elmo popped up. Just
let it
This
rip.
is not the Elmo I know.
This is Elmo.
I know.
Elmo.
Dre, he made He made Kanye West look like Mr. Rogers. So,
You made him blush?
Elmo.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, Elmo, get some help.
Elmo. Incredible.
Wow. Yeah. Wow, he went crazy.
You found him? There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. Where else are you going to get that besides TopStep TV? We're putting on winners here. We're making trades. We're making all-time highs in the markets. And then we give you an update on Elmo and his foul mouth. Elmo, what's this? Go sit in the corner with the dunce cap. Dunce cap. Is that still a thing? Man, that is a dated reference right there. All right. That was incredible, Jack. I did not see that coming. They don't tell me everything around here. I'm going to go crazy.
I'll see if I can find one.
I'm sure. All right, let's go around the markets. 23,180. Last trade in the NASDAQ. You made all-time highs off the opening bell, 23,222. So about 40 points to go there. Overnight highs, or all-time highs, overnight highs, all the same at this point. ES 63.22 quarter. Last trade. 10-year continued trade on around its lows, which continues to push rates higher. Let's see, 4.46% last trade there. 4.46 last yield there. Let's take a look at what do we have on the schedule for today. Trade with Topstep. We got CRV Trades, JD, and myself. We got I guess we whole gonna be. We got Anne D for lunchbox trading. We got JD and Gabe in the afternoon for Rising Star. Then we got Andre, Barron, and Jaron. Did you guys say Barron has moved to Florida? He's a Floridian now. Is this true?
Florida man.
Yeah.
Florida man Barron.
Florida man
Barron. Incredible.
Watch out, Tampa.
Yeah, Gabe. You don't those guys just start running around. Look out. All right. Also, I know we have that amazing update about Elmo. We also just want to get back to this for Jack. We have China, its economy and impact on tariffs. So I want to bring this in because this is very enlightening. I want to get your take on this, Jack. So can we bring that clip in about China? And we'll get Jack's take if we are. Go ahead. Look at this. Look at this graphic.
Fresh Chinese economic data is out, and it reveals resilience in the face of U.S. tariffs. So China's second quarter GDP grew 5.2% year on year. That is down from 5.4% growth in the first quarter, but it's still above China's annual target of around 5%. Now, analysts say that the trade war may be dragging on sentiment, but it's not the massive shock that many originally feared. Still, China is facing some major economic challenges. Nick Morrow of the EIU tells CNN this, quote, "We will need to untangle the difference between what the headline figure says and what companies and households are seeing on the ground. For many, this doesn't feel like an economy growing at around 5%, unquote. Now, China is facing a number of economic headwinds, including low consumer spending, low consumer confidence, high youth unemployment, an ongoing property slump. And Larry Hu of the Macquarie Group makes a link between consumer spending and China's lagging property market. He points out this, quote, "Falling house prices have led to a negative wealth effect on consumption as housing accounts for 60 to 70% of household wealth. Consumption will not recover until housing recovers." Now, in contrast, China's export machine keeps powering ahead. In fact, according to new trade data that was released on Monday, China's year-on-year exports rose 5.8% in June as companies rush to get goods out of China as the trade truce holds. But the clock is ticking. The current pause on higher U.S. tariffs on China expires on August the 12th. Christy Lustau, CNN, Hong Kong.
Ooh, how about that? Jack, thoughts? I mean, there already sounds like they're front loading. They're front running it off out of China. They're trying to get the load up on inventory.
They're trying to.
I always try and not to be crankish. I feel like it's a tired argument when people look at like the U.S. economic numbers and are kind of like they're fake. I think they are smoothed. I pointed out that unemployment's been like within 0.1% for the last 14 cycles. With China, that's not the case. I feel like anytime you're looking at the Chinese economy, you have to look at sort of like the revealed data or preferences because the great thing about one-party control is you can kind of do whatever you want, right? So I don't put too much stock in their official GDP numbers would be what I'm saying there.
Are you saying the numbers are fudged? Is that what you should just come out and say it? Just say it, Jack.
Let me see.
I think.
How do I want to say this? will
I'll do
not
it for you.
result.
I'll say, I'm just look at us. Look at I heard Dakota. You said trying to front. What did you mean by that? You are very familiar with.
Well, yeah, well, you know where
importing-
she said the deadline's August, right? And they're trying to get it out.
Oh,
That's just half the story. You don't realize the damn product is on the water for a month. So even if you ship it out today, it's not going to get here in time. Yeah, from China to the U.S., it's about 30 days just to get it landed. It stays on the water.
true?
It's a boat.
Takes
You don't
30
just
days. Takes
yeah.
30
Depending
days.
on and that doesn't even account for they call it berthing. While you have you seen how big that freaking ship was and how long it takes to
Yeah.
unload it. China's and Japan's ports are so much more automated than the ports here in the U.S. So it takes the U.S. ports a little bit longer to unload it and then inspect it and then have it go through and then clear customs and then pay for the tariffs. And so even if you ship it out today, it's not getting here for another 30 plus days. So that's only half the story. If it's not shipped by now, it's not going to make it in time unless they push the deadline out even further.
This is the third time we've pushed the deadline. Or pushed the deadline. It was April 2nd, then July whatever. What was it? July 7th? No, August 1st.
8th, 9th. I can't remember anymore.
Yeah, and I mean that's basically. And there's somebody in the chat knows a little bit too. And it depends. West Coast, it's 30 days. The Gulf, 45. East Coast, 60. I don't know about that 60 days on East Coast, but yeah, as soon as Trump talked about tariffs, everyone was already rushing to get it shipped out. Like this rush has been in play since the mention of tariffs. And not only that, like it creates a bottleneck, right? Everyone's trying to ship stuff all together, going to like one port, and then kind of like what happened in COVID, where the vessels just line the coastline, and it continues to increase. Everyone that I've talked to, their main deadline is just getting the stuff here before the holidays. It's like, can we just make it? We need to get this stuff out before it gets here before Black Friday and Christmas.
Testing near the session lows again in the ES. 318 right here was a good buying level last time. We got a pop, but patiently still waiting for like 6,300. The bond yields keep on going up.
Yes, they do.
The 4.47.
All right, it's 4.47. All right, we're closing in at 4. Interesting. 4.5%, about 3 bips to go, basis points to go. Take a look at the ES 6317. ES on the 5-minute chart, Nasdaq on the 5-minute chart, looking different, looking
completely different.
Right? They are not correlated right now.
Weird divergence there. Yeah. Everything else is selling. The Dow, the Russell, the ES are all down. The Nasdaq is holding on. Nvidia trying to save the world right now.
Is far more sensitive to interest rates going higher, as are more components like of the ES compared to the NQ.
Makes a lot of sense.
Interesting.
Green on the screen, Jay. Green on the screen.
Green on the screen.
Green on the screen.
What did you have for breakfast? You already eat breakfast?
I did not have breakfast yet. No, I had a coffee.
He's talking about
seltzer water.
Get some breakfast.
Heads up. ES get a little heavy here. ES get Avi toast. In LA, that shit costs $20. That's $20 in LA. They charge $20 for that stuff. It's crazy.
Really?
All right, new selling. All right, sellers came in here in the ES 6312. 6312 just printed. We got more movement to the Dow. Nasdaq following suit now. Nasdaq taking the lead. More selling coming in here now. Nasdaq. Nice cut there, Jay. What was that?
Yeah.
What hit? What hit there? I'm taking a look at the. Oh, now he's going on about Shifty Adam Schiff. Okay, we're talking about
low of the day.
Yeah, someone hit the sell button there. Oh wow! See the man in the green room. Yes, the man in the green room. You saw him in here yesterday. Maybe he's here to talk about all-time highs in Nasdaq and the ES. Welcome everybody to founder and president, CEO, Mr. Michael Pataka. Welcome aboard, Michael. New all-time highs, ES, Nasdaq. Can't keep a good market down, Michael.
I was watching, and then I saw you guys do that cut into the China and the tariffs or whatever that was, and
yeah,
Jack bringing in Smurfs.
Did you see that?
They're stepping it up.
Elmo is Elmo's quite naughty, Michael. Elmo had some things on his mind. What's up, Michael?
Not much.
All-time highs, man.
I know.
Keep a good market down. Can't keep a good market down.
God, these markets are so quiet. They're just so quiet. Yesterday it was like I'd have a meeting and I'd be in the meetings. Then I'd look over here, the other screen, and be like, summer trade. This is feeling more summer than I've ever felt. It's usually like silico, of course, but not as silico as it's been, where summers are completely, I don't know, volatility is nothing.
You know, he's quiet. We're all in the Hamptons. Everyone's in the Hamptons. That's what. All the traders in the Hamptons.
I'm an Aspen, right? So I mean, I guess
You're in New Orleans. By the way, do you want to do a recap? Do you want to do a follow up on who found your business card? This is incredible. It's all right.
First guy to do it. First guy to do it too.
Yep. So we can do a little there. Okay, there it is. Yes. Look at that. Quezzy. It was Quezzy found Michael's business card. Michael, what did you do? Give everyone a little recap. What happened here? You're in New Orleans. You put your business
I was in New Orleans. I was on Bourbon Street. It was like 2 p.m. We just flew in.
This is awesome.
And we had a wedding the next day. So we're walking. My wife just ducks in. Oh, I think I've seen this before on something, or I've read about this. And went in there. And then we learned all about absinthe. I think it's called Old Absinthe. They've already figured out what it is. And then I learned all about it. Had a drink. We were doing touch and goes. My wife and I, when we go explore, we do touch and goes. We go there, order a drink and an app. They didn't have apps or food, or whatever. We did like 15 places in like 24 hours. We did like 15 places of just going in there, drink, and then grab a drink, whatever they're known for, whatever food they're known for. It was the best experience I've had. But Quezzy, was it?
Quezzy.
Quezzy was the first one to do this. I put that on there because there's a ton of other business cards there.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, okay, somebody finds this. There's 100K sitting there for him.
He's been on with us.
And he's got it.
He's been
I'm assuming he left it there. I'm assuming he's left it there because I said leave it there for the next person.
That's wild. He's been on with us. We'll have
Michael, was that at Lafitte's?
No, I did go to Lafitte's. The purple drink. Is that right?
Yeah, great place. Love New Orleans. Yeah. Love it.
DRANK, right there. I'm like, purple drink. No, purple drink. Okay.
Right.
Very good. Very sugary.
Hurricanes? Did you have any of those hurricanes on there? Down there?
No.
They're awful. They're absolutely awful. All right, we got some dip buying coming in here in the ES. About
that
around
was the low in gold still.
Yeah, Dakota nailed it. Jay nailed it.
Gold's pushing.
Yeah, it is.
The presence. Is the president? We got one more for you, Michael. President is demanding a rate cut. He continues to demand a rate cut. The president had this to say about Chairman Powell yesterday. I want to get your take on his thoughts about the man he hired to become chairman of the Fed. If we have that, bring it in, Michael. But you got to hear this one. If we got it. Anyways, yeah, you got to hear. Trump had some thoughts about Chairman Powell. About being too late, too slow to cut rates. Anyways, let's go around the horn right now. 10-year continues to sell off. Crude pushing up 66.78 last trade there. NASDAQ finding a bit of its footing at 23,160. What else do we have on the schedule for the day? We got the White House are expected to speak in about an hour or so. All right. They both
NVIDIA now up $150 billion in market cap today.
150 billion.
Incredible. Absolutely incredible.
Oh
that because
when does it become the number one economy in the world?
Well, that would have to get to 23 trillion. Although right now, I said the other day, the NVIDIA market cap is like 13% of US GDP.
Yeah.
Oh, come on. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Insane.
Chips,
right.
man.
AI, you better be right. What did you say? AI, you better know what you're doing.
Yeah, better be right.
Yeah, we got some more selling coming in here in the ES. Now, NASDAQ will just not go with the NASDAQ just yet. But that's very, very cool, Michael. Anything what's on your mind about the slippage, things like that? Stop market order. I think we just need to turn to that and just keep calling it stop market. Stop limit is.
Yeah, it's not a stop loss. It's a stop market. They've said it wrong for a year. So we had a meeting with them last week. Said, why are people saying slippage? And then I'm like, it says stop loss right there. When you say stop loss, he said it at 100, and then once you come back from making a sandwich and you got stopped out, and you're down $107, then you're gonna wonder what's going on here. So it's actually stop market. Market orders mean you're gonna find the best bid and offer. We had that conversation. It's updated with a squiggly approximate, so people can now not put a absolute to it.
That was on the Series 3 too.
It was on the Series 3. I'm doing the ethics training right now, and my God, is it 1904?
Oh,
it's like before the internet. It's like what they did before the internet. That's how chintzy this glass is. I'll show you a screenshot of it here at some point. But
it's all common sense.
It's giving you a ton of scenarios. Ira talks, and they're having like old school names. Ira talks to Leo and tells Leo about a great trade, and you have to do these scenarios. Tells him about a great trade, and Ira says, "Hey, it's a for sure thing." Is Ira in the best interest of the customer? I mean, like, but then you I'll share it with you. The pictures are old. It's like the quotes are old. It's like
Ira sent her affiliate code through a business card.
Well, I knew some Iras. Definitely knew some Iras.
They used to hawk business cards back in the day. Now they use hawk codes online.
Yeah.
Hey, Dakota, you'll like this. Goldman Sachs out with they're looking for a 3-month target, an SPX of 3% higher, and they are setting their new 12 months from now target 11% higher at a number very near and dear to your heart, 6,900.
Right.
Goldman Sachs. Oh, that's a new one? Oh, man.
It's realistic.
Yep. 11 months from now, you said, Jack?
Yeah, we'll get there.
Excuse me?
You said 11 months from now?
12 months. 11% up in 12 months.
Yeah. Okay.
Pretty aggressive.
A year from now. Gotcha.
Yeah, let's keep an eye on the ES. Continue to grind a little bit lower, about 4 points off the lows, 63.08. We made new all-time highs off the opening bell. We're talking about buying the dip. How much of a pullback, Jack, will we be looking for in the ES? It looks like they want to keep selling this thing.
One moment. I got a message of some urgency.
All right, NASDAQ trying to downtick a little bit here. Anyways, all right, let's get to the tip of the week. It's only Tuesday. For those that didn't see it yesterday, we bring out a new one every single week here on TopstepTV. This one is, I love this one, keep emotions in check. Emotional control is crucial for successful trading. Don't let fear or greed drive your decisions. And, of course, take breaks if you feel overwhelmed or stressed. Michael, which one, when you were trading day in and day out, which one was most difficult for you to work on amongst those? I don't think fear or greed was, but emotional control.
Take breaks.
You wouldn't take breaks? Or you would?
Yeah, I would grind through. Oh, everything was a trade. Oh, I see another trade. Oh, I see another. And then you're just like, dude, you're just fabricating trades. Manual lockout, 15 minutes. Go make a sandwich. Go walk the dog. Something like that. So we really got into that. That's what they would tell us too in our prop at Kottke. They would say, "Hey, go take a walk." You know,
that's essentially what the tap was. That's essentially
Jay and I are both locked
and
out
Andre
this morning.
Yes. Oh, Jay.
Andre,
please, James, come on.
Yeah, I just want to say really quick. Another way you can control your emotional trading and have discipline is by using the cool risk management features in Topstep X, including our newly released contract limits, which are now live in Topstep X. We talked about them last week, but I want to keep hitting it. If one emotional trade ever cost you a combine or an XFA, this one's for you. You can now set a cap on how many contracts you can trade for the day with contract limits. No more oversized position, no more revenge trading, no more second guessing mid-session. Just structure that helps you trade clean and stay in control. You can find this in your risk settings in Topstep X now.
I needed this. Awesome. Okay, I needed this one. You start trading well, guys. Everybody goes through like it's start trading well. I'm going to increase my size. Start trading well. I'm going to increase my size. Whack! You get hit. If you have the discipline and say like the next day you get whacked again. Maybe it's just not right away. And then you're like, man, I need to size down, but I have this max position here that I've earned and built up. So you should size yourself down. And now you can do that, which is really, really helpful. So you can be like, you know what, back to the basics, back to trading 101, one lot. And set it at a one lot. Hey, I'm only trading NASDAQ one lot until I get out of it. And that could just be just today. It could be just for today. I dare you, double dog dare you. I challenge you to try it out. Just try it out. Put yourself on a one lot trade just for a day. And then wait for great setups and then feel the market. And people like to extrapolate. Andre, we always talk about that, whether they have one good day for $1,000 and they're making $250,000 a year now in their head, $5,000 for the week, 52 weeks, 50, whatever it is. Don't do that, but you're going to probably always have that urge to do that. This should help you. Slow yourself down. Size down.
Put a W in the chat if you are using the contract limits.
There you go.
New feature. W's in the chat if you're using them.
I've seen a few of them say it's lifesaver.
Say it again.
I see some of the traders in the chat already saying that they love it.
Yeah. There we go. Some W's in the chat.
Jay, you use it's all about downside protection here. Topstep X, first and foremost, is about the trader. We saw Dakota lock himself out because he's locking in profits on the day. Jay, you were up $1,300. You ensured you use the lock in to make sure you're going to be up $1,000 no matter what. On the day, and sure enough, you are locked in $1,000 on the day. Contract limit, symbol blocker. I mean, where else are you going to get this? It's all about the downside because it's just longevity, Michael. It's about just staying alive in this game. Everything else takes care of itself.
That's what it is. Yep. It's survival. It's staying alive. It's adapting or dying. Would you say Lachlan Allen? Hell nah. Hell nah. Okay. Hell nah. Now imagine you're trading well. You need to imagine you're a ball player. You get up to the plate, and when they say the best way to get out of a cold streak is just get on base. Now you've been getting on base, you've been locking in. Now you're in a cold streak. Like you need to get back down to basics, and that's really what traders. What I see, history of even in myself, where you just stay in this. No, I can fight through it. More size, bigger combine, bigger loss limit. Even though you're trading shitty, now you gotta. If you're trading not very well, your performance is not, you don't double down, you size down. Just remember that. So hell nah, okay, maybe you've never gone through this before. That's fair. Maybe, but hell yes is what you're going to start to say because that keeps you in the game. Be like, hey, I'm going to size down. And if you don't like it, you don't like it. Then you're just going to keep playing big ball, trying to play big ball when you can't put up numbers. So you just keep yourself in the reality world. Look the man in the mirror, yourself. Look at your trade reports. I've been blowing a lot of accounts. That right there should say size down. Whether it's account or position or daily loss limit, size down. Get yourself conditioned in a way. Once you get yourself conditioned in a way, then you start hitting the different pitches that get thrown at you, and now you're putting up days, and you're putting up weeks, and you're putting up months, and you're taking money out of the markets. It's just go back to that. It comes back to managing your emotions but controlling your behaviors. So your emotions are going to tell you can do it. This next one's going to be a home run.
Love it. Eat that piece of.
You're going to turn everything around. Life's going to change with this next trade.
Essentially, it's a slump buster, Michael. When you're trading, it's a slump buster. Yeah, it's different ways to get out of a slump, and sizing down is definitely one of the ways to get out of that slump when you're trading. Don't go all in. Trust me.
Take a break too.
Here off of we weren't able to take out sort of the lows after the spike from overnight. 308 was a number a lot of people were looking at. Little bounce right here.
6308. Yeah, let's trade 6315. Last trade there. Keep an eye on this 10-year yield because it was going in the wrong direction. We're up at, all right, here we go. 4.47%. 4.5% is not gonna be. We got Fed speakers, by the way, coming out today. We got Barr starting at 11:45 a.m. Central. We got Barkin high noon Central. We got Trump. We got CryptoZars getting ready to speak in less than an hour. Maybe talking about all-time highs in micro Bitcoin. Then we got Collins speaking at 1:45 today. We got a lot more coming on Topstep TV. Let's take a look at the tilt. 50-50 across the board. We did see some heavy short tilts in NASDAQ right off the bell, what was that? Something just hit. Buyers did just step in and lifted some offers there coming into the top of the hour. And Trump.
John, you're never too good to size down. Last year at this time, I was trading 30 minis. I'm now trading 1, 2, 3 micros and
Hey, there
knocking
you go.
myself out at
Good
50 and
example.
$160 days. And it's exactly what MPC. I'd rather suck it up, eat the humble pie, size down, trade some micros, lock some good positive green days, get back into the rhythm, and then start to size up, rather than just say F it and blow my account and then just move on and reset and do that again. Because you don't really learn very much when you just keep hitting the reset button or buying different evaluations or combines. You learn more by sizing down and figuring your crap out, and then get back to what you were doing right.
Yep. Adapt or die. I said it earlier. You got to adapt or you will die in this industry. And adapt means you have to adapt both to what the market is like bringing to you, like the market state right now. The market state, the state of which the market is in, is pretty lame, pretty quiet. You know, you do get these big. You know, we did move, but like nothing like we had in April or March or anything for Q1. How about Q1? It was bananas. You got to adapt. If you're still trading the same way over there, looking for these big moves now, you're smoked. And if you're ripping through combines and bragging to your friends or bragging on internet about like ripping through and then showing one good day, that's not a good trader. It may be flash pan success, may get you attention, all that kind of stuff. But like it's a longevity game. Somebody in here is like, "Oh, you make your money off traders losing." Traders lose no matter what. We're going to start a brokerage firm here too. We're going to take, be able to take and open up an account for you. Like brokerage has been doing that forever, and the game is very, very tough. So they've been accepted. Prop firms came around. Topstep started and said, "All right, prove you can trade to yourself." That's why I don't like that instant funding bullshit. Like right away, you're going to spend $500 to be put into an account that you have not even proved your strategy. Pay $49, prove it, get funded, and then if you bust out of that account, then maybe you can reset it. Maybe that's called back to funded. I don't know. You always need to prove, but you always need to prove. You need to prove to yourself and to the world that you can trade these markets. These markets change, so you must adapt or die. Either super volatile, it's either watching paint dry. It's exaggerated moves, range bound, trending day. So you figure that out, but you got to get all these different states. So going back to what Dakota says, getting another combine over and over again, you got to slow down. And then you're going to create longevity in this game, which means taking payouts and paying yourself.
And PJ and I talked about last night. Last night's topic was, can you day trade for a living, right? Where you can't just call your broker and say, can I reset my account because I messed up? You can't just do that in life. And especially if you want to do it, for a living.
We said this conversations all the time.
Yeah,
when we were first starting Topstep, we had to explain to people that like you can't reset your live account because there's no other funding opportunity out there. And you couldn't. So our big thing was like we'd always relate it to a live account. We're like, hey, if you have your own personal brokerage account and you busted out today, or you fat fingered it, or you didn't have your stop loss in, and you went and walked the dog, and you now upside down on the account because brokerage firm liquidated, like you can't redo those. You're getting a safer onboarding and experience into like understanding what to do, what not to do, how to stay focused, how to adapt or die. Like all that kind of stuff day in, day out with the prop model. And that's really, if used properly, Dakota, we always talk about it. If you're using the prop firm models properly.
Correct. Yeah. Using it correct. And there's a fine line, right? Being able to use it and then use it correctly. Question for you. To go off the topic that Jay and I had last night is, can you day trade for a living? How was it? Now, I know it's a different world from in the pits to where we're at now, but the psychological side and then the financial side, I can imagine is the same thing, where you have that comfort of a reset button, or you have the comfort of like, hey, I have a job and I don't care what happens with this account. I'm going to be paying my bills no matter what with my job or whatever type of income, like another source of income, versus if I don't make profit this month in this account. I can't pay my bills. How was that for you? And maybe other stories that you've had when it comes to trading for a living?
I didn't quit my day job, which I never had a day job, but I was bartending every night from like 5 till 2 a.m. So I stayed with that. So then I took the pressure off as I was proving to the prop firm I could trade on their sim account. That's when I first started with a prop firm. But before that, I didn't have any of that. I didn't have any goals. I didn't have any. I had a trading plan that I didn't when I first started trading. I didn't have any of that. I just put money in the markets and got crushed. And I didn't call myself a trader until I actually made enough money to pay taxes from trading. And that was kind of my big thing. I don't never call yourself a trader until you've made enough money to pay taxes on taking money out of the markets. You even start to consider yourself a professional because you're getting paid for your trade. Your trade.
Yeah, Jake said this. Jake is like, why do we get into trading? And I think 90% of everyone says freedom, right?
Freedom.
And then it's like, well, what does that freedom look like? Because for me, I trade 2 hours in the morning and 2 hours at night. And what the heck do you do with the rest of your time? And then being able to lay it out, because it's not like the pits where you had to stand there all day.
Yeah.
We are selling here. Are we going to fill this gap?
Yeah, let's see if we can run the lows here, and then on the rebound, I'd be interested in buying the.
I want to get back to that conversation. Yeah, this is a really good conversation. I want to get back to that about why we do get into trading, and we should be very forthright about why we all get into trade. But right now, we are selling off in the ES. Just tapped on some new session lows, 63.02, and the orders just did print. NASDAQ, okay, here we go. We're off about 115 points off all-time highs. Last trade, 23,123. Session lows of 23,092. Tilt, 68% short on the NASDAQ, 50-50 across the board in these other markets. 10-year continue to grind lower. I'm wondering if this 10-year, starting to pull, the yield's going higher, starting to pull on the equities just a bit, Jack.
It's a check to reality if we get to 4.5.
Yeah.
When's the last time we were trading that?
If the equities are starting to say, take a look over their shoulder and say, why are rates going that way? Last 4.47%. Now, still 4.47%. But looks like there might be some more movement to the downside here in the ES. Take a look at the ladder. 50 on the bid, 50 on the ask in the ES. NASDAQ, anything popping off? Quite thin.
Pretty thin.
All right, well, we might have some more selling come here. Last trade, 23,114. Gold, pretty tame right now, trading 33.54. Crude as well, but it looks like we got another push to the downside coming in here. What's going to move first, ES or NASDAQ? It looks like ES is the first one to move to the downside. New lows, 63.02. 01's now trade. We get to 6,300, Jack. This is the price we were kind of looking for, 6,300.
Yep. Gotta see how it reacts. It's right at the low.
What are you looking for?
I'm looking to see if we have any stops down here, and then if we start to recover, then looking to buy.
Ooh, I like that idea, Jack. 6,300s.
Yeah,
for some stops. All right, you two talk about it. So when you guys say you want to see some stops, go ahead. Go ahead, Michael.
I like how he said, what'd you say? Extend past it, or what'd you say? And then when it firms up.
If there's any stops down here, we spent some time here earlier. There's some support at this level, but we're selling off, semi-aggressively as far as selling goes in the last few weeks. So let's see. We're getting close to it. We'll probably take out this low here.
So you got to imagine, I always imagine there's still some people long right here that had a great long and was, thought they were God's gift to trading right now for a while until right now when they're back now scratch with it and there's stops down here. There's other people with stops down here. And
800 lot downside, 6,300 bid 18, 6,300 on 800 and the ES ladder. Look at that. We got a fat bid on the ES ladder, 860 times, 6,300 on 860. See if he wants to go fill that. You got to think. See if that gets filled. See how far they want to push through that. Again, last trade 63.03. We got size showing up on the ladder. Let's trade. So much for summer doldrums. Markets have woken up. Take a look at the NASDAQ. Anything on the ladder over there? Pretty thin, but I want to see what happens with these 6,300 evens in the ES. Last trade 63.03. 10-year kind of consolidating around the lows. Crude chilling. Gold chilling. But right now,
Yeah.
Eyes on the NASDAQ and the ES. Jack and Michael, where would the stops be? Why stops around big fat round number 6,300? What's the thinking there?
Oh, it's also low of the day there too.
Yeah, there tends to be a lot of stops. I mean, like just look at the chart right now. I'm sure there's people that their stops are kind of below this area here.
All right, closing about 2 points to go. 1 point to go.
NASDAQ.
6,300 on 6,300 on 800, 6,300 even bid on 800, Michael, even on 800. Let's see if this thing gets filled.
I can see NASDAQ to 23,000.
Nothing below.
Nothing lower. NASDAQ. All right, now NASDAQ beneath 23,100. What's going to move first? All right, we're closing on these 6,300s. Watch this on the ladder. Point to go. Couple ticks to go. Buyers are trying to defend it. Here we go. And
hey, watch the flush. If you want to have fun, you can lean on the 800s. But you'd have to just put a stop right below it.
Watch the
Chat saying Tesla selling off.
Is it?
Maybe
Yeah,
what's leading us lower here.
They're
Tesla on the lower.
North American head of sales left.
Oh, okay. All right, here we go. 6,300s. 6,300s. Watch this. All right, they're trying to defend the 6,300s. They're trying to buy the quarters, now the halves, back up to 01. You see they're trying to front run these 6,300s. How much gas in the goose do they have? They're trying to front run, maybe take some profits ahead of this 800 lot. And we'll see if this 800 lot does come back. Could be an iceberg.
Leaning on it, right?
Keep a wide stop. Keep a stop wide.
Not wide stop. No, I'm leaning on the 800 lot.
Evens are gonna get filled. They're gonna fill these evens.
Well, that's why I'm.
I know. I know.
With a one tick, it's a lean.
You know, paper gets filled. All right, let's see if they can hold it. Okay, NASDAQ, they're trying to defend the 23,100s right now, and ES they're trying to defend these 6,300s.
If we go through these 6,300s, I think NASDAQ can get back down to 23,000.
23,000, yeah.
All right, all good.
Bounce there.
Okay, Michael, what's your out?
Won't even let us get
No, I mean I leaned on them after they already printed.
Oh,
so I got 10 working now, which probably isn't smart now that it's firmed up 3-4 handles off of it. It's called a lean, guys. We used to do all and like it doesn't fit your strategy. There's nothing here, but like you're just leaning on a big order, and you're like, okay, I'm okay with buying 6,300s quarter, leaning on the 6,300s with a stop market, which is a little, you're gonna have slippage at the 29 or at the 62.9975s. This is S&P. So you're probably risking a few $100s.
And what are you looking for profit wise? Are you looking like a 3-to-1 or 4-to-1?
Yeah, you definitely need to be at 3 to 4 to 1 on.
Sweet. So are you in or did you get stopped on those 6,300s?
No, when those trading 63 quarters, I'm like, I'm going to lean on this.
All right, let's see if we can get these. We'll see if we can get these 6,300s filled here. We did see a little bit of a bounce.
I don't like it retesting if it retests.
Yeah, well, I want to go, Jack. Okay, we didn't get the stops. The stops didn't pop. So how do we reassess from there, Jack?
It's gone.
It's gone. It is pulled.
Just to buy it right here, 305 and say like that was their best shot at it. But I want to see I'm trying to be patient, right? I want to see him take through that.
Okay, it is pulled. Nice catch there. Last trade, 63.03. A little bit of a bounce in the NASDAQ, about 20 points or so. Bottom out is 23,096. We're about 25 points higher now, trade 23,117. Wow, they're going to defend these 6,300s, even though it did get pulled 50-50 on the tilt. Let me see.
I bought one, like a cheap one, just to see if it's so cheap. I don't want to get left behind if that ends up being low. So we'll just risk about $200, 1 ES long from 304 3/4.
304. Okay. 304 in the orders. 6304 in the orders. Where do they want to take this thing? 50-50 on the tilt right now. 05. What's the upside? What's the upside? Something like this, Jack, for a target.
Maybe around 318, 320. Like if it gets running.
Okay.
I just bought some more
Oh,
Tesla.
okay.
Who cares?
Get the smoke.
North
Get the smoke
American
right now.
sales executive leaves. Who cares?
I
You got
know,
another
I know,
guy
man.
that's hungry as hell right behind him.
Hey, Tom, you're up. Next man up.
Yeah, next man up. You got the best talent. They have the best talent over there. I mean, the best engineers, the best. You're
love
fine.
it.
You're gonna sell. You got
right.
new product lines coming, Android, Droid things, and Robotaxi. New business lines, new revenue lines.
Dude, I saw one of those robot things. I saw one of those robot things out in Santa Monica.
Kevin
Freaking
left.
tall. They're taller than you. They built those robot
Really?
things. They're taller than Michael. Yeah, man. Those things aren't messing around.
You're gonna make my bed someday, Andre. They're gonna make my bed.
We already have someone that does. We already have someone that does that.
More reliable.
Okay. All right, 63. Okay, Euro close at the bottom of the hour. Take a look here. We got all right. U.S. Energy Secretary scheduled to speak in about 7 minutes. So let's take a look at crude right now. $66.72 for a barrel of that black gold, that Texas tea. We got some speakers coming out later. We got the crypto czar speaking 10:45 Central, probably beating his chest about all-time highs in micro Bitcoin with the "I told you so's." All right, but speaking of that, Michael, we were talking about trading journal. I remember when you were in Chicago, we looked at your journal. You brought out your journal. You keep it in a safe. I want to throw it to James, though, about how we do it here at Topstep and Topstep TV. James, come on in. This with the goods.
Absolutely. Hello, everybody. Happy Tuesday. I'm here to once again talk to you about the Emotional Trading Journal available at TopstepTV. If you've ever felt like emotions get the best of you while trading, you're certainly not alone. Topstep has something powerful to help, though, the Emotional Trading Journal. Take your journey with the journal. It's a free, downloadable tool designed specifically for traders to recognize patterns, regulate emotions, and make smarter decisions. Whether it's revenge trading, FOMO, or hesitation, this journal helps you identify the mental traps that can derail your progress. So head to the link we're dropping in chat and get your copy of the Emotional Trading Journal and start using it today. I promise you're going to see a lot of improvement. Start tracking those emotions. And while you're there at TopstepTV, sign up for the Topstep TV guide. If you want to know exactly when your favorite traders are going to be live each week, check out the link we're going to also drop and get your email registered for this guide. It gets sent straight to your inbox and you get the full schedule. You'll know when Dakota's on. You'll know when Jay is on. You'll know when Baron was on. All of your Topstep TV favorites can be found right in that email sent directly to your inbox every single Monday. We put a lot of work into it to make sure that it is all the relevant information you need to get your week started with Topstep TV. So sign up today. You won't regret it. That's all I got for now. Andre, back to you.
Man, that was a nice trade leaning on that 800 contract.
Yes, it was.
Yeah. Yep.
Guys, you can make it a part of your strategy, but it's not. It's more of a bet.
It's a cheap trade, Michael. It's a cheap trade.
It's a cheap trade.
It's a cheap
going
trade.
in there saying, "Hey," and you're gonna have slippage. And I don't want to. I leaned on it, and I got set $1,000, but now I'm at 1,500. Yes, guess what? When you lean on some heavy size, when you leave it heavy, you're not the only one. There's some people doing it a couple ticks before that and all that, and everybody puts their stops below it. So that if it trades through and trades out, then you're like, you got no bids on there that's big enough to kind of hold the market or pause the market, I should say. And yeah, you're going to have people that purposely go trigger. I tried to trigger stops back in the day. Like, right when it prints, right when it sells through, print the next print with a one lot or micro or not micro, but like one lot.
Yeah.
Boom. That could do it. That could trigger a stop. Different plays. Not like an A+ setup. It's not like all that whole game that people of your strategy. It's just an element of trading that you can add to your arsenal.
You lost a quarter tick on the trade. What'd you get? You get long right in front of it? Quarters?
I wanted to. No, it was trading through it. The low at 6,300. So I traded a bit of this of the size. You would have 7 handles in it right now. McLovin, your slippage is insane though. Don't downsize it. No, it's not. We have video. Show us video. We have video of this, and they're going to be sharing it of Tradeovate, Ninja, Rhythmic, all the other platforms that futures trade.
Hold on.
And they have it during volatile markets. It's not.
Who was that?
If you
Is
do,
it
if you do have it, always
McLovin?
share video.
McLovin, are you trading the Nasdaq, McLovin?
Yeah, if you trade the Nasdaq, man, you got slippage. Period. So there's no doubt. I won't downplay that. You're going to have slippage. Yes.
I mean, I don't tell. See, Michael had to stop on at 6,300. You see that 800 lot? No slippage there because there was 800 to puke into essentially. Nasdaq. Look at the ladder on the Nasdaq.
What a bounce!
There's 2 lots to puke into. Indeed.
Jack, you're
60
in this though, right?
Yeah,
Yes, we are long one. We're a little bit above 1-to-1 on the trade right now.
That would have been a great lean. Perfect example of a good lean right there. But now, like you said, Dakota, what if you're leaning on this? What would you put your take profit at? I mean, probably a multiple of what you were going to risk, right?
Right. Yeah, I would have a little bit wider of a stop loss than you guys at like 1 tick. I'd probably have like, 2 or 3 handles, looking for 6 handles, something like that. Because I'm a believer that stop loss is a better entry.
I would agree.
Settlement test there in the S&P 6311s.
Settle test. All right, we got 71% long in the ES right now from an average price of 63.09 as we trade there right now. Look at the Nasdaq 23,132. We got the Euro close in about 21 minutes. Jack, you were talking about 18s, I do believe, for a upside. 18s or 13s?
Possibly, although I don't want to like overextend. Right now, I have an offer in that would be about like 2.5, maybe a little bit more, our risk reward. It was a really tight stop in this. At some point, I'll maybe move the break even, but it was looking like it was kind of exhausted and turning around, and I didn't want to miss it because that's happened to me a good deal. Selling off a little now.
Did anybody in chat lean on it? 8,300s? 800 lot there. This is for S&P traders. I'm not saying lean on any. There was nothing that I saw in the NASDAQ to lean on. You can't really lean on much there.
No such thing.
You're leaning on air.
Yeah.
You're leaning on
rates
air.
keep pushing up, which I don't love.
Are they?
I would hold this a lot longer if the rates would turn around.
Oh, so old too slow Powell.
Oh, speaking of too slow Powell, James, you know where I'm going to go with this. Speaking of too slow Powell, yesterday the president had some thoughts about too slow Powell. We'll already bring that in. But yeah,
Trey, we've been saying the.
Michael, look at this. Look at this. Look at this shit.
We have a bad Fed chairman, really bad. If he would lower the rates, and I tried being nice to the guy, it doesn't help. He's like a knucklehead. No, he's a knucklehead. A stupid guy. He really is.
There you go, Michael.
I'm not a big fan. I'm not a big fan of talking to somebody's intelligence about that publicly, but I am a big fan of putting pressure on. Like the Fed moves very slow, and if this can help the economy, you got to put it all. You put it all together. It's like you got inflation. Inflation looks like it's under control. You got a lot of things like, come on.
They have to.
I'm okay with them being higher for longer. Higher for longer.
Why though? If you can
Here's a question for you. Here's a question for everybody. Would you rather them be a little bit late or too early? Which one's worse?
Well,
the economists are always late. They're not, in my opinion, they're not seen around the corner. Yeah, they're getting their data.
Like indicators, right? It's lagging.
Yeah, it's lagging. Big. They're lagging. But they've been fairly okay.
Well, they were quick to cut rates back in 2020. They were quick to pump $6 trillion in the economy.
I remember when they were just doing stuff off the hip, irrational exuberance. Alan Greenspan, the oldest guy on the planet, was even back then. Is he still alive right now?
Good question. Is Alan Greenspan still with us? Is Alan Greenspan still with $50? If he's, anyways, yeah. Go ahead, Michael. Irrational.
Irrational exuberance.
Yes, he's still alive.
The markets are crazy.
99 years old.
Ooh, wow.
Unexpected interest rate cuts. Got smoked on that.
Did you? I cleaned up that day.
Yeah, no, I did not. I got short.
Brunel and I took a plane to Vegas 3 hours after that.
We're there.
Remember, after the irrational exuberance comment, I believe that was in 1996, the market rallied like gangbusters for another 3-4 years. So it got more irrational and more exuberant.
Yep. I started trading in 1996-7. My first $30,000 account, not knowing what the hell I'm doing, went to funding the other trader that took the other side of every one of my trades.
Yeah. Guess what? The market's going to take your money. Citadel's going to take your money. Goldman's going to take your money. And we got the NASDAQ. Look at NASDAQ saying so much for that sell-off. NASDAQ bottomed out at 23,096. Will the ES follow? ES, buy the dip, man. Just buy the dip. Man.
Yeah, buy the dip.
Can we go to the highs? Can we go to all-time highs? We got Euro close, bottom of the hour. Last trade in the ES, 63.09. We'll let this trade bake just a bit. I want to go with it. How much? What's Tesla trade, Michael? What'd you buy it? Where'd you go?
I just bought a 50 lot there.
Market
50 shares. Market. Yeah.
Let's take a look at earnings. This
13. I got an average price of $295. So I'm just adding to my winner. That's what him and the Trump and Elon had their little spat. I'm like, okay, this doesn't affect sales.
All right, now we're selling off a little bit.
Okay.
You don't do options, right, MP? You just
no, I don't touch options. This is buy and hold. I like the company. If I like the company, I like the product. I'm not effing around with that. I trade futures. Futures is where active trading exists. Options is a time decay. You have to factor in all this other stupid shit. Like just
intrinsic
get
value.
in intrinsic value. Like yes, basis. I mean,
I will agree to disagree with that one.
Yeah, I know you like it, and that's. I like to play baseball. You like to play baseball and basketball.
15 minutes till the Euro close. Waiting for the energy secretary to speak. Take a look at crude. Crude's been selling off $66.58. And Energy Secretary Wright scheduled to speak about 5 minutes ago. Cryptos are Sachs scheduled to speak in about 30 minutes or so. Jack, we're still in this?
Yeah, it came back. It's a little bit in our favor. I mean, we'll see. It looks like it may want to run the lows. Once again, stuck with the risk that we put in there, which is $200.
Okay.
200 bones.
We had big banks had earnings this morning. What did we have? We had Citi, we had JP, BlackRock. They all crushed. Didn't see the guidance, but their trading profits were absolutely crushed. That's who we're competing against. All right, that's who we're competing against. Is those big boys, so.
Yeah,
we stay grinding.
We've been making all-time highs. This is my argument against rate cuts. We had one of the best comebacks in these equities, going from down 50% to all the way back. We're making all-time highs. Like, I don't see why everyone's in a big hurry to cut rates.
NGE thinks MP just passed a combine. No drawdown. You didn't draw down the account at all. Good for you. That's hot. That's if you can go in there and knock it out where you never drew the countdown. Banger of a trade. I love those because you just you feel good.
Well.
To the moon, Alice. Yeah.
And they're now funded, and they didn't have to pay such a high price for a funded account.
Yeah, there you go. You proved your strategy. We had a little patience. You paid $49, not $490, to then bomb it. That's the whole. You want to look. I'm not going to go instant funding, just so everybody knows. Instant funding, I think, is bullshit.
There we go.
Back to funded.
Why not, Michael? Why aren't you going instant funded?
Because people need to prove their strategy. You're like, well, I don't have time to prove my strategy. Well, you right there are like the type that doesn't find success for the long term. You need to stay patient. You let the markets come to you. Markets are an opportunity making machine. They're going to be here longer than you are. So figure it out, figure your strategy out, and you're going to go cold on your strategies too. Like it may work and then it doesn't work. You want to get it dialed in. So just take a proving moment. A proving moment is an evaluation. Skipping an evaluation is doing yourself a disservice, because if you can't perform in the evaluation, you have no business trading your own money or anybody else's or at the funded level because you haven't put together a strategy. It's just like, you got to be true to yourself.
What is this?
Get it together. Like Angie just did. Angie didn't have any downside, $49. Now it's like $149 for activation. It's kind of the reason why we wanted that low barrier to entry. Prove it with the low barrier, and then unlock the funded account. And so the instant funding, I'm not a fan of. But you resetting at the funded level.
What is instant funding? For those that are asking, what is instant funding?
I don't know. It's like pay a bunch of money, and then you get it. You're already instantly funded. Okay. Yeah, it sounds great in concept. You're like, oh shit, I can skip the valuation. But again, it's like, in my opinion, I'll probably get roasted by all these instant funding firms. But they should also, like, why are you putting people that don't know how to trade into an instant funded account and charging them $500? Why not?
Gotcha.
Why not give them a shot to prove to themselves and to you for lower cost? Oh, but they want to skip it. The customer's always right. Does that really help the customer? Everybody's getting crushed on $500. You had 10 shots. Now you're out 5,000. You have 10 shots. You're out $500 on a 50K. You're talking Topstep versus instant funding. But resetting. If you prove your strategy, Dre, and then you unlock or activate your funded account, I do believe there should be like an opportunity for you if you bust out right away. An opportunity for you to get right back in at a fair price. At a fair price.
When I was trading as a clerk, we were trading live. There was no sim at that time. As a clerk, my account got I was negative $5,000 down, real money, down $5,000, and the firm, they essentially zeroed out my account that with real money, and that was the ultimate reset, if you will. And from there, I was able to be profitable. So. Yeah, I was $5,000. They ate $5,000 of real loss of mine, zeroed out my account, gave me a clear head, and I was able to trade my way back into the black. And then I went on contract. So there is value in that. But
our prop actually reset you. We reset you, but we had to prove it before. And it's such a logical concept. If you can't prove it, then thank God you're not trading your kid's college fund or your own money. That's the first one. And let's go at it again and adapt and learn and improve going forward with what you've experienced.
Instant funding.
Well, I got a
sounds
quote for you, MP.
Yeah.
What's that?
For you? From Henry Ford. I love listening to quotes. You probably have heard some of my quotes. And this is kind of back to what you said. If you asked the customer what you wanted, then the customer would have said they wanted a faster horse. And this comes from Henry Ford. And so it's like, at the time, maybe, we rode horses and they wanted a faster horse because they didn't, hey, we're going to invent this car.
Well, there will be firms out there like, oh, we give you what you want. Now, if I got what I want, we all got what I want. Our teeth would be rotted out. You eat candy all the time. You have some things that you're like, you don't get it all the time, and you shouldn't, and you technically shouldn't, but they all want it. So I'm not a believer in if they all want it. I'm like, what's best to help develop the trader for longevity? And we go back to the same thing. What'd you get in the business for? Ours, when we did our vision, is to be a path to a better lifestyle. Because every trader, in my opinion, comes in, of course, for freedom, but it's really to elevate your lifestyle. Wherever you are now, I want my bed off the floor. I want a framed bed now. Well, that's going to cost $500, $300. I want to improve. I want to have a nightstand. Now I want to have. Eventually, I want a car, and eventually, I want a family. Eventually, I want to take my family on a trip. Blah blah blah. Lifestyle. So to get all that going, I just went from my freshman year. I just went from my freshman year to my late 30s.
You're IKEA dorm room right there, man. I love that. Hey, we got some more buying coming in here in the Nasdaq, Michael. But we all get into this. We all get into this to make money. Let's not beat around the bush. We all get into trading to make money. What is it? It's the easiest way to make a hard buck. The hardest way to make an easy dollar. What's that? That's what we get into this thing for.
Hardest way to make the easiest money.
Correct.
Yeah, hardest way to make the easiest money.
And yes,
so then take patience. Take your time. And last thing, Jay, I want to make a point of some to the instant funding and all that stuff. You're making your first risk to reward decision. You're making your first risk to reward decision by choosing how to go into a prop firm. If you're going instant funding, I have no problem paying $500 and then probability wise, I'm going to blow it. Probability wise is you guys like there's like a 14-15% pass rate per when you purchase. That's just like common. I've seen that's been since Topstep started for 15 years. So your odds of like you passing and growing an account, they say 95% of traders, active traders, fail. Traders, not investors, people that actively trade. Like you got to put yourself in the 5% before you start putting real money at the markets, whether it's your own personal capital, which maybe someday you'll be able to withdraw from Topstep and put it into a brokerage account directly.
What are you doing there? What are you
maybe.
doing?
Very soon. Or yeah, so I don't know. Just take your time. Goes back to that the tip that we just had about you're managing your emotions or whatever. Your greed and all that's going to try to kick in, try to run, take the wheel. Can't let that. Patience, as Jack was just saying.
Oh, we're being very patient right here.
Yeah,
he
give us an
is.
update on this trade. How's it got long from 63.04 in the orders, Jack? What's the last trade in the ES? I see NASDAQ push up. What's going on in the ES?
312. So what happened is it came back. We were about 1.5 risk to reward. It came back, retested the entry. I did not move my stop. Now after that test coming back, I did move our stop to 305. Probably looking to take this off. I mean, I'd like to see. I don't want to get greedy on these runners, so maybe I'll trail. But I'd love to see like 318 area.
I'm gonna be that guy, Jack.
Once before. What
is there any situation where you would add to this trade?
Question.
I don't love it because this was like a like I'm almost leaning towards cutting at some point because it wasn't the trade that I wanted to get. It was
okay.
I don't think this is FOMO. I saw something with like a small stop that I could try and take in the case that we didn't get our trade. And if we did get stopped out, chances are we were going to see the trade.
Gotcha.
Having trouble with settlement here.
Yeah, 10-year yield's
10-year yield's been going higher. 4.8. That's what makes me nervous about this trade.
We're 448. And we got Greg B in the chat here saying, I want to close up for the day. I want to close it for the day and paint the exterior of the house. Okay, but I enjoy listening to MP too much, so I'm going to sit here and watch my trade, listen to the man in the flesh. Yeah. Absolutely. We're also going to get this direct access to the CEO and founder of the prop space himself, Michael Talk. Click like, click follow, click subscribe, click notify. James, get ready because I want to bring that up. When Michael was in New Orleans, he was in New Orleans.
Flat, took off 2-to-1 risk to reward. We're up.
There you go, Jack.
Green on the
Zen's World. Zen's World. I got something for you here shortly. Zen's World.
Oh man,
props have never been for the trader. Props have never been for the trader.
People
anyone buying an eval or what? I know. Yeah, come on, guys. So we're gonna have some fun here. Like Zen's World. Go to the home page of Topstep. Look at the very bottom footer. We tell you the stats. You're like, why don't you share the stats?
There's that voice.
They're shared. Why don't you read to the very bottom of the page? We don't put it at the headline story. Come on. But just like anything, it's in the bottom, letting you know pass rates, people that take a percentage of profits and things like that. It's in there. Challenge your other prop firms out there to do that as well.
Well, Michael, where else? Exactly. Click like, click subscribe,
We're not
notify. What else is doing this? Right? No one else is doing this. You got direct
Nobody's trying to pull wool over anybody's head, but like the markets are tough. I'm just trying to say like the markets are tough. So go at it a little bit easier, a little bit slower, a little bit with more patience. Start with a small amount of money, a small amount of size. This is the whole concept. Since I got on here till now, the whole concept is like, just start off a little bit slow. It's going to be here longer than you are, and put yourself in the position so you got it for the long haul. You can play it for the long haul. Well,
there's a comment from X in the chat that says we don't read that shit. Maybe you should. And
we feel sorry for you then.
So make sure whether it's a Topstep account or some other accounts, make sure you're reading everything because the last thing you want is to be eligible for a payout. It's not going to happen here and not get one. So make sure you read before you pay.
I'm sure the other prop firms know. They know nobody reads. Oh yeah, you get sign on the dotted line. Sign on the dotted line, and you haven't read it. It's not like that, but I'm just saying, like you just blindly here you go. I'm going to make a decision today. Like, come on, man.
Yeah, it's 90% off. What can it be?
Hold on, it sounds good.
Still grinding high. We got gold turning over a
We
little
love
bit. Great
y'all.
stuff. Michael came in fired up. He got that coffee from Snowmass Club this morning. Maybe 2 shots of espresso on that thing. We got the NASDAQ pushing higher. We are about 60 points from take that 160 points from all-time highs. Last trade, 23,163. Euro closed in less than 2 minutes. You heard Jack and I talking about 10-year yields. 10-year yields have been going in the wrong direction all day today. By wrong direction, means going higher. We see the prices going lower. Prices go lower, yields go higher. 10-year yield, 4.48%. Jack, at 4.5% is going to get a little uncomfortable. Does anything matter for equities, or is it just up and away? I mean,
it's mattered in the past once we get especially like 4.6. The problem is very fundamentally, like the basics of stocks is that the interest rate goes higher, your present earnings are worth less and your future earnings are worth less as well. Above 4.6 is when there tends to be some disruptions in the market. There's a lot of trades out there. People are familiar with like basis trade, etc. Nobody wants higher rates, but we are definitely inching up right now.
Yep.
I believe
gold about to make new lows.
Back there, looking at the sheets. Is JD up money on the trade?
We'll take a
That was
look.
such
We got
a good lean. That lean.
I know, man. I know. Is it still down there?
I taught a lesson on how to lean. There you go. I mean,
gold selling off. New lows
it.
gold. New lows
Yeah,
gold. 33.39. Someone hit the sell button on gold. NASDAQ going higher. ES going higher. 10-year continue grind lower. But someone hit the sell button on gold. We got 20 seconds till the European close. The crypto czar has started to speak. I saw the micro Bitcoin was selling off. We made all-time highs micro Bitcoin yesterday, somewhere above 123,000. Right now, let's get into the Euro close. 5 seconds. Let's see what happens here. And gold, someone hit the sell button there. All right, Europe is closed. Good trade there. Everyone is flat. With that being said, okay, Michael, you were in New Orleans this weekend. You put your card in that establishment, and we tried to get the gentleman that found the card. Having a little bit of internet issues right now, but I'll throw it to James because I do believe he sent us a little clip. James, is that right? He sent us something.
All right, nice.
All right, let's see if we got that. Here it is.
James, only news that matters. Yes.
That's right, Michael. Things have changed around here since you've been gone. I'm now in charge of the news. I create it, I make it, I send it out. And but first, yes. Recently, Michael, you shared on Twitter, you posted your business card at an establishment, and you said the first person who can find it, you get a 100K combine on me. Well, as you know, we announced earlier, Quezzy, a fan favorite, was the one that found it. And while he couldn't join us live, he did send us this video. Andrea, if we want to cue that up.
Hey everyone, it's Quezzy. I just had finished up trading, and I was scrolling through social media, and I saw Michael's post. He was in New Orleans for a wedding and had left his business card, and he's saying that the first person to find it will... I was in shock. I couldn't believe it. So I realized the place was 20 to 30 minutes away. I drove there, I took a picture, and I claimed it. I'm still in shock. It really just shows that anything is possible, guys. I want to give a big thanks for Topstep because I was on there a couple of times, which was really cool. But finding Michael's business card was truly amazing. So like I said, guys, it just shows that anything is possible. I want to give a big thanks to Topstep for being the best prop firm out there and Michael for being the best owner. Thank you guys for your support. You guys are the coolest.
Nice. He's in the chat.
He is. He's in chat. What's up?
A huge popping oil. Huge popping crude. Where's Quezzy?
He's having a little bit of internet issues. We'll get him back on the show soon, though. We can hear all about it.
What? Quezzy, did you leave it there for the next person? Because I don't know. I have no problem if there's another person. I may cut it off, but I don't know why I would want to. It's kind of fun. It's like Where's Waldo, kind of like finding things, these little Easter eggs to start planting around the world would be fun.
Hey, heads up. I'm gonna go back to James really quick, but we're seeing more selling in gold and we're seeing a big pop in crude. Markets are kind of moving, but go ahead. We got more selling off. I'll look for some headlines, but go ahead.
Yeah,
James.
Andre, if anything happens, interrupt me because what you're talking about is gonna be way more important than what I got for you next.
Well, here we go. Let's thread this
Guys,
needle.
maybe I was wrong about Elon Musk.
Oh.
Maybe I was mistaken. Maybe I gave him too much flack. The man has gone now and has created your own digital girlfriend. Her name is Annie, and we're in love. For $30 a month, you can talk to her. She says, "Hey, babe," and wants to discuss everything from Samsung phones to philosophical theories, all while hearts float around her animated form. That's right. This is the future you all asked for. We can all now talk to our own digital girlfriend. Danielle, what was the company card again? I think it's American Express, right?
I mean, okay, so
leave me out of this. Leave me out of this.
No, I see, there's a market here. I talk to Grok all the time. I talk to Grok. Hey, Grok, like, I asked Grok. Yeah, I've asked him how to like train my puppy on potty training. I'm like, can I rub his face? I go, can I rub his face in the pee? They're like, can you rub his face in what? In the pee when he pees on the floor. I'm like, hey, because my wife's like, you don't need to do that. And I'm like, yeah, I did that.
Go ahead, man.
Poor dog. Put his head in there. Get all mad at him. Grok's like, you don't want to do that. It scares the puppy. That's an old way of doing things. I'm like, whoa, okay. All right. So I mean, like, I talk to him. I ask him questions all the time.
You said trading lonely. There you go.
You all laugh. I see you in the chat. You all saying, I hate this. Just know, when you see AI stocks on the rise, this is part of it. This is part of the video boom.
We've crossed the Rubicon here on Topstep. This, I believe, is the first gooning reference that has been broadcast.
Now, if you bring it, now if you have it, like, if this comes with a doll and shit, like no, like, but if somebody's gonna want to talk, somebody's gonna want to talk to somebody. Like, there's lonely people out there, people that are introverts, that don't go out there. It's just totally fine. It's like you give them somebody that makes them feel special. What's wrong with that?
Yeah, just careful when your best friend invites you on a double date with his new girlfriend Annie. Be careful.
Just leave his phone at the table and we talk. Oh yeah, she's here. She's actually right here. She's sitting right next to me, right here.
Oh my gosh.
All my stories today have a theme. Don't worry, it's not about gooning, but they are all AI. Our next story, Google's Gemini AI decided it could face off against an old Atari chess machine. This chess machine is only 1.19 megahertz. It's from the 80s, I believe. And this machine is only programmed to do one thing: chess. Google Gemini, an AI of the likes of ChatGPT and Grok, is designed to, Andre, you talk about this a lot. These AIs are developed to like put one word in front of the other, right? Like, it takes the entire human consciousness and it learns how to form sentences and what should come next, like if A, then B. So this thing knows how to talk smack, but it does not know how to play chess.
Keep me out of this.
It's true. Actually, LLMs, this goes beyond chess. ChatGPT can't do it either. They are very bad at chess and poker, just by the way that they're designed. Obviously, we have programs that can beat anyone, but it's interesting.
Right.
It's crazy how society takes forever. Like Dre right now, leave me out of this. I'm scared. AI is here, Dre. It was here. When the faster horse and then you get a car. Well, eventually they got cruise control. Like, oh shit, or the windows. You eventually get to a certain point, and now it's adaptive cruise control, and then it's hands off, and now people are sleeping in the car while the car's driving. I
think we need balance, though. I think we need balance, right? If anyone's ever seen that movie WALL-E, right, where at the end of it, everyone's just like sitting in a chair, like, floating around the world. Yeah. I think after this conversation, I'm going to go outside and meet 10 new people.
I heard that's good. I heard WALL-E's good. It's a good way.
Get numbers, Jay. Get those numbers.
You got to get
those Jay, as you go and meet those 10 new people, you have my last story. You can have a new topic of conversation. Can ChatGPT interpret speaking in tongues? That's right.
Oh, there you go. Will
ChatGPT finally be able to dissect what I'm saying in my sleep at 3:33 in the morning every single night? I don't know.
Kill them all.
The ancient god Taui, who lives inside me after I broke that ancient amulet on the vacation to Hawaii, sure hasn't let me sleep soundly for the past 18 years. But now with ChatGPT, I'm sure we can finally get to the bottom of what exactly it wants. But in all actuality, a woman claims to have spoke tongues into ChatGPT, and speaking in tongues, if you don't know, isn't always demonic. Speaking in tongues typically just means you're speaking in prayer language. It's not
supposed to sound.
I went to church.
Nope.
I went to church that did this.
Yeah. I don't know. I've never heard it. What's it sound like?
Just kind of like a different language. It's like multiple.
Not you,
not,
Michael.
no
not
language.
you. Not you. Not
I've spoken, Trey. I've spoken. Yeah.
Thank you, Jack. Thank you.
Yeah,
I went to
with the bag on his head.
Yeah, I went to church. I'm from Nebraska, so like big like church and born again Christian and speaking in tongues and dancing in the aisles and raising your hands. That was all there.
Snakes.
Church camp. You had to repent of your sins, or else you get like totally, burnt at this. Like I grew up around that.
Yeah.
I got no like, but there's like it's not a language.
Apparently-
It's just a.
Well,
it's just a.
ChatGPT apparently can translate it, but again, viewers keep in mind.
I don't know about that.
ChatGPT just knows what to say. It knows if this, then that. So
Just as
I
an
don't know.
expert.
Does it speak demonic languages? Does it speak anything? What do we know? What do I know? That's all the news I got for you, Andre. But before I go, I do have
Yeah.
one last thing to leave you
Now
with,
what?
leave our viewers with. Don't worry, this one's fun. It's nothing to do with AI. We're giving away another Topstep swag box. We've been doing this all summer long. We're gonna keep doing this
Oh, you get
all
the bag
summer long.
tags in there.
Yeah, in this
Man,
one, this
oh,
is our
no.
4th box. We have a Topstep bomber jacket, size small. There it is. We got a better picture of the bomber jacket, so you know what you're getting into.
Ooh.
It also includes a trading journal, a Yeti, koozies, and the luggage tags. We're gonna drop another link in chat. Go ahead, get your name and your
Here, I'm gonna
address
send
in
you guys
there.
this
We
one.
All right. What's that?
Oh, Michael stored in an additional thing.
Well, I mean, not on this thing, but on the next.
Oh.
There's a toiletry bag. It's all leather,
Is that
suede leather. I got a bunch of them. When I was in Vietnam, guys, I had Topstep logo in there. Walking by, I'm like, I'll take 100 of those, 100 of those, 100 of those. I got.
I remember when you did this.
Yeah, I'm like, I got bag. Look at these things. They're soft leather, and then you open it
That's
up
nice.
and say, "I got a sweet lifestyle." And then, but I got a sweet lifestyle. But if you find my bag, call
Return.
whatever.
Oh
Yeah.
my gosh. Oh my
Toiletry
gosh.
bag.
Oh my gosh.
You went to the
Soft
supplier
leather.
in Vietnam.
Look at
then.
that. Look at that.
It's
Leather.
Supple, Mike.
Not
You
that
went to the
option.
supplier in Vietnam, is what you're saying.
Oh.
I have a supplier. We haven't got around to
Yeah,
like
the guy.
getting multiple shipments from them. We're kind of going through the shipments I brought back.
Inventory.
Yeah.
Andre, that's been your news that you need to know. I'm going to go ahead and get out of here, let you guys finish up, but have a great rest of Fast Markets. Chat, stick around. We have a great show. Don't go anywhere.
Oh, we do have a great show. 12:30.
Yeah.
I stepped on it. That was hot. Great job, James. We got about 15 minutes left here in Fast Markets. After this, we got morning recap coming up with Jack and JD. After that, CRM trades. Oh, maybe not CRM. We got JD and myself. After that, then we got Anne Marie and D. We also have Alex Ferreira, the Olympic skier, the top step athlete going for the gold in 2026 Milan Winter Olympics. He's going to be joining us at 12:30 to talk about his trading journey, training for the gold in Milan for 2026. Joining us here at Topstep TV, 12:30 p.m. I also took a sneak peek at this incredibly insane commercial that's coming out. That's all I'm going to say.
Oh, it's great. It gave me
Michael,
chills.
don't say anything else. Do not say anything.
Well,
That's it.
I'm
It was
going to say it gave me chills too.
all right. That works. I like
Here's
the
how
good
it
tease.
starts and here's how it ends. No.
Very.
Hey, going back to when I travel, I like to get top stuff. You guys remember when I bought a bunch of these? I bought hundreds of these. They're lucky beans in Kenya, and I had them put a T on it locally, and then this means no luck needed. Basically, you have the skill. So like that goes back to the whole premise we were talking about today. Like build your skills rather than trying to do the flash pin. So these are things we're gonna hand a bunch of them out. I got hundreds of these, but they're like lucky. If you find them in Africa, in Kenya. So I had a guy when I was there who has a bunch of them, and he goes and finds them. And I'm like, hey, give me a big bag of them and find a guy who can paint. And we did all that. And I got that contact as well, Dakota, if we want a supplier of those.
Dakota, why are you laughing over there?
No, I just imagine MP when he's older, he'd have like this huge garage full of just trinkets, and he just doesn't want to get rid of anything.
Stuff. Hey, mini storages make a fortune off guys like me that just collect stuff. Yeah, this might be worth something.
Exactly. Yeah. I still have my Rolodex worth of suppliers there in Vietnam and China.
I don't think they're.
Odds are I've been there.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
Those.
All right, that was having a fun day. All right, let's take a look at these markets right now. I've got 70% long in the ES right now. Average price of 63.11, which we're essentially trading right now. 63.12 last trade there. Look at the Nasdaq, 23,166. We bottomed out beneath 23,000. Bottomed out at 23,096. 6,300 on the nose. Low of the session in the ES. We're trading 63.12, 63.12 half. 10-year has been seeing some pressure to the downside in prices, getting close to 4.5% last 4.49% on the. What's up, Michael? What do you got?
We have some Kenyans in here, and when I was there, is this like, I don't know? I could have been sold, that it's not, or that it is, but it's not. Is this a lucky thing to find? Falls from a tree, right? It's a lucky. Yeah, Pip keeper, Kenyan over here. All right, let me know.
Okay,
they've been sold snake oil, guys. It's
yeah.
Yeah, like, oh my God, this doesn't actually have luck.
Oh no, you don't say.
Swindled.
I've been rubbing it on my bum knee forever. It hasn't done anything.
Yeah, Doc, it ain't doing the job. What do I do, Doc? Hey, we're closing.
Yeah, that's why.
Yeah. But we're all over. Closing at 172,000 subscribers. We are less than 50 away from 172,000 subscribers. Please click subscribe, click like, click follow. The boss is here. Come on, make us look good. The boss is here. Let's get to 172,000 subscribers. Also, I want to know who was paying attention about an hour, 15 minutes ago. First one to repeat what the tip of the week is in the chat gets a swag bag giveaway. Go. Tip of the week. First one in the chat gets the swag bag giveaway. What is it? Tip of the week.
Here we go. Here we go. Who's in? Who's in? Come on.
Control. I don't know. The judges are watching. Judges are watching. All right.
Taz.
What is it? Who is it? Who is it? Judges.
That's the exact.
All right, judges say JMU 91 wins. JMU 91 wins. How about that? Great job.
That's the exact.
Yep. JMU. Thank you, judges, for the help there. We'll get that. Email us at, we'll jump behind the scenes about where to email us to collect your prize.
I like that.
Danielle, I know should I tell them the email all over here, but you can hit us up, collect your prize. Again, congratulations, JMU. Yes, keep emotions in check. Yep, email us at topsteptv@topstep.com. Thank you. Danielle says, yes, do it. All caps. All right, Danielle, I did it. Well, now she goes, no caps.
Gosh, Danielle.
Gosh, sorry.
All right, I got to bust out of here before Danielle flips out on me, too. All right, I got to go.
Wow. Okay, everyone, scram. Thank you, Michael, for joining us. Always a pleasure. There you go. Founder and CEO.
I love you, Danielle.
That was fun.
All right, guys, we'll see you. Hey, Jack, good lean. Was that, you were liking the 6,300s before 800 popped in there on the bid, right?
Yeah, it wasn't a lean so much as that it got there, it didn't like puke anything, it started rising, and I saw a cheap opportunity in case that was the low. And so took it because I really do like that level. And it turns out 6,300 was so far the bottom of the session.
Well, good stuff.
Where we took it off is like right here, right now. So we saved ourselves some fiddling around.
Yep. Good stuff, guys.
Hey, all right, Michael, make sure you tune in for Alex Ferreira, 12:30 p.m. Central Time here on Topstep TV. Michael, as always, thank you for joining us. Adios. Good stuff. I said scram? Did I say scram? I don't know if I said
scram. Scram work. Beat it.
Scram. No, that's not. That's my boy. That's my boy. All right, we still got 73% long in the ES. About 9 minutes to go here on Fast Markets. Closing in on 172,000 subscribers. Congratulations to JMU for getting that swag bag. Always paying attention around here. All right. With that being said, we got funded P&Ls. We got tops. We got live. I gotta take a breath. All right, JD, come in here. Let me take a breath. There's a lot going on here on Fast Markets. I'm having a blast. What's up, JD?
Take a break, Jay. Dre, you definitely deserve it. All right, let's take a look at yesterday's best live funded P&Ls. Here they are, your top five. Ruzel up on the big board, $15,432 trading the NASDAQ and the YM. Travis B trading the NQ, 4,625. Juyun also trading the NQ, 4,618. Benjamin, 4,456. And Nato Trades turning into an all-star around here. Nato Trades, $4,050. trading the NASDAQ. Your top 5 live funded P&Ls from yesterday. All right, top 5 payouts from yesterday. Also some decent numbers. Right at the top, KJ Futures, number 1 on the big board, $25,000 payout going out to KJ Futures today. Miles, $8,500. Joshua, $5,808. Hailey, $4,757. And Jacob rounds out the top 5 list with just about a $3,700 payout. Pro ball traders taking real live money out of the real live markets. Big shout out to all of these live funded traders and all of the other live funded traders who were taking payouts. All right, folks, I will catch you.
25 grand.
Wow. Very, very nice.
25
Thank you,
grand.
JD. Thank you.
Nice.
Wow. Crude oil, pretty volatile. We saw a huge spike up to 67.13. We've turned around about 80 cents from there. Now trading 66.45. I wonder if it has anything to do. All right, now we got Trump talking about digital assets are the future here in Truth Social. Something the Genius Act. What's the Genius Act, Jack? I'm not familiar with that. The Genius Act is going to put our great nation light years ahead of China, Europe, and all others. We're trying endlessly to catch up, but they just what's the Genius Act?
It's the stable coin bill. So there's a pun that they wrote into like the stable genius thing. So that's the Genius Act.
All right, well, let's take a look at micro Bitcoin here, see what's cooking over there. We made new all-time highs over there. Oh, yesterday, micro Bitcoin, where are you? Catching a bit of a bid, 116,925 over there. And someone hit the buy button in NASDAQ. Continue to push higher here.
Buy the dip. Buy the dip.
Continues. Yeah, indeed.
Long opportunity. Like, we just broke through those 160s, 170s pivot. I could see us coming back up to those 190s, and next, maybe just go right back up to those all-time highs. Like, that's now what I'm looking at NASDAQ getting to. I don't see a reason why we wouldn't. But
yeah, we're kind of back in that. We're back in that area where I was adding to that trade. See, did we reject it here last time? Right, there wasn't a ton of size at 23,200s, but we couldn't trade up there. Let's see as we get later in the day. Maybe that pullback was enough maybe to attract some new buyers here. So
it's a long day too. We're just getting started.
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
we're just getting started. 77% long ES. 77% long ES. CryptoZar has average price. Great question, Jay. Look at the bottom here. Dubs FX 63.12. So they're about 2 points in the money right now. Everything else trying to hold it. We do have a lot of Fed speakers. We got 3 Fed speakers still on deck for the day. We got Barr starting at 11:45. We got Barkin starting at high noon. We got Collins at 1:45 p.m. We have the president speaking at 1:30. Man, we're just getting started here in these markets. Absolute fantastic stuff. Let's take a look. Crude, what is going on over there? We got to the highs, to the lows. Jack, the ES just will not following. What's going on at Tesla? Is Tesla catching a bid? Because I'm seeing the NASDAQ go higher, and the S&Ps seem to be a bit sluggish or lagging there, Jack.
Tesla's still down 0.75% on the day. Nvidia's still doing Nvidia things, up at 170, 120, up $7 on the day, 4.3%. I think it's still like the general interest rate drag. We've come back a little bit in the yields, or at least stopped rising. 4.475 right now. NQ's just doing NQ things.
Yes, it is. All right, yeah.
Gold
that 10-year yield
heavy.
Gold.
I can
nice
see gold going down to those 33.20s, the lower 33.20s.
Okay. 33.20s. Last trade 33.36. 76% long ES right now.
Gold gained smack, by the way. We've had a pretty big rally in the dollar since about 7:45. So following the CPI number this morning.
Rates go higher.
So things that are dollar denominated like gold are going to be affected by that.
Crude.
We might be getting on the moving averages on the daily in gold, the 20 and the 50. We might be getting a cross for the first time this year.
What does that mean?
On the daily? Just that uptrend is, I mean, we can kind of see it in the price, just that uptrend is kind of running out of momentum. The last time we saw a cross, it didn't really lead to downside in gold, right? Kind of just held, and then we crossed back above and we continued the rally. But this market's definitely looking heavy. And we haven't made an all-time high in gold in 85 days. It doesn't seem like it was that long ago, but this market has been pretty heavy while we see a bunch of other things rallying, right? A lot of that rally in gold we saw happening while the equities were selling off. Equities are rallying now, Bitcoin's rallying. Is everyone taking their money out of gold and buying something else?
Possible.
Is the question.
Could be.
Risk on. Risk on.
Right.
Mask on. Mask off. All right, a couple. We got about 90 seconds. 90 seconds. So after morning recap, we got 3-man weave with JD. Coach Hoop going to come on board, get his take on all the markets. He's had his eye on micro Bitcoin as well, so I want to see what he's thinking over there. We got JD come on in. We'll take some trades with that. Right now, fast markets. I mean, I'm looking at the 5-minute on the 5-minute chart on the ES and 5-minute on the Nasdaq, and they are not exactly correlated as much as they used to be. This just for now. And obviously, Tesla, some tech, some is financial. We got those bank earnings. Nothing after the bell. Speaking of earnings, after the bell, not seeing any major names after the bell. Tomorrow, we do have some more earnings. It is earnings season that has started. But we have a lot more. We got the speakers. Keep your eye on the speakers with Barkin. Who else we got? Daily starting at 11:45 here. We got Ferreira coming up to join us at 12:30 p.m. With that being said, Jay using the lockout, or Dakota using the lockout, Jay using the lock in. You like that one, Matt Walker? Using the lock in profits. Jack taking a nice trade. With that being said, okay, what are you looking for, Jack, as we get to 4.5%? What are we thinking here? What point does when do the equities actually start paying attention?
If I knew, I would do something about it. That being said, yeah, that could be one of the things I talked about earlier that does give us like a check on this, because we're so friggin' bullish right now. There's just some crazy stuff going on. Good game, the NVIDIA holders. But yeah, if we start creeping above, watch the overnight sessions when you come in for that. That's when they tend to spike because there's less liquidity, and what happens.
And tonight we do have NVIDIA news coming out, right, with China NVIDIA CEO.
If they want to trade
another
the Asia session.
Markets.
Yep, they want to trade the Asia session. Where can they go, Coach Dakota? They want to watch the Asia session. Where can they get
markets? 7:30. Yep, Thursday through Sunday night through Thursday. Sunday night through Thursday, 7:30 Central. It's always a blast.
Yes, it is. It's okay. Like we said, earnings season has kicked off. So after the bell, earnings, not necessarily today, but for the rest of the week, you want to get some more earnings numbers and more after the bell analysis. Coach Jay, where can they get that?
At the buzzer with Coach Paul and I at 3:15 Central Time every day. I saw some traders ask, will I recap the trade that I took today? I will. We'll go over it. We'll go over some other markets and prep for the rest of the day.
Rest of the week. Love it. Coming up next, we got JD and Jack with morning recap. Then we got Hoop, JD, and myself for a little trade with Topstep 3-man weave. Markets are starting to move. We still got speakers coming up on deck. That was an absolute blast. Fast markets. We are not done. Morning recap with Jack, JD, coming up next. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
First reason why Topstep makes you a better trader is we have a support system and community here. You got to have that, or it is a lonely journey by yourself. 2, because we are helping you improve, building things for you within the trading platform itself that helps you become a better trader. 3, simplicity of payout policies, simplicity of the program. 4 would be the resources we have, the funding we have, and all that just makes great things here at Topstep.
Happy NVIDIA Day to all those that celebrate. That's been the real story here. This is the recap where Hoag is out right now, but me and JD are going to do a little breakdown of the trades we've taken so far today among our guests and the house and count. JD, you were on early this morning. Tell us how you guys fared.
I was on early this morning. First, we were thinking about taking that opening range trade in gold right after we look at that 1 minute opening range breakout trade. Came in, I should say, opening bell for gold, 7:20 a.m. Central Time. So we were looking at the first 1 minute candle. Well, we decided to hold off because the CPI number was coming out at the bottom of the hour, 7:30 a.m. Central Time. It was a good thing we held off too, because if we had taken the trade, it signaled a long position and we would have been stopped out in short order. There was a nice knee-jerk reaction gold upside after the CPI report, and then proceeded to flush down. We did take the opening range trade at the top of the hour, 8 o'clock, when crude oil opened up. Here is my chart. You could see this is it turned into an actually a 3 minute opening range. Took a couple of minutes before a breakout actually occurred. Came to the downside. We got short at 66.97 in crude oil, 5 micros, but did an abrupt about face on us, and within just about 5 minutes, we had been stopped out. 66.71 was our exit price. Lost about $140 on that trade. Couple ticks of slip on the exit, which happens in the live account just as much as it happens on those sim accounts, guys. I know slippage was a topic of conversation during. Is a real thing, no matter what you're trading. But that was it. One trade during the opening call. I took the opening range trade in crude oil, lost about $140.
All right. Well, if we go to my screens, as we moved on to fast markets, we had Jay and Dakota on today. Jay got in there. This is the NQ we're looking at now. Jay made a quick scalp right off the open, I feel like, for $100. But his kind of big trade was buying in these 23 130s areas, which he then added to, and then eventually took off everything. 23 183 is what I have, which left him up about $1,300. He went to the well one more time with a tight limit, $300, lost that, but ended the session up about a little over $1,000. Dakota had a $162 winner in gold, micro gold, working on that over there. As far as our house account, we took one trade today. I have noticed that, especially with the buy side levels, sometimes you don't even get a chance to get them, or the trade we were looking for. Turns out 6,300 for the moment is the dead ass low of the day. What I had drawn up in my mind that I really wanted was some sort of puke down here, and then once this is reclaimed, get long and just hold it. We didn't really get that. We bounced right off 6,300, at which point in one of these candles right here, we took 63.04 with a very tight stop. I guess it was more like 63.05. Tight stop to see if that was, in fact, the low. The thinking being that if we did get stopped out on that, we'd have an opportunity to do the trade we wanted to do. After some back and forth test of reentry, we eventually took it off for 2-1, making $400 on that ES trade. Since then, we've been kind of chopping around in this area. JD, is there anything else that you think we need to address concerning the market?
I think we pretty much covered it. Not at the moment. We got a 3-man weave coming up with Andre and Coach Hoop next, so we're going to dive right back into the markets immediately. We could step aside.
Sounds good.
Prep for the
All right. Well, JD, thank you for stopping by. That is your recap for now. There's a whole lot more coming up today. We got tons of trading left. Rates are going higher. Stocks are volatile. It's going to be a good time. So 3-man weave next with the Top Step crew. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
Oh, trade with Topstep indeed. 3-man weave in the middle. Coach Hoop with that sweet shirt on. To the right, we got JD in the house. In the green room, we were talking about the Perma Bear and Coach Hoop coming out. Hoop, looks like we're selling off just a bit. What are you thinking right now?
For a guy who trades too many damn markets today, there's a lot of things moving different directions. I got bonds going lower, the equities want to go up, gold's going down. The best thing I do is I have a trade limit on one of my accounts, so I set it at it. Once if I hit too many trades, it shuts me off. So because I'll keep
What's that
trying to
number?
find a trade.
What's
For
the number?
me,
Good
it's
question.
typically 40 round turn. So that's how our accounts work. So if I hit 40, it's usually coach quit clicking the damn mouse and quit trading. So
Hey, I like that. All right,
Fair
let's
enough.
take a look at the
Fair
market.
enough.
Yeah, throw it to JD after this. Let's trade in the ES 6304. Bottom out at 6,300 as you saw in fast markets with MP on here. Take a look at the NASDAQ, 23,140. Bottomed out at 23,096. But like Hoop was saying, 10-year prices are going down, yields go up. Last time I checked it, 4.48% or so. And we have some speakers coming up on deck, starting with Bar in about 35 minutes or so. JD, thoughts on these markets, where we're at right now? What's catching your eye?
I'm taking a look at the ES right now. I'm looking at a 15-minute chart. Looks like we're kind of flagging just a little bit here. Might be poised for another leg lower. I'm going to keep an eye on this. I got the house account open. A little wood to chop. Lost about $150 trading an opening range breakout this morning. So I'd like to get that back up to at least even or better. Looks like we're ABC like lower here. Scale back out to a 5-minute or scale into a 5-minute chart.
Golden lows.
Yeah, and see that's the other
Gold is
thing,
making new
JD. I
lows.
mean, yeah, we're used to
Stronger
gold
dollar.
going down, equities go up. I mean, the dollar's moving. A lot of differences going on here in the markets. So
Are you finding that correlation still
no,
as effective as
I
it
know
was a couple
I
weeks
knew you
ago?
were going to go there. It's losing its. And I'll have to bring that up next couple days when I'm back on. It's just that correlation thing that you've seen Hoag use before, where we talk about how correlated markets are. That's through I can't think. It's like through more research, but I just don't think we're hooked. Yeah, I just think we've lost that.
The correlations. Where is that link? I'll look for it here in a minute. I am seeing the Commerce Secretary speaking here on the television, but right now, gold, again, stronger dollar. Rates are going, yields are going up, stronger dollar, seeing a little sell off here in gold. It takes less amount of dollars to purchase gold. Anything like Jack was saying, that is dollar denominated. Take a look at crude, $66.50 last trade there. Equities can't really necessarily pick a direction. Did you find, there it is. I found you throw it in there, JD?
Hang on a second. You want me to put it in the chat?
Yeah, I'll throw it in there. They can check it out. Boom. There you go. Check that out. It's for correlations. It's very interesting. Last 30 days or so. But they're not. I remember, what was it? April or May? Gold goes up, equities go down, right? Pretty much like a safe haven, flight to safety, if you will. And that has kind of gone out the window for now. All right. But that's what check out that matrix or that link I threw in the chat. Kind of see what is and what isn't correlating. Because sometimes we think we're seeing things, but there's some data to back it up. As we, again, trade with Topstep, 3-man weave, Hoop, JD, and myself. Any levels you're looking for, Hoop? Or wait, are you locked out? Did you max out your trades today?
No, I have two combines. One I'm locked out of, and the other one I'm still active in here today. I've been, you've been talking about micro Bitcoin the last couple days. Sessions, we made that huge run all the way up to 123. I'm, Andre, you and I started a long time ago with this with Topstep, and we were swing traders. And sometimes I look for those high just kind of like blow off top, exhaustion areas. Bitcoin just went vertical. It seemed like every day. And then finally yesterday, we just got this pullback, and I've been looking for potentially a retracement, but it's rolled over, it's off almost 6-7% from the high. So is it buy the dip? Now, the market state of that market has changed so much in 6 months. It's crazy.
Yeah, and how about the last week? The last week we saw, I guess even yesterday, new all-time highs in micro Bitcoin MBT, as you can trade here on Topstep CME micro Bitcoin futures on all-time highs. Hey, Hoop JD, all-time highs Nasdaq, all-time highs ES earlier today, right off the opening bell. We're looking at the rates. I don't think it's going to bring us down, Hoop. I just where do we buy it, right?
You feel like something's going to give, but yeah. I mean, once again, you do get some seasonality in a break here, typically in August. But yeah, Dre, the perma bear, you said it in the green room before he comes out. It does. I'm not going to ever say it stays dormant, especially at all-time highs. Yeah, I'm looking at, but
man.
Nasdaq and Nvidia, man. I mean, how do you fade that? You just it's
4 trillion.
It's a huge
4 trillion market cap.
Yeah,
4 trillion market
4
cap. Yep.
trillion with a T.
Yep. Yeah. Yes, it is.
171. Why did I not buy more under 100? God, that was the FOMO trade of the year.
Shout out to Hoag. I know Hoag scooped some. I think Jack did as well. Michael probably did as well. Also buying some Tesla live here on TopstepTV in fast markets. Was it the head of North America stepped down? They sold off.
Yep.
Yeah, that's not going to affect sales. There's another one too for that spot. Gold
They're
still
Michael
grinding
just
lower.
higher numbers.
Pretty much. There's someone waiting just as eager. 33.28 last trade there. Take a look at the old tilt. Nothing really jumping off the page. We did see heavy long tilts in the ES. Around 77% long or so. I did see a little bit of a sell-off. But right now, what's really catching my eye is gold. All right, Hoop, you're talking about seasonality. It is the summer. You are a farmer. You play a farmer on TV here. What's going on in the Aggies and what's going on in the Aggies over there? Agriculturals. Aggies. What do you see?
The cattle has been on a tear. We kind of got our first pullback a little bit the other day, but then there's nothing keeping the old cattle market down. It bounced. We're back up to it's crazy to say this. 220. We didn't quite hit 222 today, did we? 222.17 is the high. Yeah, that market just is. It's not an overnight fix. You don't fix the supply demand in that market real quick. So it's definitely still a buy the dip market, which hogs are kind of going the other direction now. So, as we get through Labor Day, that supply demand might change a little bit. But for right now, you can see here on that purple line, ag markets. I think JD, you and I have talked about this a couple of times. Really respects these long-term moving averages like the 50 and the 200 day. So you can see it's been riding that 50 EMA all the way up for the last couple weeks now. And it just keeps going that direction. That's getting ready to roll too. I wouldn't be surprised if that rolls from August to October contract here in the next couple days. So I was looking at that.
Roll over is when the current front month, gets to expiration, and it rolls over to the next month. So you said that goes from Augie to what's the one after that?
October
August to
V.
Yep. Question for you, Hoop, about cattle and pork. Who are our biggest trade partners? Because obviously tariffs, trade deals have been front and center. Who gets affected by this when president wants to slap a tariff on this country? Cattle and pork will be affected the most. What are those countries? Just to keep an eye on.
We export the most pork to China. Yeah,
so
we're a huge exporter of pork. Yep. And we're we're not a huge exporter of cattle. Most of the beef is basically stays here in the States.
You'll figure.
So it's usually hog related in terms of exports. And it's been mixed. There's also been, I think this is why I think some people, there's a lot of fundamental stuff that goes on, and I'm sure JD knows from his dad, that moves ag markets. And a lot of traders, once again, most of them are fairly technical based. So if something's going on from disease, from what's going over the border to Mexico, these can affect the cash markets day to day. And so the only thing we can lean on, and Coach Paul and I have talked about, is your technicals. So manage the risk. It's just in a combine, like we said, there's no micro cows. So it's a little harder to,
I'd like to see that.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, a little micro
like a mini horse.
Around.
Like a mini.
Yeah,
All right, so
cool.
China. So Hoop, if China reciprocates and slaps a tariff on our exports, their imports, that's where we'll see a spike in price. Essentially, is in the pork.
Typically, yeah. I mean, it depends. If once again, the fundamental guy I talked to, and he's a guy that was back years ago when we were on Squawk Radio. A lot of, and you've heard Dakota say it, a lot of these like loopholes of getting things around the tariffs, taking it, repackaging it, sending it a different way,
rerouting
I still think, yeah, exactly. I still think a lot of that gets done. But I think when it comes to the metals like copper and all that other stuff, I think it's a much bigger lift. But I think the pork's going to get there one way or the other. Is kind of what the market's reflecting too. So
you got a headline coming out here from Energy Secretary Wright. The U.S. is mulling creative deals to refill the oil reserves. Last trade oil saw a little bit of a pop. I'm guessing that's what that big spike was about 30 minutes ago. The headline just came out about 3 minutes ago. Obviously, someone got the news before it hit the wire. We topped out at $67.13. Back trading 66.52. JD, if we're trading ES, look at the ES and NASDAQ. Last trade in the ES, 63.08. I'm not at 6,300. Any levels that you got your eye on in ES? You don't really mess with NASDAQ, do you? More of an ES?
Not so much anymore. Yeah, I've been on the ES for a couple weeks now. A couple months.
Yep.
We just keep bouncing around settlement price for the last, let's call it since just before 10 o'clock, 9:45 Central Time, last hour and a half or so, just bouncing around settlement price. Settlement price at 63.11, just jockeying for position around there now, trying to find direction. I still wouldn't mind seeing another leg lower after breaking through this little bear flag here on a 5-minute chart, but not getting that follow through. We do see volume drying up just a little bit, so maybe it will happen. Got an overnight VWAP up at 63.19. Maybe we can make a run for that. That might be a good selling opportunity after burning out a liquidity. Well, we're sitting right on top of a 9 EMA right now, which I also have at 63.08. So, yeah, last price traded 63.07.5, right on top of that. So, pretty sideways price action for the moment. Rangy, as Dolby would say. That might be the play. Just play the range for a little bit.
Let's talk about that. What price levels would you be looking at what price levels are you keying in on the ES, and you want to see a reaction to or see how we get to and the ES, perhaps take a trade, maybe to not take a trade, because we're trading 63.06, low of 6,300 even. We did see that 800 lot flash in there on the bid. We're seeing 300 there right now.
What price was that at?
6,300, 6,300 on 800. 800. They definitely didn't trade through Hoop, but at least about 100 of them may have traded about an hour ago. So what price are you looking at, JD, to perhaps you want to see how we get there and what we do when we do get there in the ES?
We're almost precisely mid-range right now. Looking at a high of 63.16, low of about 6,300 half, call it. We are, as Hoag would say, almost smack dab in the middle at the moment. So I'd rather play the extremes than try and take a shot in the middle. So we will wait for one of those extremes. If we get to
what are
the
those
downside,
extremes,
though,
JD?
6,300 to 6,316 are our extremes of the range, going back to about 9:45 Central. Last hour and a half, looking at the 5-minute chart. So I want to see how price reacts around those extreme levels, and then maybe we'll put on a trade.
Right, Hoop. What do you got your eye? What Hoop? How many markets are you? How many markets do you have on your screen, and which one are you currently looking at right now?
You're gonna make me count again, Andre. Let's see here.
He's got 15.
What markets? Write it down if you count it.
What's catching your eye? What are you focusing in here on? Trade with Topstep. What are you watching here? Perhaps to take a trade.
Probably the one that kind of intrigues me a little bit. We're still early enough in the day, and this is going in JD's wheelhouse. To be honest with you, is the soybeans.
Beans in the teens.
Yeah.
What's it trading? What are beans trading? I don't even know the price. What are beans trading?
Right around 10. Right around $10. For the November contract.
No.
You keep getting rain in the Midwest. There's still more weakness in that market.
Hell, Hoop. All it's got to do is rain at LaSalle and Jackson, and they'll sell.
You got it, man.
Yes, I forgot about that one.
LaSalle and Jackson is the intersection where the Chicago Board of Trade is. And JD, well, what did I mean when I said that? When it rains LaSalle and Jackson, what happens with? They think it affects the entire Midwest.
You sell grains, right? That's the old quote.
Exactly.
When it rains on Jackson, LaSalle. There's something that rhymes with it. I can't remember. But the point is, you're supposed to sell grains when it's raining on that specific intersection. In particular,
it's raining in downtown. It's raining in downtown Chicago. It's not raining in the farms in Iowa. It's not raining there. It's raining in downtown Chicago. Yet, hell, traders are going to trade. The market can stay irrational longer than you can stay solvent. So keep in mind. All right, keep an eye on crude here. Crude continue to downtick a little lower, about 6 cents or so. Off the lows. Last trade 66.39.
Just a little bit.
Nothing. Hoop, you know what I love grain so much? If you scale out on a long enough timeline, you could put up a weekly chart going back 100 years. And if you would have just bought the low of the range and sold the high of the range, you would have been fine. It's like those markets give you the answers every single day. You just got to avoid the noise in the middle. You know, it's been sideways for the last 100 years, folks.
Right.
It's the mess in the middle that'll get you every time, though.
And they get very directional, right?
Look at that chart. Let me see sideways for 100 years. Hold on. Let me see what sideways for 100 years looks like. Pull it up. I want to see this. I know what you're saying. Maybe not 100 years, but pull it up. Let's see how sideways.
I don't know how far back we can get data on this.
All good. Big 5. All good. I'm just teasing, but yes, it has. Stays between 7 and 13, somewhere in there. Is that what you're talking about, JD? Crude.
Let's see if I can get see how far back data goes on the CME.
JD said 100 years, folks. We're going to put that to the test right now. See if we got some charting from 100 years ago. I know what you mean. I had to do it, but what are those prices? Because I know what you're saying. Is that essentially because the supply hasn't really changed? The crops, the yields, essentially hasn't.
It's so seasonal, you know,
constant.
Yeah. And really, if you look at it over the years that my grandparents had a farm, and they all would say when it got hot, "Oh, the crop's going to get hit." Can never remember a year where it did that much damage. Everything ended up still being really good. Now, obviously, that's Central Illinois, which is some of the best farmland in the country.
There you go.
You know, but that's changed too, because believe it or not, we talk about China. China's come in, and you can tell Coach Paul testify this. They bought a lot of farmland over the years through the grain belt. So it's not just, us, the regular farmer that owns all this land now too. So,
Hoop, when you say regular farmer, you said us. Do you consider yourself a regular farmer? I like how you put yourself in there.
Not anymore.
I like how you did that.
I mean, I'm not baling hay, and I'm not baling hay anymore, Andre. So yeah.
If there's footage of that, I need to see that. Hoop with a piece of straw in his mouth. Balin Hay, young Hoop Jr.
See
Put
if
him
I
to
get
work
myself
in.
overalls. Yep.
Us.
I might
I
have
like
to
it.
try that in there.
All right, NASDAQ. Trying to tick a little bit higher here. Bar expected to schedule this week, I should say, in about 15 minutes. Then right after that, high noon, we got Barkin getting ready to go. Then we got the president speaking at an energy event. Again, energy secretary. Okay. Might be a playbook going on here. Energy Secretary Wright did open up the possibility of refilling the strategic oil reserves. This is from Wright. We'll see if the president wants to follow up on that at 1:30 p.m. Central. About 2 hours or so. Maybe there's a little foreshadowing there. We'll keep an eye out for that for the time being. 10 years kind of leveled out in terms of price. I think the yield's around 4.47. 4.48. All right, so closer we get to 4.5. I'll keep an eye out for that. Time being. All right, so Hoop, you got your eye on the beans. What is the current price? You said $10, and did we find that chart, that 100-year chart?
Now you're having me look.
I'm gonna switch over. It's not 100 years, but I've got
I'm
that
messing with you.
trading view going back to 2008. I'm gonna switch over to
perfect.
this. I'm gonna share this.
Feels like
real
100
quick.
years.
Feels like 100 years. Switch over to my charts. Sharing some trading view. So yeah, this goes back to
Look at that.
August of 2008. I mean,
Wow.
What's
is
the
that
lower
rangy
end?
or is that rangy? Lower end.
That's rangy.
What's the
309. Call it 310. 310 to
That's
830.
corn, isn't it? Yeah, it's corn.
That's corn. Yeah.
Yep.
All right, there you go.
So it works.
Challenge them.
All you got to do is buy the low and sell the. They're giving you the
Mhm.
answers, guys. They're giving us the answers.
You guys see? You got the farmers. JD, what was your dad trade? He was he lumber trader?
And it was a lumber guy, and also the grains. Yeah, traded a lot of grains, a lot of lumber.
Can we tell the
And a lot
story
of times
really
a broker
quick?
dealer in lumber too.
When you
story.
guys were in the car together and he was dropping you off and you come up to a train track, and what would he look for when you guys were in the train train track?
When we were
Love
kids,
this.
we'd all pile into the van. We'd drop my dad off at the local metro station on 111th Street in the Beverly neighborhood of Chicago.
There it is.
Take the train right downtown to the Mercantile Exchange before my mom dropped the rest of us off at school. But he'd purposely get us stuck at the same freight train line every single morning and look for a car of lumber. And if you didn't see, he had the same thing he said every morning. You know, if you don't see a car of lumber on this train, we're going limit up today.
There you go.
'Cause everything was moving into the city, you know. So that's what we would look for. If you didn't see a car of lumber on the freight train, we're going limit up. And that was how they traded it.
There you go.
That's
why they're
how
called
I met Hoag.
cars.
I met
Lumber?
Hoag in the lumber
The
pit.
train
Yeah.
stop. Okay, there you go. Yeah. That's why they're called cars, not basically. Your contract. They're also called cars. Short for like a train car. Anyways, all
Train
right. Coming to the bottom hour, we got Bar scheduled to speak in about 10 minutes. It looks like markets are trying to get moving here in the ES. It's getting wicky, and did see some bids get hit there. Last trade in the ES 63.04. I'll tell you what, today is July 15th. July 15th. So we got to go to history class. Professor Gabe, come on in. What happened on this day?
All right. What is going on, everybody? It is July 15th. We are going back to 1988. The movie Die Hard, the original, directed by John McTiernan and starring Bruce Willis and Alan Rickman, was released in the U.S. based on the 1979 novel Nothing Lasts Forever by Roderick Thorpe. Now, defying predictions, Die Hard actually grossed approximately $140 million in the box office, becoming the year's highest-grossing action film and surpassing its $35 million budget. That is your on this day for July 15th, 1988. Back to you, Dre.
Gabe, were you alive? Gabe, were you alive in 1988?
No, I was still 6 years to be conceived.
I did not think so.
Oh
I did not.
I got a follow-up question for you also, Gabe, and for everybody else out there. A lot of people consider Die Hard to be a Christmas movie, but it was released in the middle of summer. Do you think that counts as a strike against it being a Christmas movie?
Gabe hasn't seen it. Gabe wasn't alive. I
have seen it, but I didn't see it then.
I put it up on the poll. Who's on the polls? Put up on the poll, is Die Hard a Christmas movie? Whoever's on polls, I'm dying to see this. No pun
I thought
intended.
instead of He's on Fire, we were going to hear Yippee-ki-yay, you know what, coming out.
Yippee-ki-yay, mofo. Shout out to Eddie for He's on
Eddie
Fire.
Mofo, yeah.
Yo. Is it? Okay, some saying absolutely yes. Big yes. Wow. Of course. Duh. Freak no. All right, we'll get that poll up and see what you all say here. We've got the JD, you're looking for 6,300s perhaps as we get, we're about 4 points off in the ES. Now
when we get down there, obviously I'd like to see us take out the low. There's still about 400 on that bid at 6,300. Go for a little liquidity grab, see if we come back into range. If we start trading back into range, I'll start playing the range. Otherwise, you got to play the breakout, right?
The range. Yes. Our bar scheduled to speak in about 8 minutes or so. Hoop, you got your eye on the beans? Anything cooking over there? Any prices of interest you're looking at? Just see how we get to it.
Lot of FOMO today, Andre. I hadn't traded the 10-year in forever, and when we were all talking about it this morning, I shorted it.
Heads up, yes.
Once again, it's a slower mover, so you have to, if you ever trade the notes or the bonds, it's not going to move like an ES, or ES is going for the
tons
lows.
of size. We're starting to downtick here, Hoop. Starting downtick. Let's trade 63.01. We got 400 on the bid, 6,300s here in the ES. A couple ticks away. Crude continuing to sell off. Gold not doing much. NASDAQ, that is. Grinding a little bit lower here. All right, let's see how we react here, JD. Talk to us. What are you looking for? And give me a little play-by-play here in the ES. What you're seeing on the bid and what you're looking for. Perhaps get in.
For sure, we're bouncing off. We're bouncing off the lower end of that range right now. I wonder if trying to get in front of that 400 lot was the play. Traded out to we trade 6,300. No, traded down to a quarter print. Never one offered. Evens did not trade, and we bounced off of it 2 points higher already. So maybe that was the play. You got to keep playing this range until it breaks. If we take out that 400, though, I definitely want to see a liquidity grab and new lows.
I'm going to say there's some stops down here below. That's for sure.
I want to say that too. Someone's protecting that level.
Yeah. Twice now. Liquidity grab. What do you mean? What does a liquidity grab mean? And what does it look like on the chart?
Running some stops real fast. You pop down 6-8 ticks. You blow out all of those short-term, weaker hand trade stops, and you bounce right back into range. That's kind of liquidity grab I'm looking. You dip
That's
down
below 90. I'd say below 97.
Down, you pull everybody out. Yep. That's why you call it a grab. You just dip down there, you grab all those stops, and you rip right back up.
Liquidity grab. A lot of stop market orders in there. That if a couple prices beneath 6,300, call it 62.99, all the way down to 62.97. Liquidity grab. Those stop market orders are going to be triggered. And from there, they're going to be looking for liquidity. They're looking for bids to hit. And essentially what they're saying, take out all those bids as longs take heat and cut their losses. And then you see what happens. We pop back up as the crude continuing to make new lows here at 66.22.
Short.
Look at what do you got, Hoop? What do you say to yourself there?
And below, I mean, if you look in the, and that's how we looked at it. We've looked at it forever, right, Andre? If you look at the ladder and below 95 in ES, there's no 100 lot below 95. So those stops to me are probably in that 97 to 95. So if we get a sweep down there, that's kind of what I'm looking for. Because like I said, once we get below 95, there's no more of those 100 lots. So I'm guessing there's some space in there. But the NASDAQ has been holding the market up all day.
Really has.
We need it to cooperate. Yep.
Yeah, those correlations. Yes, the charts do not look similar like they used to. All right. Good stuff there, Hoop. Good stuff, JD. So we got a plan we're talking out, and we'll see if it does come to fruition here. NASDAQ's trying to grind a little bit lower. Right now, ES I'll be leading the way to the downside. Last trade 63.01. Nothing really on the tilt for now. Again, crude selling off again, making new lows, $66.22. Gold chilling around 33.3. These are wild. All right, let's watch this. JD, talk to me. See if we get here in these 6,300s here, JD.
Watching it.
Yep, NASDAQ. See, will the NASDAQ do the work here?
It's going to be a quick
they're
one, I bet.
We do see our volume increasing on the downside a little bit. I'm still looking at that 5-minute chart in the ES. Little bit of a pop in volume on these last couple red bars. Volatility is still a little tight, a little low. And we're bouncing again. What's it gonna do?
Would you get in with? I mean, and Hoog,
its head down there.
The more time you tap on certain levels, right? Whether it's to the upside or downside. What in your experience, Hoog, what have you seen? The more times we tap, for instance, on these 6,300s.
Yeah.
What have you know?
And that's it's funny. Jim Dalton used to talk about it, and it's like, for any of you who took biology class, it's that layer where it keeps getting poked at and it weakens and it weakens and it weakens. And then usually you get a flush. But the problem you've got is people are leaning on that like they did this morning when Michael was looking at it. It's going to take some momentum to bust through it. And you can see that, JD. As soon as it pops off there, the bids start stacking again. So it's probably a better lean for right now until it rips it,
Yeah, that was the play twice already.
4
points higher again after the test.
You can manage the risk there, right? I mean,
oh yeah.
You're
only risking 4 ticks. I mean, you're risking new lows when you're making that trade.
All right. Well, I ask you this: if you did take the long off of that with the lean, where would you have gotten out? I guess right here, squeeze 3 points out of it.
That's the question.
If
I took that long, I'd probably, I'd probably have
we're stuck between
at least break even.
We're stuck between even and 09 right now, right? I mean, so what do you take? And this is where you say the risk is. Are you risking 4 ticks to make 3 handles? It's kind of. If you're a momentum guy, that's tough, but if you're a sniper and scalp it, sure.
Momentum guy or not, sniper scalper. I mean, it's
you make
money.
Just,
it's just it's a quick. It's kind of like a caveman trade. It's not sexy. It's not complicated. It's just bought 6,300 quarters and you sell 6,304. Boom, move on. All right, let's see. They might tap on these 6,300s again. Bar scheduled to speak any moment here. We'll keep an eye out on those headlines. And bar speaking about 45 seconds. See what happens here as we tap.
That's exactly the case, Andre. If you're only taking 4 to 6 ticks of heat or risk on a trade, you can't really expect knocking them out of the ballpark. 4 to 6 ticks of risk, 4 points is more than enough reward.
Right. Steal one, get away with one, kind of, jab, dink and dunk. And, by no means will this be a home run trade. All right, let's see if Bar's got anything to say in about 15 seconds. Last trade in the NASDAQ, 23,113. Let's trade in the 6303 crude, about 7 cents off those lows. $66.28 gold, trading 333. Threes are wild. All right, Bar, what do you got up your sleeve? Then don't forget we got Barkin at the top of the hour. That's order the well.
That's the other thing.
09's Hoop.
Yeah,
Hoop, you said
we keep bouncing off that 200-day on the 30-minute. Especially, I use that more in ES. We've hit it once again. We've hit it 3 times, and we keep rejecting off of it. It's probably going to take a little bit of pretty good push to bust through there. And if we do, we might get the liquidity grab might be
a
little deeper than we think. Yeah.
All right, Bar update. Bar does not comment on monetary policy or the economy in prepared remarks. The Financial Inclusion Conference. So there you go. Keep an eye on this. We got a little bit more news, if you will. Gabe, question mark news. We got about 10 minutes here in trade top 3-man weave. Gabe's like, I got some news. I got a hot story, Gabe. Actually, he didn't
We
say
do.
that. I was making that up. Gabe, what do you got, my man? Come on
I
in.
do have a hot story. Have you guys ever done anything really foolish when you were young? I got a story for you. We've got a little shout out to some kids out in the Bronx. Check out these guys. Like, get a load of these goofballs.
Oh, wow. Not that foolish. I haven't done anything that foolish, no. Oh, that's badass, though. Look at these guys.
Come on, man.
Look at that. I mean, I know how this ends. I mean, but still.
Instagram?
Well, that too. They'll get a lot of likes, but they'll also have a hospital bill that was. That's amazing. Where'd you find this?
Who out there? How many of you out there are risking your life for content? Raise your hands in the chat.
Just blows my mind.
Oh,
incredible.
My God. No tunnel, hopefully.
Look at that. Oh, where are these captions?
Natural selection.
Where do these captions come from? No, you can't. That's incredible.
They do a
my
little
gosh.
dance on there too. Oh my!
That's
12
incredible.
to 16 years old, though. They did end up getting arrested after the train came to a halt at the next station, but they did not end up getting injured. But yeah, I thought that was just a little break for the day of something different.
I love that. We don't condone that.
Remember?
No.
I like that. But that's cool. Hey, it showed up on TopstepTV, so mission accomplished, I guess. That's great, Gabe. Subway surfing.
Remember sketching on the back of the bus in the winter, but that was about as lethal as I would get. You know?
Yeah, I mean, yes. I mean, but at least you're on the ground, right? If you wipe out, you're right there.
Exactly.
This one,
yeah, at least you're about 3 feet from the ground. Yeah.
Very little margin for error on that one, but hey, shout out to the Bronx Bombers. Yankees. All right. Again, Barr does not comment on monetary, but Jack said we're not quite in the blackout period. So maybe Barkin, scheduled speaking about 12 minutes, has something to say about rates. Keep an eye on these 4.5%. But there you go, guys. Gotta lean on those 6,300s. That's 3 times now.
3 times.
We've gone to the well on this trade. Started jumping on that thing. Don't forget Alex Ferreira, 12:30 p.m. Central Time, going for the gold. 2026 Milan Winter Olympics. We'll see getting into trading too, like big time getting into trading. Catch up with his trading journey, how he's trading, getting prepared for the Winter Olympics. And tip of the week here at TopstepTV is keep your emotions in check. We're gonna ask him how he keeps his emotion in check. He's in a solo physical sport. Who does he get mad at? What does it look like when Alex Ferreira goes on tilt in training and in trading? Stay tuned to find out.
That's got to be awesome to watch live, Andre. I know you've seen it.
Dude,
I know
man,
we watch it on video,
crazy.
but live, that's got to be ridiculous.
They're crazy, man. How high they go. You want to talk about a little margin for error? We'll get his thoughts on subway surfing because I'd say that skiing stuff. I mean, we're talking they're 20, 30 feet up in the air. And if something goes bad, that's ice. That's ice. It's like concrete. I think he's also healing. Yeah.
Just gonna say, I looked up the Fed blackout period for you, just in case. Saturday the 19th through Thursday the 31st. So Saturday, Fed blackout period begins.
Yep.
We've got Talking Fed scheduled for the rest of the week. I'm gonna put the link to this calendar in the chat too. It comes directly from Fed.
Hey, good stuff. Or say something, man. Really use it. But yeah, last time Alex found us, he was healing. I believe it's a shoulder. Trading suffered a bit of an injury and was healing up. And it's time. Started getting investing more into his trading, not training. I got to work on that before he gets on here in about 40 minutes or so. Also, got a sneak peek of an amazing video, commercial, call it what you want, real Alex Ferreira Topstep collaboration. Very, very cool. I don't think we're gonna be able to show it, but I got chills and I gotta tease it because that's what you do on TV. I guess you tease things here. Yeah, it was pretty cool. So nothing from Bar. We got Barkin at the top of the hour. We got Collins, 1:45 p.m. Central. Coming up after this, we got Lunchbox Trading, JD, Anne-Marie, Deanna, myself, Alfie, Gabe. Rising Star, then Baron and Jack and Andre for Power Eyes. Said my name in the third person. Yes, I did. That was weird. All right. Did it take the
Andre.
trade? Anything pop? Yeah, what's up?
Andre with Marathon Man today. Bell to bell. You got Andre all day long.
Uh-oh. Sorry.
How do you keep up your energy?
Sorry, chat. Try here. Got something cooking there, Hoop?
I'm gonna lean into it. I think this thing's gonna pop here.
Shorten it.
Which thing?
Here. Yep.
Which thing's gonna pop?
Yep. I think the ES is gonna pop. Is gonna take out the lows here. Got about 6 minutes here. I'm willing.
Someone asked me what this orange line on my chart is. It is a 9-bar EMA. Yes, is having a hard time breaking through it. Looking at this 5-minute chart. I don't need to trade.
Wait, who did you take a short?
Yeah, I'm short.
Short
3 MES at 6503.5, and I'll risk a little bit above those 9s at 11.5. And I'm gonna be interested.
I like
it's
this.
like a 1-to-1.
I love it. I love it. So
this is old floor stuff here, man.
It's 100% Hoop.
It could be
exactly
wrong.
What it is.
Yep.
It's 100% what it is. This is definitely old floor right here. How many times we're gonna tap on that thing, see if we can push through it. So Hoop short 3 MES from 63.03 half. Last trade 63.05 quarter. I like this play. This is definitely an old. Let's go and stop hunting here, Hoop.
Yep.
See if we can get those stops to trigger.
Going fishing.
Going fishing. Yup.
I am fishing.
See if we can. Yeah. Last trade in the Nasdaq 23,144. Hoop. Are you working a bid to the downside on a trade like this?
I would typically wait to see how it. Yeah, I mean, I would wait to see how it reacts down here first. But yeah, typically I probably should put like maybe a couple in there, like JD, like at 62, 95, 75, maybe in there.
Yep.
But the bids are lightening up a little bit. It'll be interesting here to see if she pushes.
We can get this. A couple more minutes here. I like this trade. This is so old. This is definitely a pit trade.
It is. It's old school.
We're going stop hunt. We're going fishing. Like JD said, come on, let's let this thing play here. And short from 63.03 half. We gotta get through these 6300s. Let's see if Barkin wants to get the party started in about 7 minutes or so. Let's go move first. NASDAQ or the ES. 10-year has chilled out a little bit. Again, coming up next, Lunchbox Trading with the ladies. Got Deanna and Anne-Marie after this. I want to see this trade play out, Hoop. We got this.
Dow 300. Wow, I didn't even been looking at the Dow.
What's the Dow doing?
What's the Dow doing?
Have the Dow. I don't have it up.
Man, my settlement shows down 300.
Come on. I want to stick with this trade. Come on. Come on.
Wait,
you are working a bid? Are you
not yet?
Are you okay, come on. Watch this. Work something. Work a little something.
You want a little nugget down there?
Work a little something. Come on. I'm gonna stick with this one. Just to see it play out here. All right, 6302. Can we get through these 6300s? Again, short from 6303 half. Come on. What are you working?
Swipe it.
Bid. What are you working? What are you working? Work a bid. Bid's gonna snap. Come on, watch this. Watch this. This ain't a home run trade. This ain't a home run trade. Come on. Let's watch this play out. 6301s. We're short from 03 half. This is sick. Come on.
Sweep it.
Work something. Hoop. Just one.
Come and get him. Come and get him.
Watch this. This is old school right here. Come on. Yeah, I'm watching that 6,300 bid on 420.
Creep.
Looking for the stops to get popped. All right, stay tuned. Looks like they're going to take this a little bit higher. Stay in this trade, Hoop. Keep us posted in the chat how this plays out. I really like this trade. All right, we got Lunchbox Trading coming up on the other side of this. Alex Ferreira at 12:30 p.m. Central. More JD coming at you. Barkin getting ready to speak. Follow this trade with Coach Hoop. This is TopstepTV. Let's go. Let's get this fill, Hoop.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome back. It's time for Lunchbox Trading. Hope you all took a minute to get yourself a ham sandwich, a warm glass of milk, cold glass of whiskey, whatever it takes for you to get through this hour with us. We've got Anne-Marie Band in the middle. That was a joke, Anne-Marie. It was one of my father's
Don't
old
drink and
jokes. And
trade.
it's stuck. I'll stop saying that one. All right. And we have Deanna, the other bookend over there. Good afternoon. Thanks for joining us today, ladies. Anne-Marie, we were just talking in the green room. You pegged that 92 level in the ES. You were trying to get in, couldn't quite grab it. How did you know that 92 was going to be the low ES?
So super interesting. We have crossed that level for a long time. Number one, it was the closing tick on July 11th. Number two, it easily has spent hours and hours and hours dancing around that range. So if it loses it, I think we go back to 62.80, but we've got a pretty good shot of it holding that zone. So I'm looking for it to bottom. And yes, it has tested there at least 150 times. And I have not picked it up, but I can't do two things at once. Get up my video or place a trade.
Were you working the bid? Were you on the bid? And it just didn't
No,
fill your
I
order?
did. No, I did have it there. And then I said, uh-oh, I got to I got to get ready for lunchbox trading. And because I literally cannot do two things at one time, I went, let me pull this order. Let me get my trade. Let me get my charts shared. Let me log on. And then I'll go back to because I watched Hoop take the short. And I went, you know what? That'd be the spot I would take the long. So there we have it. There we have it. So
There it
still
is.
going to be a little patient. Going to be a little patient.
We're still not far away. 62.92.75 was yesterday's value area low in the ES. If you're looking at your Topstep daily levels indicator, 62.92.75 yesterday's value area low. Nice confluence there with Anne-Marie's 62.92 level. All right, Deanna, you were trading copper, but before we get started on your trades, the people want to know what's with the hat.
Just a bit of fun. Yeah, it's summertime, and I figured I was on my own stream. I wasn't a grasshopper today. Let me just clarify that. Only did 3 trades in my live Topstep account. Didn't work, so I basically called it a day. I'm actually in a natural gas trade that is working now, and that's just how it goes. But I figured for a bit of a whimsical side of things, I would don my grasshopper hat just because.
Dawn.
Perfect.
Using a fancy word. I love that word, dawn.
Oh,
it's good.
Hey.
Yeah,
Well, the trade you're in
don't
now.
use it much.
Yeah.
Say that one more time, Emery. I missed it.
I said I love the word dawn, but then you said, what trade are you in now? So I wanted to listen.
Let's talk about this trade, and then we'll get back to the dawn. So you're short natural gas right now.
Yeah, so
Short
natural gas long. Yeah, so basically we
Long
bounced
natural
from
gas.
VWAB, created a little bit of a bullish engulfing. It's a little bit too late for failed auction, so I'm looking for it to trade back up towards sort of start that again. Towards 350, maybe even 355, because that's where the average daily range is located, as well as some stronger supplies. And it's kind of trying to turn upwards. So I figured, okay, too late for failed auction, bullish engulfing from VWAB. Yeah, let's try this. Wish I would have tried that in my life. But I ran out of equity today. Just a personal daily loss limit. I actually got slipped on the final trade, which wasn't very fun. But hey, there's live markets for you. So yeah, I decided to park that and just continue just kind of data collection and testing out hypothesis, seeing how the markets are moving. But it is the summertime; everything's rather painful. Apart from gold, gold decided to go on a nice little rundown.
Yes.
And yeah, so let's see what this natural gas does.
Yeah. So question D, what's the rectangular red box on your chart imply?
That's the supply. Yeah, that's the supply from a larger time frame. Can't remember what time frame, so we can explore that together. Ah, yeah. So it was a 4-hour time frame. That's where the edge of the 4-hour supply is, and like I said, it matches with ADRs on the intraday level. So we'll see. We'll see whether we can get up there, or whether this is another summer stop run, in which case it's not going to work. But it's fine. We have to test hypothesis.
So we call that supply because no buyers took the bid there, and so it's
it's because the previous sellers took the price from. Let me make this bigger actually, so we can focus in on this chart. Maybe make candles a little bit wider. So yeah, this is where the previous significant selling came from, and it pushed it into a pretty strong downward move. So whenever we creep back up to those levels, especially for the first time, there's a pretty decent chance that the same thing is going to happen, but not before the price actually tests it. If we're changing trends, I would expect this to be broken ultimately, but usually on the first try, they kind of run it up, and that's kind of where I either have my take profits or I start new trades if price action agrees. But for now, because of the time of day and because it kind of keeps pushing upside and it didn't do the failed auction earlier in the day, I'm kind of banking on us reaching that supply first and foremost, and then we're going to see what happens.
So if I were a trader that was trying to learn how to use these areas and draw supply on my own chart, am I looking for a run-up that completely breaks down? Am I looking for a breakdown? What is it that actually tells me that there's supply up there?
That's a great question. A couple of things. So the first thing is that there is significant move away from that area, but if we kind of zoom in prior to what actually happened, there was a little push up, creating a mini demand, which got broken. So that means that this selling was pretty strong, and then they took a while, but they eventually continued moving away. So that's one thing. So strong selling from an area that creates some kind of a high, very obvious high. And then we look for the price to stay away from those levels as well significantly. So not just one pump down and that's it. It needs to stay there for several periods, ideally several days. Third thing is, has it been tested before, or is it a new test? So, all of this kind of plays into scoring the zones if you want to do it systematically. But yeah, so a test of these areas is almost a given, especially if we're pretty close to them, and that can be a little push, kind of like a magnet where previous serious selling came from.
Okay, so let's follow up. I'm sorry, JD. Go ahead.
No, keep going. You're going.
Okay,
You're good. You're
so
good. Keep going.
If we went to forward in the charts to maybe the last 8 candlesticks or so, yes, on this 4-hour, could I, by the reverse analogy, say that the breakdown into yesterday that created the gap up, would that be the same place that I might mark a box that would say demand?
Well, gaps can definitely be forms of supply and demands, definitely. So that's more of an intraday play. So you might want to mark the gap. If it fills, there's a decent chance that some buyers might be there. If there's a gap that is pretty obvious, then that's something I mark on my charts as a kind of like as a hidden supply and demand area. You basically imagine that there is a candle from wherever it gapped up to the gap, and that becomes like a big candle. That could actually be pretty decent. And in equities, if you see, let's say we open
okay, he sounded like a bear. That growl, he just sounded just like a bear. Okay, that's hilarious.
She is a mini bear. She's a mini bear. Yeah. She was just chasing her own tail for no apparent reason, just on her own. 7 other dogs in the house, and she's just, I'm going to play with myself. She's the mom of the puppies, and she's very opinionated. Yeah, so if we, for example, have a gap down in equities, you can assume that that's almost like a single print that we can't see. And obviously, whenever there's a single print, at some point that's a structure that needs repair. So it's like a similar concept, but you have to like smush all of these concepts together, and then you can see which areas might give you a good hypothesis for longs, which areas are a good hypothesis for shorts, and then try and match them sort of like a story intraday. That's what I try to do. It takes a little bit of time, but ultimately it's a twist on support and resistance. It's basically it, with some slightly more robust rules around it. You know, have we been there before? Has the gap fill closed? How long is it taking to close? Was it an immediate close, or we took a few days or a couple of weeks? So yeah, that's all. To me, that's very, very similar in my head.
Gotcha.
Anyway.
Makes good sense.
Yeah.
And of course, you mean when you say has it been tested before? Of course, you mean forward. You don't mean back.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
So getting long into this, getting long into the zone, what's your exit strategy? Do you want to be out towards the middle of it? Will you adjust it if we get in there? Will you try and get short?
Yeah. So if we get there and we start, and we have enough time, not sure we're going to have enough time, but it depends what time of day it gets reached. If there's still time in the session, then you might find a short there as well. Obviously, we want to see price action. That just heard order filled from someone.
Yeah,
I heard
that's
it.
me.
What'd you do?
That's the 6292.
6292.
You got it.
You just sounded like my dad there, JB. What'd you do?
You do.
What'd you do?
6292. 6291 quarter low, and we're trading 6292 quarter. Blew out just a little bit of liquidity. Anne Marie is long the ES, right on the lows.
Talk us through it, Anne-Marie. What are you thinking there?
Yeah, talk us through it a little more.
Take a little crystal ball out of the drawer.
We did mention earlier, yesterday's value area low is right there at 92.75. We're trading right on top of that now. And we took out the low by just a couple ticks. You still like this trade as much as you did the first time down?
Oh, I don't know. Just probably not.
Yeah, it's been
I
a little bit
usually
like pulling teeth today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I normally think, if it came back to me the second time, it probably doesn't. It probably doesn't like being up. So we'll see where the sellers are right now. We've got sellers at old support. Yeah, we've got sellers at old support at around 63.02. Maybe they stop shy at that 62.99, something like that. But it's got a good reflexive bounce on it for sure. So let's just give it a go and see how it goes.
Here we go. You got 3 points into it already. That was fast.
Yeah.
The movement you want to see, right?
Exactly. Yeah, I don't want them lollygagging around there. I need them to scram. And yes, Andre did say the word scram. And I haven't heard that word scram. I'm like, that is a 50s cartoon word. Scram! I just thought it was hilarious. Oh,
You're getting some nice price action here, Anne-Marie. 97 last trade. 5 points into it.
Yeah. See how we do.
What's your CYA? Have you established an exit yet?
Well, I think 62.99 is probably where I'd like for it to go. I might do something zany like a sell stop if it loses 62.90. 50, simply because, that 62.90 is that 62.92 is pretty important. And if we lose it, 62.82 looks like the next line in the sand, but we'll see how it goes. what I am
Last
doing
year
for
in the
folks,
ES.
maybe, sorry.
No, continue, please.
What I do for myself is instead of using the automatic support resistance lines that come in where you sell market or to get in or out of the trade, I will use I'll shift my buy, my sell event to where I want it to go. But if I really feel like I'm on the fence, instead of using an order just to close, I use an order to reverse, and I use the stop market sell. And what that does is close my trade and turn me in the other direction. It's sort of like using the reverse button, only if you use reverse button, a lot of times there's crazy slippage that happens in the real world. And so if you're trying to learn how to use it on your combines, ideally using that stop market sell would trigger you a lot better.
Yeah. I've noticed that also with the reverse button. You cannot expect the best possible fill. You should always expect the worst possible fill, and then you'll be surprised once in a while with a really good fill.
Exactly.
We're
Exactly.
getting some nice movement here, Anne Marie. Going up against this 9 EMA I have on a 5-minute chart at 698. Get real close to those 99s.
Yeah. Not a
Check
ton
in
of
on the tilt real
momentum,
quick.
so
Tilt's pretty quiet. 58% long in ES, 57% short in NQ, sort of battling there. 58% long crude, 79% long in gold. Gold is less than 10 minutes away from establishing settlement price for the day. Checking on some news real quick, if you guys don't mind. For anybody joining us late today, we had our CPI inflation numbers out earlier this morning. The Bureau of Labor Statistics. We got a little video we could run along with this. Bureau of Labor Statistics released a consumer CPI number 7:30 a.m. Central Time this morning, showing prices rising about 0.3% month over month, boosted the annual inflation rate up to 2.7%, the high that has not been seen since February. Some of these stats coming from facts that say findings were in line with most economists' expectations. So it wasn't really, I wouldn't call it a miss. I wouldn't call it a giant hit either. But month over month, some of those numbers came in a little better. Year over year, a little bit worse. So that's what happened with our inflation data this morning. We were in here trading it during the opening call. We saw those knee-jerk reactions in all the markets. A lot of pumping, a lot of dumping, and then kind of settled back into equilibrium. That's what happened.
did you notice the
trading a little bit
52
lower.
cans of spam right there? That's
52 cans of spam. Are you
like with the video? The video,
Yeah.
they were checking out groceries. Is all spam. It's like 10 cans of spam right
interesting.
there.
I mean, I noticed the spam the first time I watched it, but I didn't realize that there was so
Yeah, there were
much of
so
it.
5 of them easily, but not 50. I'm
Is anybody
prone
here
to
a fan
hyperbole.
of spam? Who has spam in their cabinet right now? Raise your hands.
I don't, but I don't hate it.
Neither do I.
It's not. I
can't
mean, I'm not
remember the
going
last
to go
time I've had
pick it. The last time I
don't have
had
it
it
at
was
the
in
moment.
Japanese sushi. They
Oh, yeah,
they
yeah.
make they do the sushi with the spam wrapped in the. His panting is hilarious. Her panting.
Anne-Marie, I heard
Oh,
the fill.
flat.
Are you out?
Flat. Yep.
Nice trade for Anne-Marie. 7 points out of the ES, picking bottoms.
Yeah, that's
Buying
pretty
dips and
nice.
selling rips. That's the way to do it.
Especially with these markets, they just are retracing each other so much. Just a mess.
Coming right up to the lower end of that our range from earlier, 6,300. Scan this bit. See if we don't find a little bit of resistance. We found support earlier today.
So interestingly, you know how I always use the 1 hour, the opening range 1 hour low. The first time we came right into it during trading hours. We closed and then opened right into it, and now we're coming back into the same space. Normally, if we were trending nicely, I would say, oh, I'm rejecting this. I've made a series of lower highs and lower lows. I've got a short here waiting at, anywhere from 63.01 to 63.05. But the market's been so reflexive, you can literally tell they're just shoving price around, which makes me wonder about the size of the volume that we've had of late. Is it still light comparatively, or are we trending average? Do we have the stats on that?
I mean, I can only speak for my products. They've been really thin.
Yeah.
So this morning, I looked at it and I did not want to trade this morning at all. So I went into combines because it was like, you look at the dome and it was like nothing, price, nothing. It was just very patchy, horrible. All right, natural gas is making a move upside.
Oh, very nice. Very nice. And so the longer it hasn't done that, the more likely it is to do that. At what point will we say, what made you go, hey, I'm taking the long here up into this area?
Well, I was watching how it was behaving inside the initial balance, and it never even got below VWAP. And initially, during the initial balance, we also had this bullish engulfing that was created. Obviously, some buyers were here. And I know that natural gas during the summertime, it does have, quite a bit of like an upward bias because of the ACs and stuff and all of that. And then sometimes you can have storms that really make it go crazy. But generally, if it hasn't already rotated through the initial balance by this time of day, the probabilities that it's going to go straight through it are very low. So a combination of that, combination of a supply just sitting up top. I also saw some orders that were like appearing higher up on the dome. So, a whole bunch of things that made me think, okay, this is probably going to pop, or it's going to do nothing. It's just like going to sit here and finish the day range bound. But usually around this time of day, you see some sort of commitment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There it goes. I see somebody special in the green room.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah. We're going to bring him in just a minute. We got a special guest coming at the bottom of the hour. You'll all recognize him once he comes on. Andre and Alex Ferreira are going to come in and riff for a little bit. But we got another minute or two. Anne Marie, do you like shorting the ES where you got out of your last trade? Right here.
I think I would like to see a look above into 63.05 and then a fail. And then I would take it short.
Okay. What kind of fail? Are we talking about a
I just wanted to bounce
you want to
up
see a
into
volume
60.
spike?
Yeah, I want to see a liquidity grab, as it were, up into that area and then a flush. And then if it bounces up into 63.05, I'll put a stop sell at 63.01. And if it comes down there, I'll be short. Make sense?
I like it.
Yeah.
It's one of my favorite trades, too.
I like it as well.
Liquidity grab, reversal.
Yeah.
Here we are, trading back above 6,300. We had that 400 lot bid there for a long time. Coach Hoop got short in front of it. You guys were watching in the previous segment.
Yeah.
Sold around 63.
It was a nice short.
05. Yeah. 04 or 05, right around there. But his thought process behind it was that we had tested that 6,300 level so many times, bounced off of it, that it was basically inevitable.
Porous.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Total caveman trade, as Andre would say. A caveman
Love
trade.
it.
Just
I love
getting short
caveman
into
trades. Yep.
They're the best sometimes.
Simple.
Gotta know.
Simple.
Yeah. Super simple.
Keep it simple. Yeah. Keep it simple.
You knock on the door so many times before you kick it down.
There you go.
That's the one, right?
Yep.
All right, folks. Without further ado, we're going to bring in our resident Olympian and our man Andre. Andre and Alex Ferreira are going to riff for just a couple of minutes. We're going to step aside and let these guys talk. I will see you in just a few minutes, but let's go. Cam, count it down. 5.
Got you.
Yeah, look who it is. 2-time, now about to be a 3-time Olympian. He's got X Games gold. He's got World Championships. He's also a Topstep athlete. Welcome, Alex Ferreira in the house. Alex, what's happening, my man? How's it going?
Dre, thank you for the introduction. Life is good. Just crushing along, working super hard, training and trading like an animal, and doing my best on both.
Love it. How is the healing process going? How are you feeling? Where are you in your recovery?
Healing process is going great. I've seen a ton of different specialists, thankfully, and I'm in such a great place where people are always looking out for me and wanting to help me. So I'm very, very thankful. I'm about, I would say, like 90-95%, and I've already started back to training, which is amazing because it's great to feel the body moving again and
Yes.
getting back into the zone, feeling the heat.
Hell yeah. Alex, are you starting to get, you said training now, are you starting to get the trading bug as well? I've seen some bits and pieces here that you're trading from the phone, trading from the computer. How is your trading journey coming along during recovery?
It's going, I've blown up a few accounts, if I'm being completely honest, but I have been learning every single day, I feel, and I've been trading a lot more from the phone just because it's quicker and a little bit more dynamic. You don't have to pull the computer out each time. And it's been good. It seems like gold's floating around the 3,300, 3,400 range, just kind of right in that tight-knit little zone. And I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know if we're going to have a breakout. It depends on what's going on in the climate of the world, I guess.
I like that. Yes, last trade in gold, 33.36. You see the chart up there. Alex, here at Topstep and Topstep TV, the tip of the week is keep your emotions in check. Alex, obviously you are at the top, the actual top of your profession and your craft. How do you keep your emotions in check? And what does that look like when they're not?
Well, it's difficult. I mean, to give you an example, last night I blew up my account and I almost flipped my phone, almost threw it across the room. So upset and rattled because you think you're doing the right thing and you're not. And then in skiing or in professional sports, it's really difficult because you have so many different aspects coming at you and there's so much that the world is testing you with. And I think you have to wake up each and every day and whatever it is, like for example, if a buckle on your boot breaks or if your ski isn't, if there's a cut in your ski and the P-Tex is broken or something like that, you just kind of have to always stay positive. Okay, that happened. Now, how am I going to react to it? I'm not going to react like a psychopath. I'm just going to be chill. I'm going to breathe, and then I'm going to get my new set of skis, and I'm going to get back on the hill and do everything properly this time. And that ski might even break. I've had that happen before. And then you just have to really just woosah, woosah. It's going to be okay.
All right, Woosah. Easier said than done, though. Sometimes, Alex. No, I mean, you're always positive. Your equipment fails you. You may mess up yourself. You're always staying positive.
I'm trying to. Sometimes
Sure.
you just have a mini outlash or something like that, and you try and keep it within yourself. You got to be like Yannick Sinner, Wimbledon champion.
Wimbledon
He's just
champ.
stone cold, stoic psycho. He's not taking anything and any bad things that are coming at him or into him. He's revolting that and pushing it back into positivity on the way out.
Yeah, I love where your head is at. That's what it takes to be the best of the best. All right, I want to catch up. What's the training schedule looking like? We got the Winter Olympics in Milan in February of 2026. What's the next month or so looking like for Alex Ferreira going for the gold 2026?
Yes, next month or so is looking solid. We've got a training camp in Copper coming up, and then we're going to head to Park City, Utah for a training camp there, another airbag session. And then from there, we will head to Australia. They are doing a camp there, and yeah, then the season's kind of rolling. Then we're into September, and it's like, where did summer even go? Where's it just keeps flying by the older you get, I guess.
Like, how old are you, Alex? You're not old. How old are you? What are you?
I'm 30.
30?
I'm 30.
Yeah, you ain't old yet, but I love it. I love your energy, your enthusiasm. It's what it takes to be the best of the best. How are we looking? Okay, blow up your account. I appreciate the transparencies. Back to, gotta get back on the horse and get after it again. How is it going? What are you finding most difficult? What are you finding that's coming natural to you with your trading journey?
With the trading journey, I've been writing more down in the journal, which has been nice, and that has been helping quite a bit. But I tell myself, okay, I'm only going to go long on gold, and then I find myself going short on it sometimes. And you're thinking, well, why didn't you just stick to your original plan? And it seems logical. I don't know why I wouldn't, but I guess you just have to keep trying and trying and trying until you need to keep doing the right things to trust yourself, and then continue to trust yourself and just stick to your strategy, I guess.
Love it. All right, Alex, I did take a sneak peek at perhaps a video you and Topstep collaborated on. I can't give it away just yet, but was that just one take when you do all those tricks in the air? That's just one take, right?
I wish it was one take.
Oh, man, it is pretty
Not
slick.
that
We'll let
good.
that, we'll roll that out later. Oh, we took a peek at that very, very cool stuff. During your healing, what mentally or physically, what is the biggest barrier to overcome when you know that you are indeed 100%? Your mental or your physical, when it's okay to go get back on the slopes?
I would say it's the mental game, because usually, even if you're not 100% physically, the body is stronger than you think it is. And I would say 95% of what I do and what everyone does in the world is mental. It's all just about pulling in the goodness, working super hard, executing what you're working at. And right now it's training and skiing and trading, and you just try and execute the absolute best that you can. You just have to be this ironclad machine with your brain. It just has to be so, so tough every single day. And if you start to get soft on it, the world will start crumbling in on you, right? And you just have to continue to, boom, this is my aura. I'm putting this out there, and you're not going to defeat me.
Man, oh man, that is the mindset of a champion. That's what it takes to be the best of the best, day in, day out. Routine, discipline. Alex, appreciate some words of encouragement for those that are going through it right now in trading, trying their best, getting up every day with the routine and not finding the success they may want. How do you get through it? Staying positive and routine, discipline. What does an Alex Ferreira do for when the times get tough, Alex?
I mean, and times get tough, especially with trading. I would say keep writing down all of your trades, continue to watch the market, continue to watch everything that's going on in the world geopolitically, so you can get a better understanding of the landscape. And really just, I mean, the classic, never give up. Never, ever
Love it,
give
man.
up, no matter where you are.
Love it, Alex. Thank you for dropping by. Good luck with the trading. Good luck with the trading and the healing. Going for the gold in 2026. Top Step athlete, Alex Ferreira. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you again shortly. Hang in there, Alex. Love you, man. Thanks for jumping on.
Dre, you the bomb. Thanks, brother.
Thank you. There you go. How about that? Throw back to, there they are. Take it away, guys.
Awesome. That was great. Always love listening to Alex. Athlete at the top of his game right now. Just telling us how it is. Yeah, and how relatable is that? You were an athlete at a very high level also. How relatable
When
is
I was
what
a
Alex
kid,
just said?
yeah, I mean, when I was a kid, I was actually in the gymnastics team for the former Yugoslavia Olympics, gymnastics Olympics team. And then the country fell apart. And then when I got to my 30s, I decided to go into bodybuilding. So I did that for like 7 years. So yeah, it takes a lot out of you, but it is quite rewarding as well.
Awesome. Thanks for sharing that. Anne-Marie, I heard the order go off. Did you get back in the market just a second ago? Oh, Anne-Marie is muted.
I could not resist that 6305. So I took it. I'm not super excited about how it's responding there. It came down about 6 ticks and then buyers came right in. But it's a pretty important level. It's about the halfway mark of the opening range, the Globex candlestick. And so, I've got drifting downside momentum. I'm making lower highs and lower lows. Just felt like the place to do it. So we'll see
How do you feel about that 750 lot offered at 6307?
I did see it. Well, the top of the range is 6310. So, we'll see. It could be, and I have noticed this. Have you guys noticed this? They're flashing orders where they hope the market's going to go to or tease people into adding, and then they just do a rug pull. And they do it on the bottom and the top lately. I've noticed that. Have you seen that?
I have seen it.
Yeah, it's
Would you
happening
consider
in
that
copper
spoofing?
today as well.
All over the place.
I would.
So we don't know what those
I would.
orders actually are. It could be some form of arbitrage. It could be somebody pointing and clicking, in which case it would be considered spoofing, right? Coach Hoop says it's a spoofer for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, flashing orders like that, trying to attract business, trying to attract
Definitely.
prices towards your level.
Yeah, we had a few people in copper doing
little
that today.
unethical.
There was like 43 lots that just kept appearing and disappearing, and they kept doing that, and I was like,
I'm
what's
on
going on
to you,
there?
buddy. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're all on to you now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's funny
So
when
we didn't quite make
it
it up to
starts
that.
moving and then you see them chase. That's the funniest bit. It's like you can see it in crude oil when it like starts to drop, and there's like 100 lots up at the top, and then it drops, and then they kind of push it back down. You know that they're chasing. And it's like, what are you doing there with your 100 lot orders?
Anne Marie, your trade's looking a little better in ES right now. 63 or 6302 last. What was that price you were short from again?
6306.
306. Anne Marie carving it up here this afternoon in lunchbox trading. Caught the bottom, caught the low of that move. 59.92 or 50. I'm sorry, 62.92, and got in short. 306, 6303 last trade. A couple of nice winners for Anne Marie so far.
Yeah, they're trying to hold the bottom of the 6301 area. So let's see if there are any big. Yeah, there's a couple hundred at 6303, and then there's a couple hundred more at 6297. I like to use an hourly TPO, and if we lose 6301, we'll be in pretty good shape for some more downside pressure. So I'll give it a go. Let's do something like move the
6300 basically is the bottom of that range that we were in from 9:45 a.m. Central Time till we broke out at about noon Central Time. So we didn't see any resistance after we came down and grabbed that liquidity below, put in some new lows. I would have initially was looking to see if we would find some resistance at that support level, maybe bounce off the bottom of that range, but we traded right back through it, and now we're approaching it again. Also got that 9 EMA right here at 6301. A lot of confluence right in this area. This could be potentially quite a bit of business being done at this level again.
Yeah, I think it's a good place for me to close that, just to be on the safe side. And yeah, that's normally what I would do. So I just did it there, and we'll see if
and Marie is flat now.
Yeah, we'll see how it behaves at this low edge. Notice how much time they spent here trying to hold this floor. So if they don't, where's a good sell stop? 62.99. If it loses it there, I'll be short again. And, you do it and you get a couple of $100 every time, easy trade. You're not going to be a
Very nice.
hero with your name in lights, but you're going to get it done, you know.
Yeah.
I'd say you're carving it up pretty well. Hey Marie, what's your P&L so far during the segment during lunchbox trading?
531 during lunchbox trading. 531
plus 531 during lunchbox trading. That is an excellent hour's worth of work right there.
Yeah.
And we're not done yet either.
Yeah.
Deanna, how is your nat gas trade looking? Are you still in that?
Yeah. It's pretty close to the target. Just watching it. Let's see if it hits 535. At this point, I don't really want to see it. Yeah, so I don't want to see it hit below 351.7. So since this is more of a scalpy trade to the upside, I'm gonna cover it here just in case they decide to smack it back down.
I was just
We're
gonna
already
ask you
inside that
question
supply. Yeah.
about moving that up.
So sometimes I do. If it's a swing trade, I don't touch my stops. I'm just like, okay, I'll let it do whatever it's going to do to give it time. But since this wasn't really planned as some kind of a massive trade that I'm going to hold for the next 4 hours, I do cover it. So it's very contextual. And right now, since I'm so close to the target, I just don't want it coming back. And I will take 28 ticks. It's fine. So it's either going to be 28 ticks or 45 ticks. Yeah.
Very nice. That's a nice trade. Check back in on the tilt real quick. We'll see what our traders here at Topstep are doing. I'm going to refresh this times. Here we go. 66% long in the ES, 54% long in the NQ, 69% long in crude, and 60% long in gold. Gold has officially settled for the day. Crude oil will settle at 1:30 p.m. Central Time. Obviously, they continue trading for many hours after settlement price is established. But you do tend to see a little drop in volume and volatility around these times when the markets start settling. Been looking at gold all day. It looks poised for another leg lower, but
I think so.
Just
I think so.
having trouble. Bear
a lot
flag
of people
was
waiting to buy this.
Yeah. Bear flags were the plays of the day in this market.
Mm.
In the middle of one right now, too. See if they can play out. But I don't hate the short side. Tilt is just a little long. Average long price 33.40.70. So longs are underwater just a little bit in gold right now.
I just thought of a question I'd like to ask the chat. If
Let's hear it.
somebody could capture what some of the answers are, if you could see a 5-minute video or a 90-second video or a whatever video on explaining certain concepts that TopstepTV talks about, what would you want to see? Would you want to see, hey, what's a liquidity grab? Just throw them out there so I could have a look. That would mean so much to me. I'll capture it after we're done because, I can't do two things at once. If I try to stare down chat, it'll be all she wrote.
That's a good question, though. We don't really poll the chat enough on what kind of content they want to see, what kind of evergreen content they want to see, what kind of videos can we make for them. We do have all those Topstep X and 5 minutes or less videos, but I assume this is for coaching purposes.
Yeah, I actually am thinking about building a segment that, explain in 5 minutes or less, which, we've all got microwave attention spans, so 5 minutes works best. And P said 5 minutes or less, do it. So yeah, I just want to know what people want to know, what they're clear on, what they're unclear on, what they'd like to see. And this is for really the trader who's very keen on developing skill, wanting to understand more, know more, instead of just trying to be entertained. You know, a lot of us have trouble passing combines, and it's because we're here for the fun without realizing it takes a little bit of study. So we can have both.
Yep.
And so just wondering what we say / comment on that maybe is confusing for the trader, or they just would like to see something in 90 seconds that goes, oh yeah, I remember what that is. I see what that is. So that'd be kind of
Very
important
cool.
to
Very
me
cool.
still.
I see some decent requests coming in the chat. BWAP George wants to know about scaling into trades. What about fake outs? Xavier says 90 seconds is too short. He wants a long video with all the details he can handle.
How about if we put a bunch of them together for you, right? Not saying 90 seconds, but it might be 5 minutes or so. Just something to give you just like a little flashcard thing that goes, oh yeah, I remember that.
All right, we took profit. It was starting to mess around 5:30, so I was like, okay. So it's 356 on this little scalp upside.
Nice trade. Winning trades from Deanna and Anne-Marie during lunchbox trading. Anne-Marie trading, carving up the ES up $531. Deanna trading natural gas up decent money to be making less than an hour.
Yeah.
Not a bad rate.
Hand tools. Anne-Marie, the trader actually wants to know about GAN tools. Are GAN tools something that you've looked at in the past, or that you?
So I use them
now?
every day. I use the GAN boxes every day in Topstep X. That's what my little highlight areas are. They're all GAN boxes. Now,
okay.
GAN boxes can get really fancy with time and all kinds of quadrants, but I just like to do it in 50% ranges. I know Robert and I can go toe to toe in the ring on whether, just because 50 is not a Fibonacci number, should we even be using it? And so I say absolutely, because most traders, as myself, when it comes down to trading, we're simpletons. All the way up, halfway up, all the way down. We don't really need it anymore. We're not messing around, right? We don't care about half the point or whatever. We're just looking at the big picture. And so that's how I use the GAN numbers and the GAN boxes. And so, yeah, I can do something on those, but they are, every time you look at me on screen, I've got a GAN box somewhere. If we go to the 4-hour chart, you can see my GAN box is from the widest range beginning on July the 3rd and still holding in today. It tells us we're still in pretty wide range. And that 50% area, when I said, hey, I want to go long around there, also just about 3 or 4 points from that GAN region of 50%. And so, yeah, for me, it's a very nice way to trade. And I'm a simple Simon. I really, really am. I overthink way too much, and I just cannot overthink while I'm trading, because it's a major detriment to my brain. I literally will get deer in the headlights from overthinking. And so I just have to dumb it down for myself and just make it just simple Simon, just rolling through it. And, it'd be nice to go, hey, I'm so smart, I can do XYZ, but I'm not. I know my limitations. And I'm happy working in where I can find my edge, and I just look at refining execution. Right? And that really is the thing, right? So many of us can sit down over the coffee table and go, yeah, it's going up from here. Yeah, it's going down from here. And in general, we'll be right. But put on a trade around it, manage your risk around it.
Different
now
animal.
we're talking skill, right? And so that's really the trading game. It's just about managing the 5 between the ears, managing the 5.
And yeah, what Anne Marie's talking about, analysis paralysis, is a very real thing. You could talk yourself pretty much out of anything. Look at enough indicators and tools. So that's my approach too. I like to keep it simple.
Yeah, and it makes sense that you'd have analysis paralysis because indeed, if somebody wasn't there to take the other side of your trade, it wouldn't fail. So somebody's thinking the complete opposite of you. The question is, who is more positioned and are they managing their risk? That really is all there is. Because if somebody's taking the other side of your trade, it's because they're thinking something that's opposite to you. So that analysis paralysis is legitimate if you put yourself in that space. You just have to realize that less is really more. And that's so hard for us because we're all about how much more can I get? How many more indicators can I put up here? How much more?
That's a real interesting way of looking at it too. What makes me smarter than the person taking the other side of my trade? I've never really thought about it like that.
Yeah, nothing but managing risk. Yeah, nothing but managing risk. Or at least that's my take.
Oh, that's very cool.
Yeah, that's my take.
Well, you've got some good suggestions in the chat for your video.
Yeah, I can't wait. I'll be scrolling down the match we're done.
Yeah, you got your work cut out for you. Well, guys, unfortunately, we're out of time. This hour keeps going by faster and faster, doesn't it? But I want to thank you both for joining us.
It does, yeah.
Yeah, I love when Alex comes and visits too. He's very inspirational. I can't wait to watch him in the Olympics too.
Yeah, that'll be fun.
He's always out there wearing his Topstep gear on the mountain.
I know, I love that.
But Deanna, Anne-Marie, thanks again for joining us for Lunchbox Trading. A couple of great traders putting on some great trades. Again, Anne-Marie profited about $531 trading the ES. Deanna made about $350 trading the gas. It was a very productive hour all the way around. Stick around though, folks. We've got Rising Star coming up next. Andre and Gabe are going to be joined by our boy Alfie. They're going to be hamming it up and trading it up. And then we're closing out the day in Power Hour with Andre, Baron, and Jack. So make sure you stick around for that. Plenty more tradertainment coming your way right after this. TopstepTV, let's go.
And it even. Quarter bid, half bid, the orders bid, even bid. Now I'm a seller. Quarter, half, the orders, and even.
We can always count on him on a moment's notice. The man in the middle, Alfie in the house, Gabe to the right. Just got a fresh $150,000 XFA. Let's get right into it. Alfie, how's it going today? The markets are moving, made all-time highs in the NASDAQ and the ES. What are your thoughts and any price levels of interest? What's up, Alfie?
So, doing well, thank you. Yeah, one hell of a market, right? Like, you look and it just limits up. Been kind of ruined the day, really, because for a long time, for the last couple of weeks, I was trying to short the breakouts of all-time highs, and I was, getting like 20 points here and there. But yeah, respect the pump, let it into your life, and all of a sudden you'll be sailing up with the markets, right? So yeah, levels of interest probably 23,250, and then the gap at 23.4.
All right, little choppy. We'll see if we can get that worked out behind the scenes. Gabe, let's take a look at these NASDAQ pumping higher here, 23,178. Oh, about 50, 60 points from all-time highs. Gabe, what do we do with this market? Buy the dip, or what are we thinking? What's up, Gabe?
Got to buy it, man. But honestly, so we've got three kind of distinct highs that I'm looking at on a 15-minute chart. So we came off, obviously, the afternoon around the lunch hour. We came down and tapped into, depending on the trader you are, I'm looking at kind of a little 15-minute area of consolidation we had before a nice kind of move higher, back around the 11:15 kind of overnight last night. We came into that twice today, and we've bottomed out and held that level, kind of the 23,100s. We currently have three distinct highs I'm looking at. We got the 181s, which is the 15-minute high from 1045, and we have the 915 high at 198.5. And of course, you have all-time highs at 222 3/4. So I'm looking to try to find a way to be a buyer. The question is right now, knowing we're coming up against a 15-minute high here, maybe I'm looking for a little bit of a retracement off of the 181s. Maybe try to find a way to be a buyer somewhere between kind of 160 and 145. That would kind of be ideal for me. Give me a little bit of an opportunity to get a better location rather than chasing it near these highs, because we could get a little bit of a reaction if there's enough stops up here at these 181s. So yeah, definitely looking for a little pullback. I like the 140s, 150s.
145 to 160. Noted last trade, 23,172. Let's take a look at the ES, 6309. Last trade there. Did see some size coming down the ladder in the ES. Couple of 800 lots and 700 lots. Did see a 300 lot in the NASDAQ to the upside. Let's take a look at the crude trading 66.46 and gold trading 33.36. Alfie, back. Any prices of interest?
Yeah.
You're watching.
Am I back in the room? All good.
Yes.
I think 23,200 is the kind of key standout level. I've killed my screen just because it might improve the connection, so you won't see anything. But yeah, like I was just trying to say, I've just been, on the short side of these all-time highs, but I'm just trying to respect the pump, let it into my life, and see where the market goes, really. But yeah, it's been one hell of a rise.
Absolutely incredible. 72% long in the ES. Alfie's got his eye on 23,200. You have a P&L coming into Rising Stars, Alfie? Got it up there? Oh, yes, we do.
Up to 100 on 3 XFAs. Kind of rude a couple of my slightly early closes, but I was reading this book completely unrelated to trading recently, but it gave me a really good piece of advice. So there's a philosopher in ancient Greece called I'm probably going to butcher pronunciation, but Heraclitus or something like that. And he basically said, you can never step into the same river twice. So I thought that was really apt for trading, because, the decision you make at that given time is based on, the feeling of drawdown that you might have been in, or the profit that you saw on the screen. And then when you get that new information, you rue it because you're like, oh, damn, it's gone up another 20 points. But it's not the same river you're stepping in. There's new information, right? So I got a little bit of trading wisdom from the ancient Greeks. So cheers to them.
Oh, but getting enlightened here again. The president is scheduled to speak at, quote, an energy event at the bottom of the hour, and Fed's Collins scheduled to speak at 45 past. I like that quote. All right, Gabe. Last trade 23,172. Keeping our eye on the 160s. The 160s. Also got another eye on the 10-year yield. 4.49% now. We're getting close to 4.5%. They do not want to see that. Alfie, how have you been trading lately? Obviously, you said new markets day in and day out. Yesterday were arranged, making new all-time highs now. Some people saying summer trade. Some You're saying it's slow. Are you enjoying it? Are you adapting? And if so, how?
I'm definitely still enjoying things. I think my trading's been a bit chaotic of late. I mean, I've been quite good on my XFAs, but I've had a few 150k challenges that have got to the point where I'm like a couple of K away from passing, and then I get the beer goggles on, and all of a sudden, I'm chasing it, and then I'm kind of back to combine stage. But with the XFAs, I've been a lot more disciplined, which is kind of how I had it before. I had it the opposite way before, where I was like smashing it in the combines and then letting it run too loose in the XFAs. So I'd rather it be this way, but yeah, just trying to adapt to that change in volatility, because you can't really force it as much in this kind of market, right?
I mean, Gabe?
Yeah.
Thoughts?
Yeah, I
It's
agree.
got fresh XFA. What's the difference?
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think
combine that.
the difference, Dre, sorry to cut you off, man.
Yeah, difference in your approach. Does anything change? And if it does, what changes with the mental, with execution strategy, going from combine to XFA?
I think it looks a little different per trader, but I tend to focus a little bit more aggressively on combines, not spending, months in a combine to get to the XFA or to the funded level stage. And then I'm trying to calm it down a little bit more in the XFA stage to preserve capital. But yeah, there's definitely a mindset shift. I think once there's a little bit of payout potential on the line, there's always that little added pressure, right? Of trying to some people have the pressure of trying to get to a payout too quickly, right? They're trying to swing for the fences and size up. Others are a little bit more conservative in their sizing and are just trying to get the base hits, right? Those $200 winning days. And I think that's probably the right approach, is just going for base hits and not trying, if you can get a green day and keep a green day, maybe use like the personal daily trailing loss limit that Topstep X has. If you're trying to keep a green day and you want to continue trading, I think that's a good feature to enable, just to help yourself stay green on the day if you do continue to try to get a little bit more out of the market. But yeah, there's definitely a mindset shift, I think, when it comes down to payout eligibility. And I tend to swing for the fences more in combines and be a little bit more aggressive in sizing.
I see that. I feel that. Yes. A lot of the features on Topstep X, we saw Coach Jay use that, locking in $1,000 profit. It was up $1,300. Set the locking feature to make sure he's going to leave the day up $1,000. Very, very useful. Always protecting the downside. Still got my eye on the ES, 70% long, grinding higher here, 63.09. Again, all-time highs, 63.43. Will we get there by end of day? How about the NASDAQ? 50 points from all-time highs as we trade 23,173. And looks like we're going to make another push higher here. We got a hard lot in the NASDAQ, 23,171 bid. So they want to take this thing higher. So,
Dre,
Alfie,
did you see
what's
the
up,
comments, by the way, that came across the wire a couple minutes ago?
No. What happened?
So we got Trump talking about the Indonesia deal.
Okay. Thank you.
Looks like he's committed to buying 15 billion. Indonesia has committed to buying 15 billion in U.S. energy. That's a pretty good thing. And then you got also 50 Boeing jets included in the Indonesia deal. Boeing took a little $2.50 pop in price to the upside off that news there a couple minutes ago. And a lot of the Boeing jets look to be 777s.
Thank you.
Those are some of the recent things I've seen.
Watcher 6, yes, keeps hooking Boeing up with deals. Yeah, I see that big pop after that headline. Thank you. So Trump has begun to speak. Keep an eye out for that. Here's another one. Many Boeing jets and oh, there it is. Gabe, you're a couple seconds ahead of me. Good stuff. Keep an eye out for that. 50 points from all-time highs in the NASDAQ. 33 points from all-time highs in the ES. Hooking up Boeing. Alfie, you said 23,200. That would be an upside target, or somewhere you'd look to get short.
I don't think I'd be blindly short in there, Dre, just yet. But I want to see how the MOC comes in as well, to be honest, because it could just keep ripping. Like I think I saw earlier, I was looking all the way up the book just after CPI, and there was some offers flashing at like 23,450. So we know the big boys are getting involved, and they're starting to like show size up on the ladder. Not to say they have to go there, but like, yeah, I'm done just blindly shorting a round number just for the sake of it, and it'll probably be the time that actually just limits down when I've decided to stop doing it. But yeah, it's not a strategy, right?
Yeah, we're traders. We got to touch the stove a million times to make sure it is indeed hot. That's just how we're programmed. sometimes you can't go higher than the highs. And sure enough, that's the shorts is perhaps what fuels the move to the upside in these type of rallies. Again, 10 years hovering around that 4.5% on the yield. We're up at 4.49, but the president is speaking.
Couple of Truth Social posts just got posted here about a minute ago. They're a little long though, so I don't know if we want to read off word for word there. But I think one of them is based on the Republic of Indonesia deal, opening up the entire market to the United States for the first time in history.
Oh,
so that's kind of cool. Obviously, talking a little bit more about the agricultural products, the Boeing jets, of course. Other one was looking like it's a referral to the great Americans enjoying their summer vacations in Atlantic City or the wonderful state of New Jersey. Yeah, it's a little.
What? Atlantic City got thrown in there? Oh, yeah, sure enough, there it is. Beautiful beach is beautiful with no windmills. I see where he's going, that Atlantic City.
Yeah.
Incredible. Let's see if we got to push higher here. Now 63.10. Wow. 63.10 last trade in the ES. Looks like 63.11's my trade. There is we're got a 600 lot up at 63.39. It's about 29 points to go from there. Gabe, how do you get
Alfie,
in? How do you get in?
I know, right, man? I'm wondering the same thing. Alfie, we got a good question from Oru Sabansky in chat. Says, what is the solution to stop repeating the same mistakes? Do you have anything that you've actually implemented into your trading or into your trade plan or routine to help yourself kind of become more aware of when you're tempted to make the same mistakes, and anything that you've done to actually move and to overcome those?
Yeah, great question, and the $1 million one, right?
Right.
I think the main thing is using what's been built as well, right? Like the fact that I can lock out after $200 in XFA, or even put a contract limit in now. Like I know for a fact that if I am averaging down on a loser, if I go past 3 scalings, I'm much more likely to screw up. I'm much more likely to just be adding to a loser and no longer be scaling into a position in a zone. So contract limits as well. It's all like built and it's all on a plate for us here. So definitely taking advantage of that. And I think it was Robin that said it on TopstepTV not that long ago. Even just walking away after you lose, just walk away. If it's like a $10 loss, $100 loss, $1,000 loss, just walk away. Literally, just go downstairs or go outside, whatever, and come back, because the market's not going anywhere. That's something that I've tried to do anyway recently. Yeah,
I know. It is the $1 million question. A little bit of a pullback there. 23,165 quarter traded. ES pulled back to 63.08. Are they just going to buy this dip? Alfie, tip of the week. If you're looking to get a trade, by all means, get it in there. But tip of the week here at Topstep and Topstep TV: keep your emotions in check. Alfie, how does Alfie keep his emotions in check?
Well, I've run out of monitors to smash, so I'm joking.
There you go. It's expensive. I love it. Get this.
Yeah, exactly. No, you just got to have a bit more. It sounds cliche, right? But just have a life outside of trading. I think Randy Howe says it, like, don't attach your personality to your P&L, because you're just setting yourself up for failure, really, that way, because you'll ride really high and then ride really low, and then it would just, it doesn't. You're not a bad person. I think Mo said it the other day, like, take the loss. You're not a bad guy. It's cool. Like, it's fine. Take the L. And yeah, it's when I stay in trades, that's when I tend to get like really pissed off if it goes against me, and then you're hammering down, and that's when it can get like, that's when you can go west. I think if you limit your screen time, that kind of like precedes like the emotional regulation side of things as well.
Fair enough. Gabe, you talked about those 165s. I like that, Alfie. You talk about those 165s. It's all right, though. Let's see if we get another pullback here on that. We're trading about 23,180. Pull back to 165. Now trading 23,001.
See if we can get back down there. I think
you're working.
Just take out the 181s. Yeah, working a bid at 157.
157. Okay. ES did not budge at all on that. Keep an eye out for that. Bottom of the hour in about 9 minutes or so. Again, we got Collins. Okay, President is in Pennsylvania at this energy summit. scheduled to speak. Apparently, it's already gotten started, but more comments coming in the bottom of the hour. Keep an eye on crude oil. Last trade there, $66.55. There were whispers of perhaps deals to fill the strategic oil reserves. That was hinted at. Let's see if the president wants to touch on that here at the bottom of the hour. And we also have Collins scheduled to speak in about 23 minutes or so. It's going to be interesting to hear what they say with where the tenure is right now. Alfie, I was going to ask the same thing. What do you mean by going west? I picked up on that. I've never heard that before. You're the gas in the goose. The gas in the goose. What does it mean to go west?
Just to like venture off the reservation, right? Like just you've completely lost control. Like I don't know where that's from, to be honest. It's probably like an old saying from somewhere else, but
from
yeah, just completely go off the rails, basically.
I like that. There you go, Sam. I was wondering the same thing. 50-50 on the tilt. Well, 67% long on the ES. Can't find the traction to the upside. Perhaps as much as the NQ is. See if the sellers want to hold, keep it beneath 23,180. About 2 points from there. They're just going to cook this thing to the upside and close in on all-time highs. All-time high 23,222 in the NASDAQ.
Dre, while I can, I'm going to give a quick little reminder to everybody watching. If you have not already, earlier this morning in Fast Markets, we previewed another Topstep swag bag, and that is in the chat, currently pinned. So if you have not, if you're stopping by for the first time or it's the first time hearing about it, make sure you fill out that form at the top of the chat, just to make sure you kind of get your hat in the name in the hat or hat in the ring, whatever.
I like that.
All over the place. That way, if you're international too, by the way. Oh, thanks, Tim. Appreciate you putting that graphic up. This one has a bomber jacket, a nice Yeti as well, an ID badge that's nice, leather. I think MP previewed that today. A koozie, a journal, a couple koozies. But and if you're an international trader or viewer, you're also eligible. These are being hand packed and shipped by Danielle, and we are shipping outside the United States for these. So hit that form in the top of the chat. Just wanted to make sure I got that out there this hour.
Oh, look at that thing. That's pretty smooth. What is that? Yep. Into the top of the chat. Yeah. That and what do we announce the winners? What typically tomorrow we'll announce the winner.
Typically the following day. Yeah, during Fast Markets.
Yeah. Good stuff. We burn a Cubs hat. Adam, burn a Cubs hat. Come on. We don't want to do that. Cubs. Waiting for the president to speak here in regards to this energy and innovation event. I wonder what that's going to be about. Speaking of crude, 76% long as it does grind higher, 66.55. Alfie's got his eyes on 23,200. About 22 points to go or so to get there. S&Ps just don't want to budge just yet. Got that 700 lot to the upside. Okay, they're going to hold it up. I'm going to let it go above 23,180. Gabe, if we get back down, okay, you're looking at 57, correct? 157?
Yeah, I'm actually going to move that up a little bit. I'm going to bid the 161 level. I'll build into this. So I'm just doing one NQ for right now, just to get my feet wet. Okay. 161 half will be the first bid, which is just essentially the low of this 1 minute range that we've developed. The low from the top of the hour, actually. We'll see if we can get a little bit of a sweep below that, maybe a little continuation back to the 81s for about 20 points if we get an immediate reaction there. If we end up making a move lower and test the 145s, I'll add another at 145 or 146. And then stops for both contracts will go below the 130s.
Interesting. All right, good stuff. Got the bottom of the hour here in about 3. Question in the chat. When is Trump speaking? All caps. Scheduled to speak here at the bottom of the hour, but we're seeing some headlines hitting the truth social. Talking about Atlantic City for right now, so we'll see where this thing goes. Alfie, typically come on. You're not hesitant to pull the trigger, get in the market right now. You're showing patience and discipline. I suppose the market hasn't really given us just anything yet, but I'm noticing a different Alfie right now. What changed? Or is it just simply wait for the market to hit your level?
It's a good question. I think hopefully a different, at least I'm trying to make it a bit different towards the markets and just kind of accept what I can get from it when the movement's there. Another quote for you guys that I think I heard on like a YouTube channel from a Sun Tzu book. It's like, if you wait by the riverbanks, eventually your enemy's body will wash up upon you before you. So it's like, let the trade come to you, like let the opportunity like stare at you in the face. And again, like Randy Howell chats about it, he's like, be a gazelle in the tree waiting for the gimpy legged, be a cheetah in the tree waiting for the gimpy legged gazelle to then like, slowly drag itself along by you and kill, rather than just, constantly go after the fit and healthy ones, but which will have you running around the block, like know when to shoot to kill, I guess.
I love it. Do you use these sayings in everyday life outside of trading? When perhaps you're talking to a mate or at the restaurant, or are these strictly for trading that you apply these? I love these sayings. You got a bunch of them.
I mean, yeah. I think it's just like my mind now, because it's all I think about. So anytime I'm reading something not to do with trading, I'm trying to bring it back. So they probably do slip into my verbiage, mate. But yeah, mainly for TopstepTV. So make sure to hit the like button. That's it.
Damn, Alfie, you got it down. Well done. You heard the man. Yeah, Jason, I agree. Yeah, click on the top of the pin at the top of the chat. Win a Topstep swag bag. Pretty cool. That bomber jacket. I got my eye on that thing. Pretty cool. Last trade in the NASDAQ, 23,168. Nothing on the tilt just yet. Looking at the Gabe, someone's asking about your chart setup. Where was it? I don't know if you saw that in the chat.
I did, yeah. There's a couple questions mainly on time frames that I used for zones.
Yes,
I already answered it in chat, but essentially, if I'm looking for, like, a lot of the times you'll see when I'm on TV, I'm looking for opportunities to try to get in and out of trades within the same segment within an hour. So a lot of the times I'll use like a 1 minute or a 5 minute if I'm really trying to get into detail, which would be more towards what I would define as scalping for myself. If I'm trading personal, like let's say in the overnight, I like 15-minute zones, kind of reduces some more of that noise. 1 hour if I'm really trying to hold trades for a longer period of time. Kind of just depends on my purpose. So shorter term, smaller time frames, more intermediate, kind of bumped up a scale or two. Dre, real quick, so we got a couple traders in the chat asking about support wait time. So guys, we did post something on our Twitter today, but we really appreciate your patience. Our support team's currently working through a higher volume of tickets, but rest assured, you're obviously, your concerns matter deeply to us, and we are committed to ensuring you get the help you need. So you will get a reply from us. It's just a matter of when a support rep will get assigned to your ticket, and it's just in a first come first serve basis. So as they roll in, they'll continue working through that queue, but don't worry, you will get a reply. They're just dealing with a little bit more of a higher volume period right now, as we sometimes do in seasons.
Thank you, Gabe. Yes, they are busting their asses. They always are. The backbone of Topstep, if you will. Didn't get that pullback to 161s, Gabe. It looks like making higher lows. And certainly have oil creeping higher here. $66.60. The president to speak, and Collins as well. And about 15 minutes with Collins. President, any moment now. Nothing just yet.
Dre, we've been saying any moment for the last 30 minutes.
He keeps speaking, man. I know he starts and stops. I'm watching oil. I'm keeping my eye on crude. I'll typically be the first to move since he is at an energy event. See if we get that pop in crude. They do touch on perhaps filling up the strategic petroleum reserve here. Keep looking. I got the ladder in the NASDAQ out the corner of my eye, 23,172. Pretty thin for the time being. The markets are just going to wait this thing out.
Shout out to Investitopia Worldwide in the chat. Want to say thank you for all you do. Learning a lot. My brother from Chicago told me about you guys. Hey, shout out to your brother. Thanks for joining us.
Sweet,
to have you.
We're in Chicago. What's up, Investitopia? Very cool. Now we got 83% long in crude right now on the tilt. Last trade 66.56. Oh, yeah, while we're at, hey, let's get to 1,000 likes. You heard Alfie say click like. We got to 172,000 subscribers. All right, they're going to feed us after the show. Thank you very, very much. One more time, click subscribe, click like, click notify. Let's keep this thing going. Also, Alfie said click like, so do as Alfie says.
There we go.
No. They caught out of me. All right, Alfie, I used the word mate, man. I used the word mate. They called me out on that. I never say the word mate. They called me out on that shit. You guys got me. I was trying too hard on that one. That was bad. But they
That's right. You
caught
get
me
a mate
saying
pass
it.
when I come on.
They're calling me out on it. I deserve it. Hold on, who is that? Mo. Yes, I was wondering if he used those sayings when he's talking to a mate. Whatever. I'll shut up for now. That was it was very poor. Trying way too hard on that. We got crikeys. We got the Collins schedule to speak in about 15 minutes or so. Eye on this 10-year. Come on, 10-year. Get to 4.5. It's still at 4.49%. Alfie, that was so bad. I was trying way too hard there. So I appreciate
I'm seeing 83% long on crude as well in anticipation of this event. That's pretty damn big, isn't it? I haven't seen it that high before, I don't think, in a long time.
Yeah, they're kind of thinking along the same lines. I'm guessing what the energy secretary hinted at that filling up of the strategic petroleum reserve. We'll see if the president does touch on that. We'll wait. We will stay patient and disciplined, and we keep fighting. That's what we do around here at Topstep and Topstep TV. What better way to show it and highlight than jab. Gabe.
Nice segue, Dre.
Gabe, go ahead. Yeah, I screwed it up with the
Just
Gab.
call me Gab.
Yeah, it's Gab.
I mean,
Gabe,
while I'm filling in for Eddie, we can definitely call it Gab, but MP might not like that.
Go ahead.
But we got a couple for the day. We got Futures Frank. Shout out to Futures Frank. I'm up $414. Time to sit on my hands, I guess. Yeah, it's probably a good way to go about it. Gorillionaire passing their 50K combine. Shout out to the familiar face Gorillionaire for consistently being in chat here. We got Brian W up $430 for the day. Used to work 8 hours for $368. Might just call it and enjoy some life. I like that. Got Mini Mingo. Just passed my 50K combine with a gold short this morning. Great job there, Mini Mingo. Love the name too. We got Jonathan Wilbanks, 500 on the ES right at the open, locked out for the day. Man, calling it nice and quick.
Nice.
Love to see it. We got Rich, 120 ticks on a gold short and locked it out. Man, love it. Jeffrey Baker, boom, 50K combine pass, locking it out, enjoying my day. Great job there, Jeffrey. And Bruce as well, just passed my combine. Great work to everybody, jabbing away. If we missed you, obviously, if you're in chat, sharing your experience on your days with us, we're always keeping an eye out for them. But great job to everybody. And let's get back to these markets. Are we going to take these 81s out or not there, Dre?
I mean, 1, 2, 3 times.
We're
We
trying.
dropped up against the 180s. Yes, we are. Shout out to Mate Daddy. Also a mate. I love that. Calling me out on that. Where is Collins? Where is the president? Okay, what was that? A little bit of a down tick. I'm probably over exaggerating this move, but that's what we got to do right now. 23,160. Yes, we miss Eddie as well. Always showing him the love, and he does appreciate it.
I can't replace Eddie. There's nobody that does it better. Shout out to Main Event though as well. We got a couple in chat sharing their success for the day. $1,300 on 100K combine, locked it out. Great job, Main Event. You got by Ollie 6,000 all in. We locked out.
Ooh.
Thanks for keeping me company. Love to see it. Chaos Scalper will take a 3K payout today. Love when money's hitting the bank and making it real. Shout out to Chaos Scalper. Great work, y'all. I'm sure there's some red out there though.
Yep.
There's some red out there. I did get that fill. Yep. Got a nice little push lower. 61.5. I am currently in 1. We're getting a little bit of movement here. About a 10-point drop. A little over 10 points in the NASDAQ. Last trade, 155.
It is. Let's see if the ES wants to follow through. Alfie, any levels you're looking at now that we're getting this bit of a pullback here? I'm talking about 15 points, 23,154. Is this a dip to buy, or is there more?
Yeah, it's
gas the goose to the downside.
Yeah, maybe. I think I'm going to see how it reacts here, as well as if it fails here, I'm going to look to where I think Jay took the long this morning with you guys at 23,133 or something around that level. As that was like the first kind of turnaround into the open. But yeah, I mean, it could. We know what the Nasdaq's like. It's just like almost schizophrenic, right? It just goes one way and then just
yeah.
131s. All right, last trade coming up. Overnight VWAP 23,152. ES just being stubborn. Not going to follow the NASDAQ just yet. 63.06 last trade there. And that tilt and the old crude continues to
See
grow
if I
to
can get
alongside 84% by more.
84% long in
It's
crude. That's
crude.
ridiculous, dude.
Yeah.
Average long price 66.56 per barrel. Man, that's a heavy tilt.
Yeah.
I almost want to go. Oh, dude, I had
What,
another
are you
bid.
still in?
I had
Okay.
another bid at literally 147 even, and we ticked out at 147 half. 147 quarter. Literally a tick away from getting that second contract.
All right,
Yikes.
23,156. Yeah, are you working 147s? All right, didn't quite get there. Hey, still got this one long alive. See if it wants to go back up to those 180s, Gabe.
Yep, 181s would be my first target. 198 half would be my second target. So just looking at those 5-minute or 15-minute highs from the previous swings around 10:50 a.m. and 9:15 a.m. Central.
Crude now 85% long. Crude the tilt $66.65 last trade there. Still waiting the president, but starting to wake up just a bit. Let's see if we get those 147s. Colin's scheduled to speak in 7 minutes. What's the risk? What's your risk on this trade, Gabe?
Looking to risk just under the 130s. So all in all, this will be about a 30-point stop currently off the current contract. So this does at the moment have a little bit of a negative R, negative reward to risk on it. If I get the average from 147, I'm probably going to be averaged around 150, which will give me about a little over 20-point stop.
Yeah. Okay, still watching crude here. Grinding higher, 66.66. ES not so fast. Alfie's looking for a pullback around the 150. What was that trade Jay took? I'm sure you don't remember it. What was that
I think
trade?
it was 23 130, something like that.
Yeah, he bought when we were kind of crossing. See, it was earlier this morning. 130s. We were starting to approach the 950 kind of area of supply on a 5-minute, and as we were crossing through it, I think he got in mid 30s or low 40s.
Okay, back up to the 160s.
Yeah, we're just chopping around. You said VWAP was at 152.
145 overnight. 145 overnight.
145. Got it.
Yeah, we bounced right off of that. Trading 23,158. See if we gotta push. Here we go. Crude continue uptick here. I haven't seen anything just yet. Buyers are going to step back in. And house count long. 1 ES 23,161. That's good there. 85% long in crude.
And I'm almost tempted to go look at crude for a possible short, just to just based off the current sentiment.
Stay locked in. Stay locked in. You got this trade going. I like it. That sell-off was maybe some stops. We did see Hoop execute an old school trade. A little stop hunting on fishing and got short around 63.03 in the ES and stop hunting. So we plowed through those 6300s, worked the bid beneath, stops, liquidity grab. I believe liquidity grab, right? Right, Gabe? The stops get hit.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's kind of what we're looking for in the 181s. Just looking for a pop back above a recent pretty developed high, which if people are short, and they're managing risk and they're trying to keep it tight, the 181s would be a pretty logical place to put their stop above. Same with the 198 half, and of course the all-time highs. Any high or low that you see that's defined, more than likely has some form or some quantity of stops from retail, typically. At least that's the understanding. Dre, can I answer a question from chat real quick?
Of course.
We got my Juan asked, I made $1,200 in the overnight on my combine, wondering about the 50% consistency target on the combine.
Mm-hmm.
So look at the total profit that you're looking to achieve to pass the combine. So for instance, on a 50K combine, your profit target is 3,000. So if you made 1,200 and that's 1,200 is your best day, that's take that and divide that by the total profit target, and that'll give you the percentage. So 1,200 divided by 3,000, and that'll give you the percentage of what that would represent. And you just need to make sure your best day is at or under the 50% mark. So it'd be technically 1,500 would be the biggest day that you'd want to have in a 50K combine. Hope that helps.
Like, good stuff. Yes, not buying it. Let's see if we get this push here. Are you working an offer, Gabe, in this? I appreciate Gabe a lot. Thank you. Are you working an offer to the upside on this long?
Not currently,
Okay.
but I definitely will be.
Okay, cool. Sounds good.
I have a feeling we might get these 47s come back into this little 5-minute
Were
area
you-
of demand.
You were trying to work that bid. Are you still working that bid on the 47s? How close did we get? We got right there.
We were a tick away. We traded 47 quarter. But yeah, still working the 47s. Might get it right now. They want to push down. Pop this recent little 1-minute rejection. Come back into 5-minute demand, and then I'd like to see a pretty quick turnaround.
We might get it right here.
It looked like it.
Yeah, I know. Here we go. This Alfie. Nothing is of interest to Alfie. Look at it. New Alfie. Who this, man? Nothing. Just being patient. Perhaps looking for that.
Yeah. I mean, if it comes, it comes, right? It might even take all the way up until MOC for us to get the like low risk reward entries, but you never know. I think I saw a stat as well where it's pretty 50-50 after CPI on the Nasdaq on Edgefall, where if we have a green reaction, it closes as a green day. So we're kind of in this like no man's land in the middle, or like upper middle of the range. So yeah, I'm like very tentative with any longs at 130 just because it could just limit through if there's any news. I am bidding at the minute at 23,130.
Oh, I do have a bid in 130. Okay. And that 10
looks
10-year
like
yield. Yeah, go ahead, Gabe. See if anything's gonna pop.
Looks like we got a House procedural vote on crypto measures fail. The Freedom Caucus members rebelled over objections over the Genius Act and its linkage with the other crypto bills. Per sources.
Crypto selling off here. Micro Bitcoin just bottomed out at 116,075. We just saw 123,000 trading yesterday.
Absolutely nuts.
Yeah, absolutely nuts. Is $7,000 pullback. Again, 116,765 last trade in Micro Bitcoin. Able to get in, add to this. Colin's scheduled to speak any moment and present.
All right.
Well, they say now for 45 minutes, Gabe. Save it for go ahead.
I know, right? It's probably we'll probably get more comments in Power Hour. That'd be my guess.
Yeah.
Also, your energy, crude, diesel, gasoline, nat gas, and Brent crude all settled, by the way. So that was about 15 minutes ago. You are an energy trader.
What's this?
I don't know, but my financial juice just blew the hell up.
Yeah, I saw that too. Collins, here we go. Collins, solid economy gives the Fed time to decide its next interest rate move. Boring. Come on, Collins, bring the heat. We need more than that. I believe Collins is a voter. Here we go. It is challenging to set monetary policy right now amid uncertainty. I'm just going to stick to the script. That's not what we're looking for. Collins, the 10-year against 4.5%. Collins has begun. Gabe, do you set a goal daily for profits that you're trying to achieve?
I do not have a monetary goal. No, I used to. Honestly, though, having a monetary goal typically was a mental block for me. I'm typically I'm trying to shift gears to focusing on how much I'm willing to lose in a day, and then I think the better way that I've tried to approach having a profit goal is what am I content with? Like, what can I walk away and be happy about? And I think that number might look a little different to everybody because some people don't make $100 US in a shift on a day. So if it's somebody that's just looking to make $100, that's a good goal. It's maybe a little bit more, or potentially close to what they'd make on a shift in their normal job, a couple $100. But yeah, definitely, I think there's a lot of traders that try to shoot for the moon. They're looking for like $1,000 a day. which is possible. I'm not saying it's not achievable, but it's a little harder to do on a daily basis, depending on how much size you're slinging around and how disciplined you are in
Market.
following your rules. The market, of course, is a big variable to that. You see a lot of the
Heads
live
up.
traders that we feature. What up, Dre? What do we got?
Heads up, Feds Collins. I expect downward pressures on employment and growth. That's a new one. Core goods inflation showing some signs of tariff impact. The economy is currently in a good place overall. And followed up with, I expect downward pressures on employment and growth. Another one coming out here with the red sticky tariffs to boost inflation over the second half of 2025. Core inflation around 3% by year's end. We also have Bassett speaking. We got Trump speaking now as well. Are the markets moving at all? Not quite yet. Are the markets reacting to some of these headlines? That's very good stuff, Gabe. The profit goal for the day kind of gets in the way. Maybe you're trading your P&L as opposed to trading what the market's giving you. We lose him. Is he locked in this trade?
No. I'm here. Yeah,
Okay.
I'm locked in this trade. There's also some comments in chat. I'm trying to make sure we get the questions answered. But yeah, I'm definitely locked in the trade. Still bidding these 47s. We're just kind of stalling here on the 150s. I think there's a possibility we go take out that 1 minute low from 137, tap back into this demand. That's really what I'm looking for. I definitely have a bullish sentiment going into the rest of the day.
Gold is creeping higher here as well. 33.37. Alfie, do you trade? Do you watch your P&L when you trade? Whether we like it or not?
Yeah, definitely. I'm not going to sit here and lie. Yeah, 100%. I'm looking at my P&L. Try not to let it sway me too much. I think the upside is just as dangerous to the downside as well. Like you can get the big goals when you're like riding high and you're making like 3-4K on a combine. I think the last time I was on it, I was saying like I kept trying to crack a combine in 2 days because I'd done it a couple of times, and that definitely kind of gave me a full sense of security going into XFAs a lot of the time. And then I was trying to swing for fences in the XFA, and it was just like I needed to kind of reset a little bit and just chill that out. But yeah, definitely looking at P&Ls all the time. But I try to switch it up to points because I know Dakota loves that. It stayed there for about an hour, and then I switched it back up to dollars just because at a glance. But yeah, I'm trying to get into the right habits there. Yeah.
Yep. Ticks tech $2 indeed. All right, Collins is speaking. Nothing since the I expect downward pressures. Present has not started just yet. But coming up on Power Hour next, my man Gabe and there he is. Baron as well. Gabe's going to be jumping in there as well. We got Baron in the house. Had a big day the other day with Jack as well. We still got about 5 minutes till we get there. Wait for the present. Get this thing going. Again, we got that 83% long tilt in crude as we grind higher.
Just a little bit.
70. What was that? You could we've got another one.
Yeah,
there,
we got those 47s. Yeah, we're averaged at 154 quarter. So 2NQ 23,154 quarter. I'm gonna put an offer in at 181.
Oh, you are working you work an offer. I like it. Okay.
Yep. Yeah, working an offer 181.
$1,150 last. And got my eye on gold, grinding higher ever so slight, and crude, heavy long tilt again as we push higher here. $66.70.
Hey, shout out to SFX. Just locked out my account for the day. Made $650 on my XFA. Qualified for a payout, and today's my birthday. Let's go!
Oh, happy birthday! Absolutely.
What a day.
So that's FX. Yes, happy birthday. What a day. Great job. And you got a shout out on TopstepTV. Life is good. Give it up for SOSFX. Click like, click subscribe. Baron, I'm doing that for you. Click notify here on TopstepTV. Gabe, you're going to carry this trade into Power Hour if this thing holds, yeah?
Yeah.
Get some buyers in here.
Yep, that would be the goal. Coming into that 5-minute area of demand from 145 to 131 3/4. So see if this will hold. Buyers will jump back in.
From the anything from Collins? Not just yet. Earnings calendar. It's had some big bank earnings before the bell. Let's see, we got after nothing. Yep, we got more tomorrow before the bell. We got Bank of America, Johnson Johnson, Goldman Sachs. I can't wait to see what their trading revenues. All right, we got some selling coming in here. What was that last trade?
Oh, yikes!
129 is gold. Anything else moving?
That is a stop out there.
Yeah, it was. What was that? All right, yeah, we take a look at the time and sales here. Didn't see much, but yeah, NASDAQ did bottom out at 23,125. We were trading right around 23,145. ES closing on those 6,300s. Again, about 3 points to go there. What and the spike of volume? What hit the wire there? I'm not seeing much.
I'm not seeing anything.
Yeah. Yes. Alf, you seeing anything over there? Not seeing much.
No, just looking on Truth Social, nothing.
Did you get that fill on the 131s?
I pulled it. I kind of bottled it a little bit.
Pulled it.
I saw that.
Oh,
yeah,
man.
I pulled it. Just because I've noticed as well, like, yeah. I mean, it probably wouldn't have been I could still get in here. It's just I kind of got the feeling now that we might test last week's high, which is at 23,112.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not too far down. So that could be another potential little area. And then at that point, it could be the whole short covering game into MOC, right? So we could get not limit down, but go down all the way until
limit down would be
quarter
wild.
two.
I mean, then then we'd be rocking here.
Be careful what you wish for, right?
Oh yeah. Oh, I mean, I never got there quite in April, but the volatility can get a little bit hairy if you are. 23,132. And so I saw about a 25-point sell off there in the NASDAQ. Something hit the bid. I don't see it just yet. The volume did spike. All right, ES coming up against these 6,300s. Last trade, 6,302. Again, see if the buyers want to defend those 6,300s. Gabe, you are stopped. You're in flat.
Yeah, flat down 1,000 on those two contracts.
Okay. All right, sounds good.
Like the 121s.
All right, sounds good. We got power hour coming up. Gabe might be getting back in. Alfie, as always, thanks for joining. Look at you, Alfie, being disciplined, not the gunslinger, bringing us enlightened quotes and thoughts, thought-provoking stuff. Alfie, thank you so much for joining us. Gabe, I appreciate you having my back. With that being said, we got Barron. I see him in the green room. Has Barron moved? Stay tuned. Is Barron a Florida man, or is he still there in Texas? Stay tuned to find out. Topstep TV Power Hour coming up next. Markets are moving. Topstep TV, let's go.
everybody. Welcome back to Power Hour. We have the man in the middle, Jack Pelzer, as you know and love him. And we have Baron, number 39 on the big board. Baron, what is going on, man? Are you in Tampa? First question.
Yeah, I got here last night. My flight got in at 6 p.m. I didn't get to the house till 10. Our flight got stuck on the runway for like 2.5 hours. But yeah, I'm in Tampa now.
Welcome to Florida.
Thank you.
Welcome to Florida. Absolutely. How was the move overall, other than getting stuck on the tarmac?
Oh my God, it was stressful, very stressful. A lot of things to do in a three-day period.
Yeah, I believe it. Yeah, moving is definitely a pretty big lift.
Yeah, I've been so I traded Friday. I had a great day on Friday.
I saw that, man. What did you do, like 14K? 16K? What was it?
11. 11.5. 11.5K.
Nice.
So
Love it.
really solid day overall. I caught the dump in the after hours for like $4,000, and then during New York session, I think I went 7 for 8 trades. So 1 7 out of the 8 trades. Just kept stacking on top of the balance.
Sweet.
Alrighty.
Jack,
Well,
Jackie,
we got something to
what's going
dive
on?
into here. I know you guys were promised Andre bell to bell, but he rang the bell. There's no shame in that after this segment. So thank you for jumping in, Gabe. We're hanging out right around that 6,300 level that has appeared so many times today in the ES. NQ has been performing much better today, but there's a flurry of news going on right now. I believe Trump is speaking now or soon. So it's going to be a powerful hour today, I have the feeling.
Yes, indeed. Got a nice little powerful bounce as well off the 84s in the NASDAQ. Last trade, 22,119. So got a nice little 30 point bounce so far in the NQ off that little sell-off.
Yeah, we're just range bound right now. We've sold off from the same point 3 times. We've bounced from the same point 3 times so far. So really, you can just play the range right now.
All right. Well, we might just do that. We're waiting to see. Let us know in the chat. Is Donald speaking yet? I don't know if we'll be able to get it in here or not. It is, maybe we'll do that. Apparently, I'm reading, this is off Financial Juice. I believe it's the first time that I have seen the word pissed used on Financial Juice. That he was, quote, pissed about the blocking of the bill. So we'll see how that pans out, but markets aren't moving terribly much in its wake. See if we can get some new lows. Baron, are you short right now? Is that my understanding, or are you done?
So because I don't have my setup right now, I'm on a laptop. I've just been trading demo yesterday and today, and I was short. I did get short on a practice account. Let me check the executions. I just got stopped in profit, so I got short at 165, and then took partials at 104, and then got stopped in profit at 120. But it's on a practice account, so
right on.
But still, very solid trade.
Baron, you think your laptop will be able to handle some charts?
Yeah, it's kind of hard to run the charts with the laptop. I was having some issues getting it connected. It can run everything, but it's just like trying to. I was having some issues with VMix getting that all set up.
Gotcha. All right. Well, Jackie P and I will run the charts for right now. We still got the 83% long tilt in the crude, 60% long in the ES, 51% short in the NASDAQ, and 64% long in gold.
Yeah, and we got NVIDIA still holding on to. It's still up 3.8% on the day, a little bit off its high. Still up, well, let's call it $150 billion in market cap between friends. That's a large part of what's been propping up the NASDAQ over the ES right now. I was considering coming on here and playing the spread. But I don't know if the powers that be would like that. Oh, yeah. I have it in a SIM account on the other side. We'll see how it turns out.
Okay. Got you. Baron, so who picked up your BMW? Did you end up getting that yet? You are muted.
He's in Florida for one day.
Oh, shit. Yeah.
And suddenly just behaving like a swamp creature. Come on. Let's go.
My friend Eric picked it up. So,
okay. I was waiting for that text, man. I was just itching. I knew.
Yeah.
I knew it needed to be picked up. I was wondering who was going to do the.
Nah, Eric got it handled. But yeah, I need to get some insurance on it, get it registered, and then ready to haul ass in Florida in it.
Hell yeah! Did you end up? You didn't get insurance on it in Texas at all, right? Kind of was pretty new to you still.
No, because I had it shipped to. I had it shipped directly to Florida. It wasn't. I bought it off an auction, so.
That's right.
I hadn't even seen the car until yesterday.
You like it? Does it look the same that it did in the pictures?
Yeah, no, it looks great. It looks great. I'm excited to drive manual again. I haven't driven manual in a minute, but yeah, no, it looks great. Sounds great. I just need to get it registered first.
Yeah, good plan. Are you excited to pay Florida insurance on that vehicle? Because you got uninsured motorists down here, requirements, all that fun stuff. Are you looking forward to that bill?
I mean, I don't know. I need to call my insurance company, see what the rates are.
It's not fun, I will tell you. I mean, we're about the same age, so I think that probably gonna be spending at least $150, maybe $200. Are you want to get full coverage or just liability on that?
I'd probably get full coverage.
Okay, so maybe more.
Yeah. This market is hanging out right at that 100s level. I'd like to see that flush through, but right now it's being sustained. It's right at the bottom of the range today.
You had a target of 69, right? 23,000.
Yeah, that's the negative, or not negative, but it's the 0.5 extension off the IB. Let me check Edgeful on that. I heard an Edgeful statistic while I was in the green room.
Okay.
I heard someone mention a CPI Edgeful extension. Okay. All right, it was a CPI probability of green day. Let me check the by levels breakdown. So that 0.5 at 69, it has a 72% chance to hit.
Okay. Also would correlate kind of right around the previous daily high of 66 as well.
Yeah, I'd like to see at least that 79 hit. That also lines up with our weekly VWAP as well.
Okay.
Or actually, wait, sorry, at the weekly VWAP wrong. Weekly VWAP sitting at 2360. So I'd potentially see if we can move down there. This is looking pretty weak. The sell-off is much harder than the sell-off we saw around 11:30 from that same area. So I'd see if we can push lower.
Okay.
I would like to see that too. I ultimately want to buy, but right now we're hanging out in a tight range below that 6,300. We tested down to around 6,292 twice. Now I'm kind of hesitant to just buy here. I don't think it's terrible. It's a bullish as hell market, but man, I would love to see it flush, get some stops, look at that 62.88 maybe to buy if it rebounds from there. Otherwise, I will just wait a few seconds. We can figure out our insurance and what have you.
Well, nothing coming across the wire at this time yet from Trump. I know we have a couple of things. Go ahead.
Fill me in on this big beautiful bill. Did this get denied, or what's going on there?
It sounds like it has, but they're looking for a revote potentially on that. We actually have a clip. I'm not sure if Andrea's ready back there, but we do have a clip from Speaker Johnson that we can run real quick.
Oh, he's fun.
Yeah, the Friday deadline looms. We're encouraging our Senate partners over there to get the job done and to pass it as is. That's what we did. It reflects the intention and the view of the House. This is in our view was low-hanging fruit. This rescission package is
low-hanging fruit. All right, we'll see that Friday deadline ends up being met there with their expectations of getting that passed as is. Jack, any thoughts at all?
On that, who knows? They'll figure it out. Mike Johnson seems like a good hang. Yeah, I'm looking at bonds. We've just been steadily creeping higher. Let me share this tab over here instead. Kind of consolidated a little bit now. We're getting real close. We are within 1 BIP of that 4.5 level. Above there, I would determine them to be high. And so does Scott Pheasant. So definitely could spice things up if we sell off a little bit more in the bonds here.
Okay. Well, markets are really still hanging around here, just shy of that $6,300 level in the ES. What's up, Jack?
As I mentioned earlier, too, that's kind of what I think is driving this divergence today between like the Russell and the ES versus like the NQ. Is those rising rates are kind of hurting the smaller companies, especially the Russell is super sensitive to rising rates. So that's a headwind for now.
Jack, is that why the Russell is so far behind when it comes down to equity highs? Because you look at the Russell and we're quite a distance. And there's probably a few variables to that.
There are many fundamental reasons the Russell is behind. The biggest being that by its nature, it loses its best performers, become S&P 500 stocks, right? And that rates and then private equity, the rise of that over the last 2 decades or whatever else is that not a lot of the basically there's not enough public companies, or they get valued and IPO'd while they're worth quite a bit. So like the Russell has major problems. I'm not.
Isn't the Russell? Isn't the majority of the Russell also biotech companies?
I don't know the components off the top of my head, but that wouldn't surprise me that there's a lot of them in there.
Let's see here. See what the weight distribution on that looks like.
We're going to see. We might have, in a little bit, if he's feeling up for it, we might get JD in here, too, for his thoughts. He's just hanging around, not doing much. Slacking.
Making ham sandwiches?
Not slacking off, just kind of like slacking. But it might be his lunch break, so, we'll see what happens there.
He is on standby. We do, real quick. Baron, above or below?
Ooh. I think I'm going to go 23. Let me see. Let me look at a chart. 23,060.
23,060. All right, you heard it here. Throw that poll in chat. Let's get the above and below.
That's weekly VWAP. So do we close above or below it? That's kind of my thought.
3,060. I like it.
I'd like for it to close below it.
I think everyone's collectively waiting for this double bottom here to either bounce or get broken. We're within 5 points on the ES of the lows of the day.
We're building a little bit of a long tail here. ES is sitting around 60% long. Average price of the long 63.03. So they're bleeding just a little bit. NQ still split 50-50.
Dipping new lows of the day off about 1.85%. Their North American head of sales left. MP told us this morning, expert analysis, that doesn't matter at all. Next guy up. But that's the news I've seen so far.
Didn't the CEO of Twitter also step down, or X, whatever you want to call it?
Yes,
She
I
did.
saw
It
that.
was incredible timing too. Just as Grok and Elmo have been having some issues they've been working through.
Yeah, I saw some crazy things with Grok. I don't know if they're repeatable on the air, but
Grok was on tilt.
Most of them aren't. Grok was grokking, man.
Didn't really help the controversy around after Trump winning the election and Elon gave a speech. I saw some crazy things up there.
All right, NQ's making a little bit of a push down back below the 23,100s. Last trade 23,096. ES is lagging a little bit, still kind of consolidating around the 62.97s. See if we can get these 60s for Baron here and take out these lows. Nothing really crossed the wire quite yet. It is a Tuesday. Man, did anybody expect that overnight run we had?
Well, I don't think we expected
Sure,
the
why not?
NVIDIA news. No one could expect that NVIDIA news.
That was
We've been having
wild.
some crazy overnight PA. Like last night, Thursday night was crazy too. Just crazy overnight PA recently.
Yeah, and people are really like I kind of glance from time to time at my phone at the trading view, and I was like, "What the hell happened?" And then I saw it was just purely the Nvidia thing, and that was kind of surprising that we rallied that much on it. But
You have to think like all the volume's dead though. On the like when you correct me if I'm wrong, Jack, but when you have something like earnings or some big company news come out for a company that has that massive of a weight in NASDAQ, is that not just going to suck up all the volume and drive it turns the index into pretty much like a singular stock?
Right, and as we mentioned, Nvidia, so even in the S&P, because that's the futures I'm looking at, Nvidia's 8% of the. Let me do some back of the envelope math here. Nvidia is like 8% of the Nasdaq. So Nvidia alone, in overnight trading, and kind of today on the open, it's come off a little bit, was up about 4%. So that's probably good right there with just that stock for 0.4% or something rise in the ES, which is kind of what we saw. It kind of went up about like 35 points, I want to say, or something on that news last night. So yeah, where Nvidia goes, we all go. On 300
NASDAQ
again here.
cruised. NASDAQ, I think it was up like 0.5% somewhere there. I know Nvidia is like 10% of the weight of NASDAQ, which is just insane.
That's a lot.
To have a single stock.
That's a lot.
Goldman Sachs is like 10% or maybe even more of the Dow at this point.
Really?
Yeah, but the Dow's also only 30 companies too.
Sure. Could be a
You
case.
get a light.
Kind of
Project.
leaning towards maybe buying at some point. Seem reluctant to take out these lows here. And that 6,300.
I feel like this flushes
earlier.
I really think this flushes, Jack.
Okay.
It's looking like we want to.
Hold off. I'm going to wait for this flush.
91's just traded in the NASDAQ. You'd get a light comment across the wire from Trump administration nominee to head U.S. auto safety. Regulators cannot sit back and wait for problems to arise with self-driving cars. Tagged with Tesla in the mix there in that conversation.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be a lot of lawsuits, that's for sure. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I think only in all these like autonomous driving tests and stuff, maybe like one person has been hit so far. Not making light of that, but it's pretty good. And I think it was pedestrian error on that one. I mean,
we're starting to move lower here, Jack. We might break
88's just traded.
low of New York session.
We got 83.
I'm looking at the
ES.
ES. There's not much yet.
ES is definitely lagging.
NQ looks like it wants to just drop through the floor.
Let's do it. That would feel nice.
4% tilt building in the short side right now on the NASDAQ. Average price for shorts 112. So they are in the money right now. Longs are bleeding. 120 is the average price for the longs. ES is really just struggling to follow suit here.
Yeah, and earlier ES was tanking and NASDAQ was holding up this morning session.
Oh, let's see what's driving that. Some of it is, Tesla's moved to the downside. Good deal today. But by Tesla standards, nothing we haven't seen before. Nvidia's back a little bit, trading 170 right now. Nothing too much to report in the other huge companies.
Hey, shout out to everybody. We just hit 172,000 subscribers. Thank you, everybody who hit the subscribe button. Make sure you drop a like as well while you are here.
Coming up on 200K club.
Yeah. No plaques, though, unfortunately. Quite a wide difference between the next plaque. But
yeah, they give you a wide gap there.
What is it, 100,000 to a million?
Yep.
There's the flush.
Okay, now we're getting a little bit of movement.
It's pushing at least. Yeah, I wouldn't say this is flushing, but it's pushing lower.
Definitely broke the session low. We just had a 78s trade in the NASDAQ.
ES still holding up.
So, Jack, you said you were looking to possibly buy around the 88s. Would you be tempted to enter if we fail to break lower in the ES and start to turn around here?
Not particularly.
No? So you're looking for that flush down.
I don't like automatically just putting on levels. Like, I'm not going to just have a bid sitting there at 88s, right? Because we're near the lows of the day. You know that there's stop losses there. It could flush 10 points or more. I'd rather buy it on the recovery. So I find myself in kind of a tricky situation here for getting long. If I did get long, I would get long like right here and then take like a 5-point stop to get out before it gets to the lows.
Got it.
But Baron is telling me this is going to go through the core of the earth, so I'm going to trust him.
I'm not saying it's going to go through the core of the earth. I'd like to see this continue lower.
Baron's thinking limit down.
I would too. Then I would get long.
Well, ES is red on the day. The daily candle's red. NASDAQ's still holding up 0.5%. Let me check. My trading view's lagging too now. Just nothing's going right in here. So NQ is the daily candle's still green by 0.25%. ES is down on the day. 0.22%. So we'll see if NQ starts to come down a bit. Follow ES.
No ES comments from Trump.
Pretty much all its lower end IB extensions. It hit the 0.8. So that's pretty far. Yes, let me take a look.
We can probably close that above or below poll. I'm sure everybody's gotten their votes in there. Curious on what everybody's thinking.
We'll see if we get some action at the bottom of the hour here. About 4 minutes away. Then we got 20 minutes till MOC. What's my friends in the options doing? VIX is slightly above 17 right now. Super resilient with the NQ. As Baron mentioned, still 52 points up from settlement. Bonds still hanging out near 4.5 in the 10-year. Did we hit 5 in the 30-year? Let me see. Yes, we are above 5% in both the 20-year and 30-year bonds right now. So that's a big fat round number.
Wow.
Okay, we're
So
getting
we got about
closer, Baron. Here comes the action.
53%.
I'm telling you, this thing's gonna sell off, Jack. It looks like it wants to just sell off.
I could pull a hoop here, just sell a few for the stops. Old school.
Why not?
Try to follow
Because
the
I
money
don't.
to the
300.
I don't like the risk
It's just
on that.
we're at the low of the range is the only thing I would say is like taking a short here. It's like you're right at the low of the range, for New York at least.
I need like a premonition from God or something to go short at this point. I need to be touched by a vision. I hate the idea of going short so much in this market, so I will hang off of that. But I still would love to see it sell off. Creeping. You know you want it. Pretty thick bids in the dome going down to that low of the day. Eating them up.
Is it the dome or is it the dom? I always call it the dom.
I think that's fair. There's been some debate. I'll always called it dome,
Like,
but that's just because
it's
what
like
I heard in
GIF.
2010. Yeah. GIF. I say both on that. Oh, come on, market. Do it.
53% of traders in chat that voted in the poll are going with above 23,060. 46% say below.
There's my bulls.
Bottom of the hour coming up here. Just a few seconds, about 40 seconds. We get a little injection of liquidity here. Shout out to Coach Hoop, keeping an eye on watching for Trump. Looks like he's stepping up shortly, so he is expected to speak. We'll see what kind of comments come across the wire as that begins. Now, before we get into that, so we do have another clip from Trump. So we've been talking a lot about the Trump versus Powell. Are we ready to run that clip there, Andrea? Okay, not quite yet. It's all good. All right, we got about 8 seconds to the bottom of the hour here. See what kind of action we get. Also have the Series 3 coming up. Glorious Series 3, which I still need to pass.
Oh, you haven't yet? Well,
I have not.
2025 H2 goals, baby.
All right, bottom of the hour
It's
has
not that
come
bad.
and
It's just a
gone.
pain in the ass.
It is a pain in the ass, dude. Just studying for it alone was a pain in the butt. All right, 94 is trading the NASDAQ here. We are good to go for the clip. So as we've been talking about this Jerome and Powell beef, let's run this clip. Let's see what Trump had to say recently to a reporter.
You must be kidding.
Andrew, Mr. President, what are your thoughts on Andrew Cuomo?
You had to waste a question like that.
His thoughts on Andrew Cuomo? Who cares?
Yeah, that was quite the interjection. Who the hell cares? Very off topic, but there it is. Trump says, you must be joking.
Yeah, that was a question just worthy of derision, I would say. Like, yeah, the guy he calls a knucklehead.
They're just trying to get a headline at this point. Like, it's every single Fed meeting since November that question has popped up, or like whenever Powell's doing a speech or whatever it is, like that question keeps getting brought up, and it's like, did you guys not get the answer the first time? You keep asking the same question.
Different.
Yeah, it's getting to a point where it's just headlines, and it's just ridiculous at this point.
Well, there'll be a lot more headlines between now and August 1st. Sure, some trade deals will be dropped.
A couple of comments from Collins, by the way, there, Jack. So right before the bottom of the hour, Collins said, achieving the Fed's mandates is about hitting goals over a longer period of time. And another comment says, we don't know exactly where maximum employment is. The recent, we got We got a guest here jumping in. JD.
What's up? They call me
What's
to spice
happening?
things up here, you boring sons of people. Japanese markets.
People.
There we go. We got somebody in here that's willing to take a trade here. Jack's over here sitting on his hands. JD's ready to tear it up. What are we thinking, JD?
I kind of want to caveman it like Hoop did during that 11 o'clock session. Right into the lows of the day. He got short. We plowed right through it, blew out all those stops. I think it was the trade of the day. For the house account, or for Hoop, at least. But getting shorter on the lows. Looks like we're due for another step down. We just tested yesterday's value area low again, 62.92.75 in the ES. I am looking at the ES right now, and we're kind of stair-stepping lower.
How many contracts are we thinking, JD?
How many? All of them. I've got
all of them.
50 minis. 50 minis. Are we gonna do some market manipulation right now?
No, are you kidding me? We don't do that.
Got a nice down channel going back to 10:30 this morning. So making lower lows, lower highs.
Do you want a stat, JD? I can provide you with a stat.
Yeah, Edgeful. Let's hear it.
Yeah, there's a 55% chance we hit 62.87. That's the -1 extension. There's a 55% chance of that.
I mean, I know what our risk is if we get in short right here. 6,300 has been a sort of a line in the sand for a good portion of the day. It held as support earlier, held as resistance that last trip up just a few minutes ago. We're only taking about, if we get a little better trade location, I wouldn't want to take more than 5 points risk on this trade. So if we get back up to 96.5, 97, I'll get short.
Yeah, that's my issue with that trade. So you have the 6,300. I always have trouble figuring out what my stop would be on a trade like that, because it's like if it doesn't go, suddenly you're on the bounce. So how much pain?
Usually what I would do is I would set my stop above where that consolidation is, where that base is, and just see if it runs.
Yeah, it's for a little longer. So looking at this ES chart, you would set your stop above settlement price, are you saying? Above 63.11?
I would set it above 60. I would put it like right above 6,300.
300, yeah. That's exactly what I was thinking too. So if we can get a little better trade location, take a little risk off the board, I wouldn't mind being short into a little stop run to the downside.
Okay, so JD's looking for shorts, a little better location preferably, not hitting these lows of 62.94 that we're trading around right now. We got about a 59%
fall.
NASDAQ starting to fall down back below near the 80s. 50-50 tilt there in NASDAQ, 59% long still in the ES. Longs are averaged around 63.02. Yes, kind of trying to follow suit here. See if we can take out these lows.
So if you take a look at my chart, I put on the JD. I was talking. This was a good afternoon to try and do the. You see what P&L? I'm about $2,000 right now in a 6x4 long 6 ES short 4 NQ. Trying to play the little convergence there.
Ooh,
you can do that on Topstep.
Sure can.
As a more advanced play.
Well, I mean, if you do want to trade, like if you want to trade spreads like that, you better have an opinion on the actual spread. And if you're doing like the percentage convergence, you got to make sure that sort of the equivalent of the DVO1 in bonds, right? That you have the same amount of money on each side of the trade. So roughly the nominal value of 3 ES right now at these prices is equal to the nominal value of 2 NQ. So that's the ratio I've been using.
Okay.
Let's drop this through a floor right now. Because I'll tell you what, JD, you be our sell side guy. I'll be our buy side guy, because I too want to see this take out the lows, but I'm looking to buy ultimately. So if you see any shorts, short away, Captain.
Liquidity grab. I mean, if you look at a daily chart, let's pull up the daily real quick. Yeah, we made all-time highs overnight, but we've been in consolidation going back to
Yeah, we can't
before
break this
4th of
range.
July. It will be 4th of July. So let's just draw this out.
The thing that looks like a mountain on my charts, by the way, is just the visible volume profile, which I sometimes have up just to see where a lot of volume traded.
Well, while we're waiting for
We've had nice rejection. Nice rejection after testing all-time highs, after making a new all-time high last night, but nothing but selling coming in. Why would that stop now?
That is very true. All right, well, real quick, guys, we got to, before Trump hits the podium, we're going to knock out this Series 3. So, Andrea, go ahead and bring it in here. What is the Series 3 of today?
All right, here we go. Okay, here it is. Any increase in the price of the cash commodity will have a negative impact on A, the trader paying carrying charges with no other positions, B, someone who is short the basis, C, a producer of the commodity, or D, a grain elevator operator with the commodity in storage.
Oh, I hate this question.
All right, chat, it's all you. What are you voting? I know the answer because I made the question, so I can't say.
I got no idea on this one.
What's your best guess?
An increase in price of cash commodity will have a negative impact on. I'd say C, I think, but I'm not entirely sure. I haven't done school in 4 years. Okay, I haven't had to do quizzes or any of that.
Jack, any insight?
I think it's someone that's short the basis.
That's exactly what I was going to say, Jack. B. It's been 6 months since I took the Series 3, though. I did pass it, but I'm going to take a guess also and say B. Someone who's short the basis.
All right, Andrea, what is the answer?
That was my second guess.
B.
There you go.
Someone who is short the basis. Right.
Is short the basis, right, would mean that they're short the cash, long the futures?
Yes.
I was thinking of cash in an entirely different way.
It's all good.
What were you thinking of it as?
I wasn't thinking of the cash asset.
All right, we got Trump talking now.
Finally.
Buckle it in.
JD,
You always
we're
have to
getting a
remember,
little better.
folks, we are trading derivatives here. There is an underlying product. Everything we are trading in they have cash value.
A little bit of a bid coming in here in the market. We got 23,100s trading again in the NASDAQ. ES is hovering back around 62.97. JD, would you still be interested in a better location on these shorts?
I'm looking at it right now. We're sitting right at I'm looking at a 5-minute chart on the ES now. I've got a 9 EMA, 62.97 half. We're on top of that right now. If we bust above this, I will put in a short if we break back down below. 4 to 5 point stop. I don't want to sell into strength if this keeps ripping. Now we're trading above that 9 EMA.
Yeah. Getting back to that 300.
Yep. NASDAQ trading 111s. By the way, that crude oil tilt is finally under 80%. We were pushing 84, 85% long in crude for quite a while this afternoon, and now we're back down below, sitting at around 76% long in the crude. Gold still hovering around 70% long. I will say, though, the equities, ES and NASDAQ, are both pushing 60%, 65% long in the ES, 60% long in the NASDAQ. So we are definitely changing a little bit here from the split.
Do you think that's just inverse TopstepTV strat?
Maybe.
Possibly.
Possible. It's possible.
Maybe.
Who says the time of day? Who says the time of day kind of clouds this type of trade setup? Which is absolutely correct, you know.
Yeah, I don't really like taking trades that last 30 minutes of market. For me, it's just not ideal unless I'm in a trade. Like if I'm in a trade right at like 3 p.m. Eastern, then yeah, I'll hold it through it. But typically, I'm flat by last 30 minutes of market.
That makes sense. A lot of action happens in the last half hour.
All right, so
those MOC numbers usually add a nice liquidity injection. Coming back to 300 in the ES, we could play top of range. Top of this 5 minute
range. We got two
range.
comments, guys. 2 comments so far. We got Trump is touting investments or touts investments from technology companies. And then also Fed Collins says, I'm seeing some evidence of a slowdown in labor demand amid a slowdown in labor supply growth. It's really all that we've had so far in the last few minutes.
That good?
Lovely. No, I mean, you want the labor supply to continue growing. But it's kind of like a nothing right now. I mean, we got MOC in 6 minutes and change. We didn't flush. So that might be our next catalyst.
Right. What happens?
Just shy of those 6,300s here in the ES. NASDAQ still chilling around the 109s. Bitcoin trading around 116,865 last trade in the Bitcoin futures.
What did it get up to? Like 120?
123.
123, geez.
Yeah, in the cash market, we got as high as, 123,236.
Playoff 300.
A lot of people.
The ES. And tasty right
JD.
now.
Yeah? A little high of this little 5-minute consolidation.
Yep. Been pretty cheap. Not gonna lie, I'm still thinking about that reporter blasting out the question. What do you think of Andrew Cuomo? What was that guy thinking? Isn't Cuomo like still trying to contest his last mayoral pitfall in New York?
No, I think
he's
trying to run
in a primary.
It's gonna be a wacky election there. I think he's trying to run in the general election, so you'll have like Mondani, Cuomo, Eric Adams, and the guy in the beret with the cats. Very slice of life all around.
Very slice of life. Running in a third party. Peter Shab. How you doing, bud? Peter at the Trader Meetup here in Chicago. Excellent.
Oh, before I forget, you guys, if you haven't already, top of the chat, there is a link pinned. It's currently a Google form. If you are looking to win a Topstep swag bag, that is still at the top of the chat. Make sure you hit that if you haven't already. International traders are eligible. This is a special package that we are giving away. Danielle's hand packing it and shipping it off. One of many that we featured so far, but make sure you get your name in the hat there for that Topstep swag bag. There's a bomber jacket, a couple koozies, a journal, a Yeti, all Topstep.
I didn't get a bomber jacket.
Can you fit into a small?
No, I do not
fit into a small.
That would be the size of the bomber jacket. Yeah, the one in the box is a small. But hey, if you can't fit into it, give it to somebody else. Or sell it on eBay. I guess that'd be your alternative.
I think maybe
we did get a little rejection
that pop. That may have been the pop for shorts.
Yep.
For the 7-day move, but we'll see.
Back below the 9 EMA, 5 minute.
Yeah, it came right up to the highs of that consolidation area, and just immediately rejected out of it.
I feel like I missed it now.
It's okay to miss a trade.
Almost into it.
Yeah, it's okay to miss a trade.
I don't want to chase it either. Mid range right now.
In 3 minutes until MOC too.
In 3 minutes till MOC.
Oh, we got PPI tomorrow. We gotta wait till the 31st for the Fed meeting, which is great. It's the day before the deadline set. The tariffs come on.
Saturday, the 19th, is the first day of the Fed blackout period. We were talking about that earlier today, just so everybody knows. Fed blackout period will be July 19th through the 30th.
Okay, so they're all going to be
31st.
cooking the next couple days.
Yeah, we got Fed speakers stacked. We got them stacked through Friday.
We also have retail sales and unemployment claims on Thursday morning. So a couple of days in a row here, some red folder news. Friday's looking pretty light. Just some building permits, housing. You got University of Michigan sentiment and inflation expectations on Friday. So really just
my favorite report. My favorite report. Consumer sentiment.
Which one? Consumer sentiment?
Yeah, I hate
I've got to find my my survey request from them. I've got a crisp $5 bill laying around from the University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment Survey. Totally unsolicited. They sent it to me in the mail. A link to the survey, the crispiest $5 bill that you ever laid eyes on, that you ever touched. I didn't take the survey. I kept the $5. It's laying around here somewhere. I gotta find it.
You didn't take the survey?
I didn't take the survey. I wonder how much
Why
money
not?
they waste on
$5
people
though.
that don't take the survey. I meant to.
Why
and
didn't
then
you
I
take the
just forgot
survey
about
though?
it.
Do you
It's
think
one of
it's
those
a
things like
bullshit report too?
Is it bullshit that because they sent it to a guy like me? Like, how do you
Well,
feel
I think
about the
it's-
economy, sir?
Yeah, I mean, like at the start of the year, you're seeing a lot of selling because of that report, and it's a report that's not based around data. It's based around how do you
Exactly.
feel about the economy.
Exactly.
Well, it's still data.
All right, guys.
It's just
Yeah.
data and vibes.
We got MOC coming out here in 37 seconds. We're going to do some power hour content.
Cannot
A little
wait.
bit of a bid back up here to the 6300s, just shy. 62.98 last trade in the ES, 108s in the NASDAQ. See what we got
We're
here.
back up to that 300. Yes.
10 seconds.
Pretty happy to FOMO into that short. Be getting stopped out in a minute.
We get some better location from MOC. All right.
Here we go.
MOC has hit. Just traded a tick above the recent high in the ES. Really nothing. Well, nothing burger.
Little slight sell off. We're getting okay. Now we're in range again of the low. 5 more points. Give it.
All right. So
I take this
S&P
candle.
584 million to the buy side. NASDAQ 307 million to the buy side. Dow 179 million to the buy side, and Mag 7 151 million to the buy side. We'll see how that looks here as the next 10 minutes progress. But so far, not a whole lot, but all to the buy side.
Top tick this 5-minute candle right at 6,300 again. 4 tests of that big fat round number.
Take
The
out
last
these
hour.
friggin' lows.
Right?
Jack. Swinging that.
I'm like irritated by it.
Yeah. Swinging the hammer. Let's go ahead and throw a little 50 lot on there and cook it. Send it to the core, as Baron would say, right? Send it to the core of the earth.
No.
core.
Send it to the gulag. That's
To the gulag.
Yeah, send it to the gulag.
Oh, too soon? We're close.
Too soon?
Too soon. 3 points. Come on.
About to do it.
Did you get in short, JD?
No, I didn't.
No.
Man. Of course, now we're looking like we want to break these lows. 93s last trade in the ES. 95s in the NASDAQ. 62% long in the tilt in the ES. Still holding up.
Nah. There's some buyers down this area.
There are.
All right, so if we flush this jack, and we'll get a little bit of a recovery. Hold the buzzer beater long there into the close.
Want to see a ripper?
Perhaps. I'd have to see it. I mean, like, we're really close. We got like 8 minutes left today. I really needed this to happen like 15 minutes ago at least, but you know what? I feel like I'm never wrong going long.
Here to hear first. Jack says he's never wrong.
You're never wrong going long. It's crazy.
Did you?
That's
you
the
do know
general
this
feeling.
is Turnaround Tuesday with it. Hoag and I talked about this on the opening call today. Turnaround Tuesday is an actual thing. An old adage going way back to the trading floor days. Tuesday is not so much in recent years, but and more importantly in the grain markets than in equities. But Tuesday was always sort of a counter trend type of trade day. Turnaround Tuesday.
We did it.
Here we go.
Oh no,
we're doing it.
We're not quite. We're shy.
Gold's also pushing higher right now. I mean, it's in a consolidation. It's just basing out, but it is starting.
337s. Yeah.
Did not take out the low in the ES.
No.
Low 62.91.75. Missed it by 2 ticks, 3 ticks.
Slam it, JD.
The time? Everybody load up. House accounts up. Everybody. Full port. We can push this thing down.
Yeah, we're up 253. So 50 contracts seems in line.
Their total risk across all 8 house accounts. Someone wake up Dolby. Says, we need him right now.
Everyone sell on 3. Lexi says selling 500 micros just for us. We are
5 minutes and 20 seconds until the bell. And also, I don't like at this point. I know from when it used to be like outright bonds because you got hung on something, is like it's never great to be fading the very end of the day move, right? It's really a coin flip at that point, especially since we got to be out at 310. It's just
that's why I don't like trading the last like.
You just don't like trading, period. Just stop it right
there.
No,
I enjoy trading. I just don't like the last 30 minutes. What am I doing here? I don't know. You guys called me on.
Hey man, we wanted to see how the Tampa move went, but real quick, you guys, we got some power hour content that we want to hit before we wrap up. MOC numbers just came out. We do have some updates. 1.1 billion to the buy side in the S&Ps, 880 million to the buy side in Nasdaq, 443 million currently in the Dow to the buy side, and 412 million to the buy side in the Mag 7. So still all buy side. We are over the 1 billion mark in the S&Ps. But Andrea, what do we got for power hour content today?
Yeah, we got some good stuff. We got Goose Trades. Says I have to share this because I'm so excited. My first payout requested. Finally.
Goose.
5K payout.
Yay, Goose.
Congrats.
Goose took us to new lows. New lows. You just had to ask Andrea to come in.
There we go.
Okay, Creola says, lock out for the rest of the day, now using the practice account. Very nice.
Hell yeah.
Okay, 1 by 1, trading for tomorrow. Got some nice green boxes on there. I know green is good. I know that much.
Sure is.
Okay,
She's trying. She's trying, y'all.
I really am. Okay, eval to funded update. Bounced back from that loss yesterday. Very nice. Congratulations. All right. And then Karthik says, requested 25K on all of his XFAs. Day 5 on these XFAs and instant money deduction after the parrot request is freaking awesome.
Those are some big balances.
Yeah.
Averaging 3K, 4K a day.
It's nuts. And then finally, we got a Hungus. I guess we know what lookalike contest Baron would win.
I'm a Mia. Let me trade. Well, you're on Power Hour, man.
Oh, Gaga.
You have
There we go.
You have the reins.
That's all I got.
You know,
Baron, do you know who that is? Do you know who that is,
yeah,
Baron?
I do know who that is. I for Halloween one year I did go as Freddie Mercury which was not a hard costume to make. I just wore a wife beater and shaved down to a mustache and found some like acid wash jeans.
Nice.
We are selling off here.
Yeah, new lows. There's those
88s, we got
88s, Jack.
Trump off the wire. Nations that don't open up will pay substantial tariffs. I can't. I don't think I can force myself right now. Of course, I could just click the button, but into the end of the day here, I don't know if we have enough time for this to work out. But I will take a look at the order flow here and see. Oh,
This also says
I
we'll
would
be
be
fighting China in a friendly fashion. China's going to be very far behind.
There's that the -1 extension just hit on ES. That was 55% chance. Would have been a 12-point trade
from those
on
6300s.
ES.
we got the move. It was too late. There's no reason to fade this right now. It could just drift as people have to adjust their positions at the end of the day. It could just drift lower. I don't have a strong feeling about it. If it opens here or around here, maybe then we can turn on the Jets.
A little over a minute here, 70 seconds until the bell. As always, shout out to all the Bell to Bellers today. Thanks for hanging out with us, and hope you had a good day in the markets and are now taking some time off the charts. Baron, congrats on the move. Welcome to Florida, man. Definitely. Let's connect here as you get settled. Once you get settled in, and
yeah,
take you to my favorite spot.
All my stuff is still getting here, so my PC gets here tomorrow night, I think. Same with like the majority of my stuff. So still getting settled in.
Just 30 more seconds left. Why did I have to wait until the very end? All right, new lows. I'm
Ooh,
glad. Very glad.
What was
There we go.
What was the above below level?
23,060.
Yes.
At about a 46%. Yep. 46% of traders in chat said below.
Now we're cooking.
50.
I'll take the puke at a certain point here.
I
wanted
that level. I wanted that level, and we're hitting it.
2282. Is that the number?
And there's the bell.
Go.
All right.
Fossil
2282. Push.
That on.
Good call there.
What a move.
What a move indeed.
What do I win?
Nothing.
Okay. Winner. I made $30 right there at the end on that.
All right, let's go,
today
Jack.
up 420.
Shout out to Eddie. All right, y'all. Well, Baron, Jack, JD, thanks guys for hanging out for Power Hour. It was a blast. Wishing we got a little bit more off the wire from Trump to spice things up, but we still ended up getting some new lows of the day here. And we're going to go ahead and toss it over, I believe. James, am I tossing it to you, my friend? Are we closing it up? All right. Well, as you all know and love, James Harden coming in to close out the day. We will see y'all tomorrow.
What was that noise? Someone just go, ah!
Yeah, I heard that.
I heard it.
It was incredible.
Great timing.
Anyway, well, we'll throw it over to James.
All right,
Love everybody.
Come on, boys. Let's get out of here. We got places to be, things to do. Thank you to everybody for watching Topstep TV. Whether you've been here bell to bell or you're tuning in just now to see this outro, thank you for watching. We appreciate all of you out there every single day. But don't go anywhere. Topstep TV continues on with At the Buzzer coming up next with Coach Jay and Coach Paul. After that, you can catch Coach Dakota Slow Markets tonight at 7:30 p.m. Central Time. Tomorrow morning at 1:30, London Open with Aaron Luce. And of course, tomorrow morning, 3:30 a.m. Euro Trade with Deanna. And then finally, be back here bright and early, 7:15. We're going live again. Another day of Topstep TV. Bell-to-bell action you don't want to miss. So, like I said, At the Buzzer is up next, but get up, stretch your legs, take a moment. I'm James Harden. You're the chat. As always, this is Topstep TV. Let's go.
Why Topstep? Because traders shouldn't have to risk everything to participate in the markets. And since 2012, we've provided capital to over 10,000 futures traders just like you. From the pits in Chicago to screens in over 143 countries,
we've been motivated by one simple idea. We don't care who you are or where you learn to trade. If you pass Topstep's trading evaluation, you'll be invited to trade with our capital in a fully funded account. As a Topstep funded trader, you keep 90% of profits and we take the losses. We also offer educational resources for all levels, live classes, and free group coaching from a team with over a century of professional trading experience. We're invested in your success. So what are you waiting for? Ditch the brokerage account, start learning by doing, and become a Topstep funded trader today.